हेलो हेलो। कुछ अपलोड करना है? बनवाए। आपने कहाँ रखी है ये ऊपर? आज के डेट आज इसमें सर ये कौन सा है? अच्छा ये तो এটা মনে ঢুকাচ্ছিস 25-এ? আপনার নাম কাকে দেখবো? সেটা গেল চেটে দিয়ে দিই, রেখে দিয়ে দিই। দুটো নিয়ে যাই, ওটা আমাদের ডিভিশনে রাখা থাক, যদি সময় হয়তো দেখাবো না দেখাবো না। म्यूट कर दिए, लाइव है यूट्यूब यहाँ पे। हो गया 119 में हो गया नहीं दिया हो गया आपके पास है ना दूसरा काम
बाहर में चल रहा है ना डिस्प्ले में बाहर
चलो वाला चला देना 25 वाला डिस्प्ले नहीं
इट्स वेरी जॉली
ठीक है
Bone consists Welcome to
resist projectile penetration through high hardness and
बोले दी अच्छा चेंज कर सकते हैं कितना रेडी करना এটা তোমার লাইভে হচ্ছে দেখে নেওয়া শিওর Good morning, everybody. Welcome to CSIR-CGCRI. One small request, actually, this auditorium, the eating is not allowed. Huh? So if you want to, means drinking is always allowed, but eating food is not allowed. So please take care of that. And we have a washroom outside for both gents and ladies. And we have volunteers also there. So if anyone want to use, they can. Yeah, both actually we have in ground floor and also in upstairs. We have volunteers who can direct you. ও আচ্ছা, ওটা পুরো কমপ্লিট হবে কতক্ষণ? ঠিক আছে, ঠিক আছে। মনগুলো বলেছে এইটা তোমার ফোল্ডারটা দেখিয়ে দিই। এইটা হচ্ছে ফোল্ডার। ঠিক আছে, আমাদেরও বেসিক্যালি এটা বেসিক্যালি প্রেজেন্টেশন আগে নিয়ে নেবো। এটা প্রোডাক্ট ডেমো ভিডিও, কুইজ, চলে কুইজটা দেখবো, এটা প্রশ্ন করবো। এটা তো চলছে অলরেডি।
এখানে হ্যাঁ ঠিক আছে তাহলে চালিয়ে যাও। তোমার এরা সব চলো। আচ্ছা, আসবে এর মধ্যে। ফোন আছে, হ্যাঁ, আর এটা আছে। দিন আর এই display টা।
Welcome to CSIR Central Glass and Ceramic Research Institute, Kolkata. This is a safety briefing. In the event of any emergency, Please remain calm and evacuate through the nearest exit, illuminated on both the sides or through the main entrance of the auditorium. The assembly point is the open space outside this building, adjacent to KD Sharma Multipurpose Hall near the fountain. You are required to comply with these safety instructions in this building to ensure the safety of all. Thank you. CSIR केंद्र कांच एवं सिरामिक अनुसंधान संस्थान कोलकाता में आपका स्वागत है। यह एक सुरक्षा ब्रीफिंग है। किसी भी आपात स्थिति में कृपया शांत रहे और सभागार के दोनों तरफ प्रकाशित निकास या मुख्य प्रवेश द्वार से बाहर जाए। असेंबली पॉइंट इस भवन के बाहर खुली जगह पर है, जो फव्वारे के पास केडी शर्मा मल्टीपर्पज हॉल से निकट है। इस भवन में हर किसी की सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करने के लिए आपको इन सुरक्षा निर्देशों का पालन करना आवश्यक है। धन्यवाद। CSIR কেন্দ্রীয় কাঁচ এবং সিরামিক গবেষণা সংস্থা কলকাতায় স্বাগতম। এটি একটি নিরাপত্তা সংক্রান্ত ঘোষণা। যে কোনো জরুরি পরিস্থিতিতে অনুগ্রহ করে শান্ত থাকুন এবং উভয় পাশে আলোকিত নিকটতম প্রস্থান পথ দিয়ে অথবা অডিটোরিয়ামের প্রধান প্রবেশদ্বার দিয়ে বাহিরে যান। সমাবেশস্থল এই বিল্ডিং এর বাইরে খোলা জায়গা কেডি শর্মা মাল্টিপারপাস হলের পাশে ফোয়ারার কাছে। এই ভবনে প্রত্যেকের নিরাপত্তা নিশ্চিত করার জন্য এই নিরাপত্তা নির্দেশাবলী মেনে চলা আবশ্যক। ধন্যবাদ। Welcome to CSIR Central Glass and Ceramic Research Institute, Kolkata. This is a safety briefing. In the event of any emergency, please remain calm and evacuate through the nearest exit, illuminated on both the sides or through the main entrance of the auditorium. The assembly point is the open space outside this building, adjacent to KD Sharma Multipurpose Hall near the fountain. You are required to comply with these safety instructions in this building to ensure the safety of all. Thank you. CSIR केंद्र कांच एवं सिरामिक अनुसंधान संस्थान कोलकाता में आपका स्वागत है। यह एक सुरक्षा ब्रीफिंग है। किसी भी आपात स्थिति में कृपया शांत रहे और सभागार के दोनों तरफ प्रकाशित निकास या मुख्य प्रवेश द्वार से बाहर जाए। असेंबली पॉइंट इस भवन के बाहर खुली जगह पर है, जो फव्वारे के पास केडी शर्मा मल्टीपर्पज हॉल से निकट है। इस भवन में हर किसी की सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करने के लिए आपको इन सुरक्षा निर्देशों का पालन करना आवश्यक है। धन्यवाद। CSIR কেন্দ্রীয় কাঁচ এবং সিরামিক গবেষণা সংস্থা কলকাতায় স্বাগতম। এটি একটি নিরাপত্তা সংক্রান্ত ঘোষণা। যে কোনো জরুরি পরিস্থিতিতে অনুগ্রহ করে শান্ত থাকুন এবং উভয় পাশে আলোকিত নিকটতম প্রস্থান পথ দিয়ে অথবা অডিটোরিয়ামের প্রধান প্রবেশদ্বার দিয়ে বাহিরে যান। সমাবেশস্থল এই বিল্ডিংয়ের বাইরে খোলা জায়গা কেডি শর্মা মাল্টিপারপাস হলের পাশে ফোয়ারার কাছে। এই ভবনে প্রত্যেকের নিরাপত্তা নিশ্চিত করার জন্য এই নিরাপত্তা নির্দেশাবলী মেনে চলা আবশ্যক। ধন্যবাদ।
Very good morning to all of you. Before we start, I will request you all to kindly keep your mobile phone in silent mode, please. Respected chief guest, Dr. K. J. Sriram, Director, Central Leather Research Institute, Kolkata, Dr. Arun Bandopadhyay, Director, Indian Institute of Chemical Biology, Kolkata, and our Director, Madam Dr. Shuman Kumari Misra, Central Glass and Ceramic Research Institute, all teachers and students from various schools around Kolkata, our scientists and audience joined in the online platform. It is my pleasure to welcome you all in the program of CSIR Jigyasa Student Scientist Connect under 1 week 1 lab organized by CSIR-CGCRI. The essence of this program is promoting science among the young minds of school children, expanding knowledge and understanding about the recent research activities going on at CSIR-CGCRI through technical lecture, live demonstration of product technologies developed at CGCRI, Jigyasa virtual lab presentation, quiz, and so on. So, all the respected dignitaries present in the dais, please come forward to inaugurate the program by lighting the lamp. All students are requested to please keep silence and take your seats. It is requested that all students kindly take your seat, please, so that program can start.
প্রশান্ত প্রশান্ত সবাইকে বলো একটু এখানে আসতে, সামনে খালি আছে না, সবাই দাঁড়িয়ে আছে পিছনে। Make a request. Saurabh Nath, Anirban Nath, please come here. Mr. Sen, Mr. Santanu Sen, please come over here. Showman, take your seat, please.
Okay. Now I request our honorable guest present in the dais to please come forward and inaugurate our program today by lighting the lamp.
या कुन्देन्दु तुषारहार नवना या शुभ्रवस्त्रामृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतं शङ्करं प्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा
Now I request Pritha to honor our chief guest, Dr. K.J. Sriram, with a flower bouquet. Now I request Shoma to honor our guest, Dr. Orun Bandyopadhyay sir, with a flower bouquet. Once again, I request Pritha to greet our director, Madam. Pritha. I request Shoma to present a flower bouquet to Dr. Mr. Shitendu Mondal. Shoma, please. Thank you, Shoma. Now I request Director Madam to kindly give a welcome address to the audience.
Very good morning to all of you. And I welcome all these children, our children, children of this nation. We depend on you. Welcome to this premise. CGCRI is indebted to you that you all came here for today's program. Today's chief guest, Dr. Sriram, Director, Central Leather Research Institute, CSIR. Dr. Arun Bandyopadhyay, Director, Indian Institute of Chemical Biology, Calcutta. And both of them are fellow colleague directors. Mr. Shitendu Mondal, my all colleagues of CGCRI. Dr. Mullidharan, just previous director to me. I am so much thankful to you for joining, and we are always thankful that you are the one director who always comes for our program, be it sometime physical, sometime online. Thank you, sir, very much for joining us. And all other dignitaries at the dais, all the dignitaries of the dais and on the in online, I welcome all of you. Today, this is the fourth day of our 1 week, 1 lab program. The genesis of this is that on 26 September 2022, our Honorable Science and Technology Minister, Sri Jitendra Singh Ji, who is also our Vice President, that is Vice President of CSIR, he proposed that in 1 year, that is from that foundation day of CSIR, that happens to be 26 September as a date, to 2023, 26 September, all labs under CSIR celebrate 1 week, 1 lab. For the knowledge of students, I know other people must be knowing it. CSIR is Council of Scientific and Industrial Research. Under this, we have 38 labs at different parts of the country, and each lab works on, they have a niche area and they work in those areas. For example, today itself you are seeing at this dais, we are the 3 directors, Dr. Arun Bandyopadhyay, Dr. Sriram, and myself, from the 3 different labs where the CGCRI works mostly on the material science and materials engineering aspect, particularly in the ceramics and the glass, whereas the Indian Institute of Chemical Biology, they work on biochemistry, drug development, and that kind of research. And Dr. Sriram's lab, that is the Central Leather Research Institute, it's a unique lab in India. I think CGCRI and CLRI is the unique lab in nation where no other such R&D labs are there. Leather research is only done in nation at CLRI. Same is the case for the Ceramic and Glass Research Institute, having a 1 institute on glass and ceramics at the CGCRI. So this is the way, this is for the students, that this is the way CSIR different labs are, such as NAL, they are working on aerospace, NPL, they are working on physical physics and different aspects of physics. Similarly, NCL is who works on a chemical. Like this, you have many labs. Maybe in the while Jigyasa, today's program is there, maybe that knowledge will be also given. Otherwise, today everyone knows what is CSIR. You can go to csir.res.in. That way, you will know what is CSIR. And if you come to cgcri.res.in, you will know what is CGCRI. So in this program, as I was telling you, that OWOL, that is 1 week, 1 lab, we were supposed to meet with the all tiers of the society. So we started with the industry meet from the first day after the inauguration program. The second day, we met the college researchers who are at the doing PhD, postdoc, or they are doing masters. Those students were called and their professors, they came. The third day, we met with the different artisans, different small, very small industrialists, entrepreneurs, NGOs. And today we are in the fourth day of the celebration. Tomorrow it will be a foundation day, and that is 26 August is the foundation day of CGCRI. So today is the day of you where the students from class 9 to 12, as I am told, such students from the 6 different schools, the school is Silver Point School, Lakshmipat School, Kendriya Vidyalaya Damdam, St. Xavier Institution, Mukul Bose Memorial, Jadavpur High School, and Sumit School, and their teachers who have come along with them. Once again, I welcome all of you. We look forward to your participation in each of the lectures as well as the lab demonstration, plus the different technologies which are displayed. And there will be you must have seen the program, there will be an online mode how to do the experiments that will be also demonstrated to you in the whole day today. Before I leave this dais, for the students, I would like to say, look, purpose of this is all of you, that it is the responsibility of all of us as a senior researchers and the teachers who are in the school that many of you are actually a very, very brilliant, and most of you are the brilliant and can do wonders in the world, for the world. But for that, you have to become, I would say that please don't talk, students. That's a very, very important. If you want to become excelling students, excelling researchers, you have to give the attention. You have to have a creativity. You have to have the passion. You have to have the objectivity. Do not accept everything because so and so has told. That's the scientific temperament in general, but remember, please differentiate between the argumentative and the things accepting with the facts by observation. That is the difference between a good scientist and researchers who observes very well everything, which others are not able to observe. There are many examples. If I start, this itself will become lecture, and I don't have much time, but you must have a creativity, you must have a passion, you must be able to collaborate, you must be able to critical thinking, out of the box. You should not be thinking what is already exists, should not get biased. That this happens, see, there are many theories you must be knowing. You today, what the class 9 student is and what 40 years back class 9 students used to be, there is a difference. You people are given too many knowledges. Too much of a knowledge is there. You are much advanced than us, what we were at the class 8 or 9. So if any theory is given, not necessarily that theory which is looking true today, maybe down the line after 50 years it will be not true. Maybe other hypotheses will come, other rules will come, other experiments will prove that which was hypothesized, be it even Einstein. So there could be a people who can say sometime, okay, this was given at 100 years back, but today it is not. In these circumstances, this rule doesn't work. This is this kind of a work, this kind of different developments where each of you can develop out of box. Don't think in the what is looking in the guarded way. Please look with the out of box so that you can innovate, you can come with. And another thing, two things you must keep in your life. You must be able to communicate well what you are thinking. Second, never ever indulge in any unethical way of doing research or your life to conduct. These are the only few points I want to say. Be a good observer, be passionate, be a critical thinker. Don't get biased by what others are telling. Be objective, have a good communication skill, collaborate, and be always ethical. This will take your life very well, wherever, whatever area you choose. Each one, if you excel in your chosen area, nation will improve and nation will flourish. You all know, everybody must have danced for the Chandrayaan yesterday, right? How many of you danced? All. Why few hands? I think all of us danced, including all of us. So that's the thing. People have worked into, I know you people will make many, and that's the expectation from the students, and that's the purpose you are here, so that you get interest, see things, how things work. Many of the things which you see, the advanced with CGCRI is working. This is a one small world of such a big science and other thing. You get this to, at least I believe, out of this 320 students, as I am told by organizer who is actually involved with 320 students, I believe at least 250 students will be following the scientific pursuit in their career, and they will be excelling. And remember, India needs you. World needs you. Thank you very much for coming. Once again, welcome to you. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for your illuminating words and explanation to the student about the necessity of this type of occasion. Now I request Mr. Shitendu Mondal, Chief Scientist, and Jigyasa Nodal Officer to present the introductory remarks and also introduce our chief guest.
সুপ্রভাত। তোমরা কি জানো ভেরি রিসেন্ট বিজ্ঞানের জগতে একটা সাংঘাতিক আবিষ্কার হয়েছে দেশের মধ্যে? কে বলতে পারে? রিসেন্টলি আমরা কোথায় পাড়ি দিলাম? কিসের মাধ্যমে? চন্দ্রায়ন 3 সাকসেসফুল হয়েছি? এর আগে আমরা সাকসেসফুল হয়েছিলাম? তাহলে আমরা যেখানে সাকসেসফুল হই না সেইখান থেকে আমরা শিক্ষা নিই, শিক্ষাকে উপলব্ধি করে যাতে আমরা ভবিষ্যতে সাকসেসফুল হই সেই দিকে আমরা এগিয়ে যাই। সেই জন্যই তো ভারতবর্ষে বিজ্ঞান মনীষী, সায়েন্টিফিক লিডার্স বিশাল বড় বড় পজিশনে দখল করে আছে, যারা ইয়াং জেনারেশন, ইয়াং মাইন্ড, তাদেরকে কাল্টিভেট অফ সায়েন্স করার জন্য, ইন্সপায়ার করার জন্য ভবিষ্যতে তারাও কিন্তু একরকম এই জায়গায় আসবে করে। আজ থেকে 50 বছর পরে তোমরা যখন এরকম একটা সাকসেসফুল একটা যুগান্তকারী আবিষ্কারের দিকে এগিয়ে নিয়ে যাবে, দ্যাট ইজ দি মেইন পারপাস অফ সাচ কাইন্ড অফ প্রোগ্রাম। ইটস এ জিজ্ঞাসা সায়েন্স স্টুডেন্ট কানেক্টিং প্রোগ্রাম। কেন ব্যাপারটা ঘটছে, কিসের জন্য ঘটছে, কিভাবে ঘটছে, দ্যাটস দি বেসিক অ্যাপ্রোচ। আমরা আজকে যাদেরকে আমরা ফিজিক্যালি ডায়াসে বিজ্ঞান মনীষীদের পেয়েছি, okay. So today we have received the scientific leaders to encourage you, to inspire you. প্রথমেই আমি নাম বলবো আমাদের চিফ গেস্ট ডক্টর কে.জে. শ্রীরাম, ডাইরেক্টর, সেন্ট্রাল লেদার রিসার্চ ইনস্টিটিউট, চেন্নাই। এ বিগ ক্ল্যাপিং। ওনার এক ধরনের মানে হি ইজ হ্যাভিং অ্যানাদার এরিয়াস অফ রিসার্চ ওয়ার্ক। উই আর অলসো হ্যাভিং অ্যানাদার সায়েন্টিফিক লিডার উইথ আস, হু ইজ সিটিং অন দ্য ডায়াস, হু উইল বি স্পিকিং উইথ ইউ উইথ হিজ very inspiring talk, Dr. Orun Bandyopadhyay, Director, Indian Institute of Chemical Biology, Jadepur. Next. We are having with our Director of Central Glass and Ceramic Research Institute. It's a lab of engineering, material science, purely chemical science, Dr. Suman Kumar Misra with us. We have another scientific leader, just Dr. Suman Kumar Misra told, Dr. K. Muralidharan. He is on the screen. He is our former director for Central Glass and Ceramic Research Institute. My respected teachers, respected dignitaries on the dais, my fellow colleagues, students, ladies and gentlemen. This is basically a program of the creation of the scientific awareness in your minds, that where the scientific achievements in different areas are being taking place. The main purpose of this Jigyasa program was to make an awareness in your minds that the scientific laboratories, scientific organizations, how they are serving and how they are fulfilling the requirement of the country. So the students and the young leaders should come forward to this Jigyasa Connect program so that you can see how CSIR labs, how CGCRI, how IICB, how CLRI is giving the scientific importance to the country's requirement for the advancement of science and technology. It's basically you who need to understand, and this Jigyasa program is one kind of test of patience. Unless you do fulfill your patience in your scientific creation, in the scientific creativity, it will not be coming out. There are many objectives of such program. Our main duty is to show you how we are surviving, how the country is going ahead with our knowledge, with our experience, with our scientific inventions, technological achievements in the different domains of the research work. CGCRI is one such lab. At the present moment you are here. It's a very prestigious lab under CSIR, where is done of the very applied and basic research in the field of different areas, starting from the glass, ceramics, refractories, optics, healthcare, laser fibers, energy materials, functional materials, sensors, traditional potteries, rural pottery, how the traditional ceramics, traditional potteries are getting a much importance, and the scientists who are working on such areas, how they are fulfilling the requirement. So these types of activities need to be showcased. It needs to be showcased to the young minds. Unless you people come forward, or at the end of the program, if you go back and tell your father or mother or guardian that yes, we have visited CGCRI, we have seen such kind of activities on the different areas, we want to become the scientist. How many of you are willing to become scientists? So very few. How many of you want to become the technologist? So you need to be scientist. That's the main purpose of this program. You need to serve the country. I am not going into the details of the entire perspectives of this Jigyasa program, but whatever you are listening to today, whatever you will be observing after this inaugural program, listen to them very carefully and learn something, make it curious in your mind, so that whenever you believe such things, again come to CGCRI for detailing of these experimentations for the technological achievements of this program. Today, we have our very important scientific leader, Dr. K.J. Sriram. He is the director of Central Leather Research Institute. He is a man who has come to this position on a very struggling effects, through untiring effects in the field of science and research work. From his childhood, he has prepared himself to grow in such position. So it will be nice if I introduce him before you about his professional scientific career, options, developments, technological achievements, what he has achieved, and in what way he is going to contribute his experiences for the development of the science, for the cultivation of the science, and also create awareness in your young minds. Dr. Sriram is a fellow of the Royal Society of Chemistry UK and Society of Leather Technologists and Chemists UK, is the director of Central Leather Research Institute since December 2019. Prior to this, he was the head of the testing facilities of this institute, where his contributions towards development of the test methods for leather and allied products and achieving the ISO 170252017 standards were highly acclaimed nationally. Dr. Sriram has made very important contributions to the green chemistry of chromium that has opened up a new chapter, new pathway for better industrial management of this metal ion at the global level. These contributions have led to his becoming the first researcher with a degree in leather technology from Anna University to receive the CSIR Young Scientist Award in 2004. See, the Young Scientist Award, many of you will become such winner of such award when you will be grown to that level. Dr. Sriram has also contributed immensely to the development of the environmentally benign and cool pigments from the rare earth metal ions as a replacement to the pigments based on the toxic metal ions. What are those? Such as chromium, lead, mercury, etc. He is also credited with commercially successful technologies for the avoidance of formaldehyde in tanning agents during the last 5 years in order to exploit the advantage of nanoscience for developing materials with unique applications. Dr. Sriram has developed a range of the functionalized metal and metal oxide as well, nanoparticles, the special emphasis with potential applications in cross-linking of the proteins, a work which led his being recognized by the International Union of Leather Technologies and Chemist Societies with the International Union of the Research Award. Dr. Sriram has an impressive publication record beyond imagination with 96 papers in national and the international journals, 1,666 citations and high index of 21. He also has 19 patents to his credit with several technology transfers and consultancy modes. The success of Dr. Sriram's contribution stems from his fundamental understanding of the chemistry of the metal ions with which he has worked. Dr. Sriram has also been involved in science communications, especially in the area of the sustainable manufacturing. He is the honorary faculty of the Anna University and has guided 6 students for their doctoral dissertation in the chemistry at the University of Madras or Anna University. The ability to lead teams for achieving high goals in his strength. In his role as the director of CSIR-CGCRI, he is also the chairman of the CSD 17 of the Bureau of Indian Standards and member of the Council of Administration, CITRA, Coimbatore, and the governing council of FDDI. With this small introduction, I request Dr. Sriram to deliver his chief address. Thank you so much. Oh, sorry.
A very good morning to all of you. Dr. Suman, Dr. Arun, my mentor, Dr. Muralidharan, both of us actually hail from the same town. So post-retirement, when he is in town, and I have had the opportunities to go and see him along with my father. He works along with my father in science dissemination. So it's a quite surprise that I saw him on the screen today. First of all, under this 1 week, 1 lab program, the good part of the story for CSIR has been that we have been able to reach out to all of you and communicate with you what CSIR does. We also are looking forward to having you people amongst us in the CSIR system so that we can build a nation which is far ahead of others in the days to come. As was mentioned, CSIR has about 37 labs under its portfolio, but each one of these laboratories was created with a particular purpose of taking a particular industry in the country upward. So if you go back and look at the history of this organization, many of us came into being just immediately after independence, and the leadership of that time had identified one area wherein India needs to strengthen and go upward. And I represent one segment of that, and it's called as leather. Many of us might wonder why so much importance was given to leather in this country. That too, an institution itself being set up in 1948 April, which is just 8 months after you get your independence. Why did the government go and set up an institution for leather research? And the answer to that was an observation which the father of the nation itself made in 1934. We are exporting the raw hides and skins to the Western world, and in turn getting back the footwear that we are wearing. So the material was going out of the country at a very, very small price, and it was coming back as a value-added product to be used by our own people. And today, thanks to the establishment of this particular organization which I represent, we have done wonders in this field. And that's what I would like to tell you, and also kind of tell you that there are areas of science and technology which you can look at beyond what we all know. So with that, let me go ahead. And the first thing that I would always like to ask is, where do we start? And the point for me to start is the footwear shop that you go. Bata, Tata, Bata, wherever you go, before you buy your footwear, what do you have to do? So the first thing that we will all have to do before you buy your shoes is to go and see, why is leather different from synthetics? The first thing is, it's natural. It comes from a skin, and the skin is not because it's being used for making leather. It's because after the consumption of meat, the skin is a throwaway material. So from a wasted material called skin, you make leather. It's got you very, very unique properties depending upon the animal. The leather properties are different. So there's a lot of protein chemistry which goes into it, and it's natural, and it is the only material which is known to have both viscous and elastic character. Now, how does it affect you? You have a shoe. If it is made out of synthetics, it cannot expand with your leg. One thing which most of us don't realize is that the size of our leg, when we get up in the morning and after all the walking arounds and things like that you do and go in the evening, is different. Your leg has actually grown about a centimeter or so more between morning and evening. So now if I were to buy a shoe in the evening and try wearing it in the morning, the shoe would be loose. Now, this is where the leather comes into picture. It has an elastic element in it and also a viscous element into it. So both the inelastic activity and the elastic activity is very important, especially in children where your leg is growing along with you. The chappal or the shoe that you are wearing needs to adjust with you people. And the another thing which is there in this product is that it is breathable. Unlike synthetic materials, it is breathable. So when you go home after wearing the shoe for 8 hours in the school and you remove your shoe, this will not happen if it is a leather shoe. Otherwise, most of our shoes, the moment you remove it from your leg is so foul smelling because of the sweat and other things which is there inside. And this is where the leather becomes very important. It's a completely three-dimensional matrix made up with a fiber called as collagen. That protein is a very, very unique protein. In fact, it is said that there was one professor called G.N. Ramachandran in down south Madras at that time. He was working parallelly along with the DNA structure developers. And when they said DNA is double-stranded, he came back and said collagen is triple-stranded. He should have actually got a Nobel Prize but missed it out in a whisker. But this protein is very, very unique with a three-dimensional structure in it, and the fibers of the skin, of our skin, the animal skin, etc. is made out of this fiber, and that fiber bundles give you a unique properties that we all look at. So having said this, it's not just in your shoes that leather is found. It's found in your belts. It's even found in industrial belts, bags, high heel shoes, fashionable apparels. This is a unique material. In olden days, this material is called as chamois. The chamois was a deer-like animal in the past. And its fiber structure is so porous that you stabilize this fiber structure with oil, fish oil. and it is even today used to filter aviation fuels. Smallest drops of water which is present in your oil can be removed using this kind of leather. And if you are going to buy a diamond or a diamond jewelry in a fantastic shop, they will give you a yellow colored cloth like material. And that is a chamois leather which can be used to polish your jewelry. In fact, in very high precision glasses, the chamois leather was once upon a time used to polish the glass itself, because it can take away the dirt, the water, etc. to almost like 600% of its weight. You put water, you put the chamois leather on top of it, it will just suck the water completely. Today it is made from goat skins. The tanning process is using fish oil. The stabilization of the skin is by fish oil. The process of making it itself takes about 20-30 days. And it's one of those exquisite types of materials. Another thing which you see here is a saddlery, which you have to put on top of your horse while riding. And even the harness with which you hold the horse. These are materials which are made out of leather. And mind you, in all these things, India is one of the best manufacturers today. So in terms of population, the world has about 193 million cattle and about 140 million goat and those kind of things. Predominantly, we work only with these materials in our country, but there are countries which also use snake, deer, etc. to convert into leather. Now, why these four? Because buffalo, goat and sheep are predominantly consumed for their meat also. Cattle in India is only from the dead animal. So these are based on consumption, and then the wasted material is converted into leather. Now when the animal is dead, the bacteria system start working on them to putrefy the skin and the meat. So what is done here is to understand the structure of that protein and go and bind to that protein metal ions or anything else by which you can stop the bacterial attack. Now the collagen by itself is a fantastic protein that it can only be degraded by an enzyme called collagenase. And the moment you put the collagenase from attacking, you have stabilized your protein. And the site on which the collagenase can attack has also been very clearly defined. So the typical lock and key mechanism of enzymatic activity that you would have, some of you might have studied already, is put into use here. So you protect the skin by a process called as tanning, and from there onwards you add value to it. Now the adding of the value is consumer driven. What color you like, you can give. What softness you want, you can give. What strength you want, you can give. This is how the whole leather process comes into picture. So now, when in the animal, the purpose of the skin, whether it is animal or you or me, everything is the same, is protection. First of all, it protects the body. Sensation. The skin is the one which transmits the sensation. Thermoregulation. Storage. Excretion. Vitamin D synthesis. All this the skin does in a live animal, and we try to retain them by processing. So in the leather, the protection is against injury, heat and mass transfer, comfort from sweat, shape, appearance, softness, smoothness, all these things are being retained as a leather processing person. Now just to give you a kind of indication how this country was, in terms of market, we were having 0.3 crores of export of hides and skins, the raw material. Thanks to the establishment of the CSIR laboratory, today we are talking about 60,000 crores worth of material being exported as products from our country. Look at the change in 75 years that we have attained in India. Now, in terms of people, what was 50,000 people in 1947, this industry is today 44 lakh people are employed in it, and predominantly women. 80% of this industry is women. In terms of export, 5.8 billion, as I said, and we also have the net recovery, which is fantastic. Now, going further, you can see where all India has been great. We are the second largest exporter for garments, the second largest after China in footwear, and the third largest in saddlery, and the fifth in leather goods. This city of Calcutta, we have the largest manufacturing of leather goods. Almost 80% of the leather goods that is sent out of India is actually going from this city. So that's the strength of this sector. Now, when we did all these things, this is the place where not just a chemist, not just a physicist, every kind of science gets into the picture. You need to become an engineer to understand the diffusion processes. You need to be a chemist to understand how to increase the strength of your fiber. You need to understand the color chemistries, and everything comes into picture, and therefore this is a truly interdisciplinary science and engineering activity. Not just science, not just engineering, but a purely interdisciplinary character. Now, I will not go into the details of all these things. One or two major aspects which we will have to understand, because this is one science area which is very challenging, is on how do we modify this product. You take any other activity, steel for instance. Once you have standardized SS316, every day the manufacturing is SS316. The protocols, the steps used, everything is constant. In this particular field of leather, that is not possible, because every set of animal that comes into the tannery for processing is different. The skin structure is different because the animal has at times eaten food properly, at times not eaten food properly, therefore the skin structure is different. So the processing person in the tannery needs to keep changing the process every day so that the ultimate product is all the same. So this is where it's a fantastic place of enthusiasm, it's a fantastic place to put your brains and minds into it and to do wonders. Going further, this is what we say about leather. It's a fashion commodity. Starts from the farmer, because that's where the cattle is, comes to the fashion world, and the fashion world of today is the Italians and the French. So all those catwalks and those kind of things that you see with leather and leather products, each one of them has to keep coming in with different colors, different design trends, and so on and so forth. The French structure of color changes every 6 months. This particular organization called Modiro puts an artificial intelligence to predict what you and me will like 18 months from now. So what should be the color that you and me are likely to like 18 months from now is predicted, told to the industry, and those colors, dyes, etc. are made, and leather is made with that color. So this is where we talk about coupling material science knowledge with what we are likely to think in the future. So if you go to a particular leather goods shop where you want to buy a bag, the color that you see today you may not see 6 months from now. It will just not be there in the market. Market would be flooded with the color which was predicted. Okay, so this is something which we talk about. Now, for any one of you people who are interested in drawing, interested in artistic sense, etc., leather and leather products are designed in your mind. This is from my particular designer who sits in my institute. He went to the Northeast, and there he found these headgears and these dress material color combinations that was there, and he immediately translated it into the leather bag. Look at it, the headgear color combinations and how he has translated it, right? So this is how innovation comes in. This very city has a very unique set of bags called the Shantiniketan combinations, where all kinds of artistic drawings, color combinations, etc. you can see on the products. Again, this is purely artistic, imagination, and able to translate what you see around you into designs and fashion elements. Everybody talks about Chandrayaan, so I cannot miss it. I don't know whether this tweet is correct or wrong, but it says that Neil Armstrong threw away his shoes on the moon's surface just to accommodate the weight of the rocks that he wanted to carry back. And they even say that historically, the museum of NASA does not see a shoe in his jacket. The shoe was missing. This shoe apparently is left behind in the moon, is what they say. I don't know the truth, but this is what they say. Now, this very same boot, it is different from the boot or shoes that you and me are wearing, because this boot has to withstand the kind of climatic conditions that you see on the moon's surface. And they also have an element of leather in it. It's a combination of leather with polymers to get that kind of withstandability, is what it is said. So what does your shoe do? Why should you wear a shoe? It has several things which you don't know. In fact, if you go back and take your shoe and start looking at it, there is a heel, there is a shank, there is a finish, there is a sole to support your variety of movements. It improves your functions, it protects your feet, it absorbs the shock, and it just gives you what you want. It's also fashionable and comfortable. So moving on to this, as an engineered marvel, you look at all kinds of materials which are going in. Just leather is only one among it. You need to know what kind of wax I should use. You need to know what kind of material, PVC, PU, polymer, what you should use in the bottom, depending on the surface. Now, what is the problem here is that if my shoe sole for this surface and the ceramic surface outside is the same, I might slip on that. The slip resistance that my shoe is required is different. My walking shoe is different from my running shoe, because in running I am likely to flex my legs much more, and therefore that design, that element of understanding needs to come into you people. So it involves a large number of applications and activities. The chemistry of it, the anatomy of your foot, it's to be understood, and this is where we talk about shoe. So now that I have done most of that part of leather and leather shoes, let us see, where do you come into the picture? Of course, there are Bachelors of Engineering and Technology programs that teaches you leather technology. There are programs where you can do a Bachelors of Science in Chemistry or Physics or Biology, and then come into leather and start looking at the protein and how do you modify the protein. At this point of time, I'll just kind of give you a glimpse of what I did to come into this area, because I myself many a times I'm unable to answer why I'm in this particular area. It so just happened that when I finished my +2, at that time it was called as a pre-degree in Kerala, there was a call from the state government as to there are some courses outside of Kerala which we are not offering in Kerala. If anybody wants to apply, you can apply. So there was a textile engineering course, there was a ceramic course, there was a leather course, and a societal development course on offer. And I chose leather just for the heck of it, that it was in Chennai and I could go back to my place Kerala within 12 hours of train travel. In all other places, I needed 1 full day to travel. So that was the only reason I came in. But when we went into it, we found for ourselves that we had to study everything which we didn't want to study. You ran away from mathematics to come into this, but you had to study mathematics. You were forced to understand physics. Chemistry was all the 8 semesters. Ultimately, we now even had to study computer science and engineering, because we had to use CAD CAMs to design the footwear and bags. So this is one area where we are. So pedagogical innovations happen on a daily basis, and we attract all kinds of people into this field. These are some courses which you will see how people keep learning. As you can see, this particular lady is sitting and trying to understand how to cut a leather. you can also see here the trainer. This is in Ladakh, where he sits and shows how to draw, and from the drawing convert it into what this lady would do. This is in a village where they teach them the Kolhapuri chappal, which is very well known for India. How do you standardize and make them good? So these are segments where we can all look at, and these are some game-changing people that we have had in the 75 years. This particular man, when he did his BTech in this subject, his parents were from the farming background. They had taken a small loan to send him to college. Today, he is, after 20 years in this area, he is one of the largest exporters of leather apparels from this country. One area where the growth is very significant. Then you also go ahead and find this particular person, again almost from the same background kind of thing, does it. This guy is very different. He is not a leather technologist. He did some masters in computer science, was working in TCS or something like that. But he had a passion of driving, and that to bikes. He likes to go biking on weekends. But he found that he is not getting a good jacket to wear. So he came down, studied a leather apparel course with us, and started designing apparels. And now he makes bikers jackets. And his success was that the latest, the big racing that happens once in a while, and India was one of the chosen places, all the bikers used his jackets. And you know what? One jacket of his, can you guess what would be the price of a jacket? Just a leather jacket kind of thing, but there's a specialization on biker's jacket because it has got all those puffings and protection elements in case you fall and all that. Just multiply it by 3. Okay? A biker's jacket, one single piece, he sells it around 1.8 lakhs minimum. Right? And he just makes about 10 pieces to 20 pieces. He doesn't have a factory, he makes it at home. Because 10 pieces is the max he will make in a month. Okay? So these are the kind of things that happens. So the whole idea is that they are all introduced to an element or factor that changes the existing situation and activity. They have capitalized on the scenarios. They break the glass ceilings, observe beyond what is there, and try to capture that particular niche segment of working. And most importantly, for people like him, they don't fear to make a mistake. I have seen the first jacket which he made, and I have seen the jacket which he gave for the racing competitions recently. Marvelous difference in a year's time. And he has gone ahead and got best of the composite materials to reduce the weight of the jacket. In 1 year, the jacket weight has been reduced by 7 to 8 kilos by him. Just because he moved from metals to composites and better composites and so on and so forth. So thank you. I would only say that the science and technology arena actually starts with you all. I just gave you leather as an example. But please take it from me. Do not get depressed that you didn't get into the medical science that you or your parents wanted you to do, or you didn't get into an IIT or whatever. If you are really innovative, if you think outside the box, you can go and capture yourself as a leader in any place, any science that you want. I hope I am able to convey that message to you in this short time. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Thanks, Dr. Sriram. Very good exam. In fact, even being the sister lab, everything was not known to me at least. I also learned a lot. I was a student today. And that's the thing, out of box, think different. Only you work with passion, you will excel, be it whatever area. Thank you for such a fantastic lecture. Thanks very much.
Thank you, sir, once again for your excellent talk and briefly introducing the importance of leather in our daily life and the importance of more research needed for leather. Now I request Dr. Orun Bandyopadhyay sir to kindly address the audience.
No, I have presented. My fellow directors, Dr. Suman Goel Misra and Dr. Siram, our earlier director, Dr. Muralidharan, he was our director. Nice to see you, sir. My colleagues, students, teachers, ladies and gentlemen. I am really pleased and honored to be here to address the students in the occasion of 1 week, 1 lab program. Especially today's specialization theme is our Jigyasa program. I have a extended lecture, the actual lecture for the students following this, so I will not speak more. I will just tell a story here to encourage the students. You know, the Jigyasa program is launched to encourage the students and the people to take science in their career. When Mr. Mandal, Sudhendu Mandal asked the questions, how many of you will take science and technology? Few people raised their hand. That means we have many things to do. So the very basic purpose will be served if we could motivate more people, more students to take science in their career. Because the purpose of science is to tell the truth. Think of a lawyer, criminal lawyer, who will fight his whole life, spend his whole life to defend the untruth. But science will always fight for the truth. So now you will choose what you want to tell. Let me give and they tell me the story, because and then I will just finish my address. Everybody is now very excited because of the Chandrayaan, successful Chandrayaan mission. India reached moon. And you know that all our programs, the PSLV programs, and also our missile programs, one man was behind for all this leadership. Many people are there, but everybody remembers Dr. Abdul Kalam. So Abdul Kalam was, when he was very successful in missile program, and he was told by the then Defense Minister Venkataraman that, Kalam, can you make a missile? He said, yes, I can make a missile. And then they said that it was in early 90s, 1980s, 81, 82, 83. And then he was asked to make a presentation about the project, the way we define our project and get the grant. And he, along with Achyutanandan and other scientists, they actually made the presentation in Delhi. They were asked to reach Delhi in a hotel at night till midnight, late midnight. The meeting was there. And they proposed for some 270 crores, but in the next day, meeting extended to the next day, and then next day, the project was finally approved. By many stalwarts were there, reviewers were there, like Professor Brahma Prakash and other people are there. They are very successful people, and they are actually their visionaries for our today we are safe because of our strategic success. So they were there. And then one of the scientists, and I think Brahma Prakash also said that, okay, congratulations, you got a 390 crore project at that time. And somebody said to the minister that Kalam actually will miss his daughter's marriage. Kalam was not married, you know. So Kalam's daughter marriage means he is the daughter of his elder brother. Marriage was on that evening. They said that he cannot reach to the village because he had to go to Chennai, Chennai to Madurai, and Madurai to his village. There are plane journey and train journey. So Kalam took the flight and he thought that he will miss the marriage, wedding ceremony in the evening. He reached Chennai. When he reached Chennai airport, he saw one aircraft, one helicopter was waiting for him. And he was transferred to the helicopter. There was a defense helicopter, and the defense helicopter dropped him in Madurai, and from Madurai he could reach the place, his niece's wedding. So that's the strength, that's the success of a scientist. So you can make wealth by making a pickle factory, but no defense plane will come and carry you to your place. Thank you very much. I think you got the message. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your highly motivating words. Now I request our director, madam, to kindly felicitate our guest of honor. The flower vase is made by our one of our beneficiaries of CGCRI Khurja Center. It is beautifully decorated and glazed. Now I request Dr. Shubhodip Bodhok, Principal Scientist of CGCRI, to propose vote of thanks.
Thank you, Nijumadi. Very good morning to all of you. We are really very happy and excited to organize today's Jigyasa School Connect program as part of the ongoing CSIR 1 Week 1 Lab campaign hosting by CSIR-CGCRI. It was only possible due to the sincere support from everybody associated with this event. Hence, it is my great privilege to express our sincere gratitude to all who are associated directly or indirectly with our today's Jigyasa Student Scientist Connect program. First and foremost, on behalf of the organizing committee and also my own personal behalf, I sincerely thank Dr. K.J. Siram, Director, Central Leather Research Institute, Chennai, for kindly accepting our invitation and gracing the occasion as chief guest and delivering a fascinating lecture. We are also very much grateful to our very own Dr. Arun Bandopadhyay, Director of CSIR Indian Institute of Chemical Biology, which is our sister laboratory just across the street. Sir, thank you so much for kindly accepting our invitation and gracing the occasion. We are eagerly looking forward to listen your popular lecture in today's event. I convey my sincere thanks to Director Madam, Dr. Suman Kumari Mishra, for kindly gracing today's event, delivering the opening remarks and rendering continuous support and advice towards successful organization of the entire OWOL event, including today's Jigyasa School Connect program. I must mention our deep sense of appreciation for Sri Sitendu Mondal, Chief Scientist and Jigyasa Nodal Coordinator, and also Chairman of OWOL Committee, for his constant effort to make this program flawless. He motivated the whole team with minute-to-minute guidance and encouragement in the organization of this great event. I also express our gratitude to all the participants, including respected teachers from different schools across our state, and most importantly, more than 300 students present today here who have been the motivation of today's event. Last but not the least, I also wish to sincerely thank all the Jigyasa team members along with our colleagues from administration, civil, IT, and our R&D division for their tireless contribution in making today's event a grand success. So with this, again, I'd like to thank you all of you on behalf of the organizing committee. So thank you.
Dr. Bodhok, now please all of you please stand up for national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Now all HOD of R&D division and head of administration and Jigyasa team member are requested to come in the stage for a group photo. And there is arrangement of tea for all. So all students and teachers are requested to go into the KD Sharma hall. It is adjacent to our auditorium. And please come back by 10 minutes.
All the students are requested, please have a seat. Please, for 2 minutes, you have a seat, and then we will break for high tea. We will announce that. Please sit down.
Please come back in the
So now actually we can break for high tea. Kindly note it, we have only 10 minutes for the high tea. 11:30. By 11:30 we must be here because we have to start the next program. So now I'll just announce the school name. You can go to the our next door, KD Sharma Hall, Silver Point School. Please go by school wise. Silver Point School. Our volunteers are there, so they can take you to the KD Sharma. Silver Point School. Next, Loksimpat Singania School, Lakshmipat School. I request one volunteer to please take one school at a time. Next, Kendriya Vidyalaya Damdam. Kendriya Vidyalaya Damdam. Okay. Next, St. Xavier's Institution. Slow, slow. No need to rush. Please assemble here again by 11:30. Okay, you please proceed. So next school, Mukul Bose Memorial. I request you to please be seated. Let this the other school go and then. I request the volunteers outside of the auditorium, please guide the students to the K.D. Sharma Hall. So next school is Mukul Bose Memorial School, please. Mukul Bose Memorial School. Mukul Bose Memorial School. Next will be Gravity School. But please be seated. Let your friends go there first. Gravity High School, you may follow. And following that, we'll have the Summit School. Okay. One small announcement. I request just over a bit because we have a limited space in the K.D. Sharma, means that hall. Do not get disappointed. Okay. Just.
In early 2011,
Yes, please.
Corning, a global specialty glass and ceramics
তুমি আমাকে গেটে থেকে বলো যে কখন ওটা পাঠাবো। Kaushikda, you may actually ask the students outside to be seated on these chairs. Outside corridor chairs may be occupied. So now the Summit School may please proceed. Please reassemble here by 11:30. It's a request.
Hello.
Everyone, please be seated in the school wise. The morning you have been sitting in the school wise, so same fashion, you please be seated in the school wise. Do not shuffle, do not shuffle. Please be seated school wise. Everybody, please be seated on your respective seats. School-wise seating. ঠিক নাই, একটু মাইক্রো ম্যানেজ করাটা তো তাকে চিফ সায়েন্টিস্ট বলতেই পারে। বাংলাও আছে তো। ইনসিডেন্টে কটা এসছে? ইনসিডেন্ট থেকে এসছে তোমার ব্যক্তিগত সিনিয়র নিয়ে এসছে। হ্যাঁ, বেঙ্গলি। Everybody please be seated. এই বসে পড়ো তোমরা। যে যেখানে বসেছিলে সেখানে বসে পড়ো স্কুল ওয়াইজ। আমাদের we have to start the next program. As you know, from this program schedule, we have a day-long programs. There are multiple session, quiz, lot of interesting sessions will be there. ফোন করে দিচ্ছি, আগে বসুক। তুমি খেয়েছো? বাড়িতে ব্রেকফাস্ট করেছিলে তো? আমিও করেছি। সবাই বসে পড়ো, পেছনে যারা আছো তারা তাদের জায়গায় বসে পড়ো। প্লিজ বি সিটেড স্কুল ওয়াইজ। সবাই স্কুল ওয়াইজ বসো। হ্যালো হ্যালো, করবে ছটা স্কুল বলা হয়েছে, 7টা স্কুল চলে এসেছে। গণেশ একটা সামনের স্কুলটা একটু ইনিশিয়াল কন্ট্যাক্ট করেছিল, এবার এই যে কনফার্ম করেছে গণেশ দাকে ওরা পাঠিয়েছিল মেসেজ করে, গণেশ দা কমপ্লিট করেন করে গেছে এবং ভুলে গেছে, দেখেনি, ওভারলু করে গেছে। এবার যেটা হয়েছে প্যাকেট অ্যারেঞ্জ হয়েছে, কিন্তু আমরা তো এখন করতে পারবো না, সেখানে 7 জন স্টুডেন্ট এসেছে। তো অলরেডি আমাদের আজকে ক্যাপাসিটি হচ্ছে প্রায় 370 থেকে 380 স্টুডেন্ট। তাদের প্রতিশ্রুতি দেওয়া হয়েছে, প্রতিশ্রুত কম্পিউটার চালিয়ে লাইভ স্ক্রিন হচ্ছে, ইউটিউবে চালু হচ্ছে। এটা তুমি শুনে না তো, কিন্তু এখানে ছিল ক্লাস মুহূর্তে। Everybody please be seated, please, and keep quiet. Everybody please be seated in your respective school wise. We have to start our next program. Please keep quiet. We'll be starting our next program soon.
Keep silence, please. Hello, all of you are requested to keep silence, please. Now I request Dr. Kaushik Bishwas, Principal Scientist of CGCRI, to kindly introduce Dr. Bandopadhyay for popular lecture.
So we all are eagerly waiting for the popular talk to be delivered by Dr. Arun Bandopadhyay. So though Dr. Bandopadhyay is very well known to many of us, it is my proud privilege to formally introduce him among this vibrant audience full of young school students. Dr. Bandopadhyay completed MSc from Vishwabharati University in 1988 and MTech from IIT Kharagpur in the year 1990. He did PhD in molecular endocrinology. He has worked as postdoctoral fellow in South Korea and worked as a visiting scientist at the University of Cincinnati, United States of America. He has been working as a scientist in the Indian Institute of Chemical Biology, Kolkata, for the last 23 years. Presently, Dr. Bandopadhyay is leading the same institute in the capacity of director. His research interest includes cardiovascular and respiratory diseases. He has several research publications in internationally reputed journals and several granted patents to his credit. 20 students have been awarded with PhDs under his supervision. He is also fellow of Indian National Science Academy, National Academy of Science, and West Bengal Academy of Science and Technology. With this brief introduction, may I invite Dr. Bandopadhyay to deliver his talk titled Man is an Innovative Species.
What is there in the online? There? Hello. So good morning once again. I'm back now. So with the technical presentation, it's not technical, but it's a technical in terms of promoting science to take you science in your career. So we'll always advocate that you should take science in your future as a career. Science means science and technology in general, because you have studied, every study you have seen the power of science. And because of our good scientific policy, today we are safe compared to the many other nations. You can see now that a very developed country without developed strategic sector, they are ruined. Ukraine, but we are not like that. Even the countries who were actually got independence at that time, we are far better than them. But we have many things to achieve. But because of science and technology, so good science and technology policy. So let me just begin my lecture. I will just cover the human evolution and creativity, why we become creative and why creativity is necessary, and how we are ruling the world, and why science is actually linked to the humanity. And then the question will ask that if we are very rich once, why we are poor now? We are very rich, India was very rich, we will show you the data and the challenges ahead. So our journey begins in the form of a soup, primordial soup, from non-organic sources, not inorganic, non-organic sources, and is very nicely shown by Miller and Urey by their experiment that when spark was generated in a soup with water, methane, and other non-organic sources, then the nucleic acid is produced, which actually we now see as the DNA packed in the form of chromosome and in the cell. So that chromosome, that initial nucleic acid tried to be housed, protected. That's the evolution, evolved into a primordial cells, the cyanobacteria. So cyanobacteria was the first forms of life during the Precambrian time span. That's the NASA data, which finally evolved into prokaryotes and then developed cell, that is eukaryotes. So there are different prokaryotes, the DNA organized in a single chromosome, no nucleus, no mitosis, they are very primary early cells that is still there, the bacteria, other cells, prokaryotes, and then eukaryotes, the more developed cells, and then finally evolved into species, various species, the predecessors, the primates, and they say 65 million years ago, and then human evolved from our nearest neighbor, the chimpanzee, 6 to 7 million years ago. And then we started ruling the world. Wherever Homo sapiens went, they have ruled the world, their space. Even Homo sapiens crossed the barrier of the Indian Ocean, reached Australia, they killed animals, and they reached Australia and they reached far away without any modification in their organs. They modified, they created some vessels because of their brain. And then, so that is why human is superior and we are ruling the earth. So we are actually joking that human is reaching to moon, so we will also destroy the moon. There is a huge difference between our nearest neighbor in terms of genetic material, only 2% difference is there. But they cannot do complicated calculations, but we can do. That is why we are different. So the very three important revolution actually key for the ability to understand and ruling the world. Number one, the cognitive revolution, which happened in 70,000 years ago. Agriculture revolution, which happened 12,000 years ago, and scientific revolution 500 years ago. So cognitive revolution means the planning complex action, protection from wild animals, hunting large animals, cohesive groups, large group, but most importantly, cooperation. Only Homo sapiens learn to cooperate. When they learn to cooperate, they survive better and they did complicated action. Animals cannot cooperate. Few animals can cooperate. Few chimpanzee. Here, if you think that all of you are here, you are listening to me, you came, you will go back, very disciplined way, without any casualty, without any problems. But think of here that 1,500 chimpanzee will be here. It would be a mini chaos. So that's the difference between our nearest neighbor chimpanzee, our cousin, and us. But Homo sapiens can cooperate in a larger way also. Millions of people can assemble, listen to Prime Minister lecture, Chief Minister lecture, and they will go back home very disciplined way. That's the cooperation. So that is very important factor in our evolution. But at the same time, the human learn to innovate. The innovation that is necessary today's world also. The first great invention, the fire, that all of you know. Now let me tell you that greatest example of innovation, how changed the life. There are many examples. I want to give these two examples because they are very relevant. One is the story of the American, another story of our Indian Bengali born in Midnapur. See, Dr. Nick Holonaik, who was studying basic science, that was the example also. The understanding the basic science is very important for the tomorrow's application. So deep science, he was trying to, it is the former General Electric Laboratory near Syracuse, New York, where Holonaik demonstrated red light from a diode laser and light emitting diode in 1962, diode laser. So that took several decades, but it took several decades that to replace the addition bulbs in terms of this LED. Recently LED is there. So it took several decades to come into force, but the research was done at that time. And it revolutionized the idea. So we are now always at green energy, less energy, global warming, and then LED bulb actually reduced our electricity bill and also carbon footprint into the earth. And another example how science can, one person cannot change the world in terms of our healthcare, and also he became rich, by the way. So Dr. Manilal Bhomik, many of you have, I think, read his book. If you have not read his book. So Dr. Manilal Bhomik, born in Midnapur district, he studied in Kharagpur IIT, but he did his PhD. He got a postdoctoral fellowship in America, but his father didn't have enough money to support him for the airfare. So his father collected money from the villagers, and then they gave some money, and he went to USA. And he did research 10 years, for the 10 years on laser. Suddenly he found that laser has a huge application in human healthcare. What is the application? And then he discovered the laser assisted in situ keratomyelitis, the LASIK surgery. LASIK surgery is now very popular, everyday practiced, most of the doctors, ophthalmologists in multiple billions laboratory. So but that made him very rich. He is so rich that he made many organizations, any brilliant students who don't have money. He is actually helping them for studying medicines, engineering, or science in West Bengal. But he is so rich that he opened an institute in America, Institute of Theoretical Physics. He opened an institute and he hired Nobel laureates. So he is paying Nobel laureates because of this Midnapur village boy. So that's the power of science and technology. So he is so rich. Now, I will just say, it gives an example of the Western authors who showed some of the examples that how this science and technology actually help eradication of poverty. Actually, we are very poor once, not only Indians, all of the people. You can see the whole world was very poor. So percentage of world population living in extreme poverty was 90%. 90% people are living extreme poverty, 1820. Up to 1820, this recently. Now, at that time, science was not very developed. Modern science started thinking, some development started in mid of 1850s. And then you see with the growth of scientific development, the world poverty is very reduced. You can give an example that during COVID time, Government of India fed all the people without any price, any cost, with rice, wheat, ration, months after months. Why it was possible? Because of our green revolution, successful revolution, we had a huge storage of food grains. So the green revolution was done several years back, and CSIR has huge contribution in the tractor, our CMRI, CSIR Durgapur laboratory, and many other laboratory. So science and technology is directly involved to eradicate poverty. And similarly, the per capita income, you can see it is rising. It was very, very less. till 1950 or 60s. Post-World War actually started rising, but the concern is India's position. India's position is very poor, very less still now. It is rising, but we have to raise it compared to other countries. What happens to India? So India was very rich, as I said, 1770, 25% of world GDP, though the many people lived under poverty in the world, but India's condition was better. 25% of world GDP contributed by India, 2/3 of the world GDP, and this 1954% of world GDP. So from 25% to 1/4 to 4% of world GDP after independence. In 1750, Bengal was the richest province in India. In 1750, 1775, famine killed millions in Bengal. So 1750, Bengal was the richest province. That's why people used to come to Bengal for business and trade, and they thought that they will get some wealth. So British came for wealth here, and in 1775, famine killed millions in Bengal. That is the destiny. That is the actually fallacy. Because of what is the reason? Because the indifferent response and the attitude of the people at that time. So world GDP is now rising because of the world GDP is rising very much after the intervention of modern science, 1950s or the early 90s. It's a very sharp rise. So the science has direct role, because science actually is the subject, and the scientific mentality is the subject. There are other subjects which give reasons, believes in reasons. You have to give reasons, and then you can believe. You show, and then progress, and then humanism. Science, earlier days, you have to demonstrate, okay, this is true. When Jagadish Chandra Bose said, okay, the plant has some sense, plant can sense the pain, then he has to go to London and he has to show that yes, it works. So when he was presenting his instruments, and then they put some salt, something, and then potassium ferrocyanide actually, cyanide, and he was supposed to give the signal in his machine, but it failed. So people are laughing that, okay, it is not working, it is just all bogus. Then one of the one of the audience, from one person, he said that, he raised hand, he said, I know why it is not working. Then why? So all camera focused to him. He said, actually it will work because it was not the cyanide, it is actually salt, because yesterday one lady, very beautiful lady, went to buy this cyanide from my drugstore, but I thought that this lady may commit suicide, so I didn't give this cyanide, so I gave salt. So now I have this cyanide, you use it. And then Jagadish Chandra use it, and it shows that it is working. So that's the science, that you have to, not only you have to hypothesize, you have to do experiment, you have to show it. If nobody will believe that, okay, something is there, but in general, so that is the difference between science and other subject. And it is directly related to progress and humanism. So the question is, why, if we are very rich, why we are poor now? There are some of the reasons. The low literacy, people are very illiterate, poverty, lack of skill, British rule, and indifference attitude. At that time, our sultans or kings or emperors were very indifferent. They were just spending their happy life, and then nobody is bothered about the others. That's why there is no policy, there is no other things. At the same time, what Europe did, the global power, that's why shifted to Europe after 1750. And because they believed in central dogma, that is a Western concept, they believed that if you do research, then it will give power. What power? There are two kinds of power you need. Today also our prime minister, every president needs two kinds of power. One is the economic power and the strategic power. So the research will give this, both. So that's why they believe that part of their resources could be utilized for research. And whatever they will get from there, they will again spend for their research. So that is why we say ours are research and development laboratory. CSIR, all states were R&D laboratory, because we are doing research and development for the mankind. And so that is a central dogma of Western concept. They believed at that time we are not doing that yet. Because economy depends on the innovation, and Columbus also, and innovation requires fund, money, investors. So Columbus discovered America. So Columbus was preparing his voyage to America, 1492. At that time, he was asking for, he needs a lot of money because he has to build the ship, he needs people, he needs arms because there are a lot of uncertainties. So he wanted to build 3 ships and the people, arrange people. So he wanted, when many people, many other people, many leaders, many investors, businessmen, they said, no, we will not fund because there are a lot of uncertainties there. So then he proposed to the Spanish queen. Actually, these are the 3 ships, the Santa Maria, Nina and Pinta. So these are the ships he actually built. So then he approached to Queen Isabella, Spanish Queen Isabella. Isabella was very young queen, and she told that, okay, I will give you fund. But there is one condition. What is the condition? That wherever you will go, the land, whatever land you will discover, that will be ours. That will go to Spain. And that's the history. So the Spain, actually, the Spanish Queen Isabella made fortune. And Columbus discovered America. America went to, America became Europe, Spanish. And the Spanish people, they cultivated sugarcane because sugarcane was very important at that time, and they made a lot of money. And later, America became independent from the Spanish. So that is important. So everybody needs investors. That's why we need also money for our research. And it's a powerful concept. Today I was telling at the time when I was addressing that Abdul Kalam story, you know that Abdul Kalam is a pioneer for our SLV mission. Whatever you are seeing now, the Chandrayaan going, he initiated the SLV-1, SLV-2, SLV-3. First one was failure, then later success. A lot of things are there. I think many of you have read his book. If you have not read his book, The Wings to Fly. Wings to Fly, okay? You read this book, that's Wings for Fire. So that book has nicely presented. It is copied from here. So yeah, Wings of Fire, Abdul Kalam. So here you can see Professor Satish Dhawan and I explaining SLV results to Prime Minister of India. So the Prime Minister of India, Prime Minister of a country went to the lab. So they believed, okay, this is very important. How many Prime Ministers coming to our lab, my lab? Very few. They came here also, our lab also, when it was inaugurated or they just started. But how many Prime Ministers are coming to evaluate your project? If they think that is very important, so they will go. It was very important. The SLV mission was very important. Not only one Prime Minister after Prime Minister visited the lab. Which lab? ISRO lab, DRDO lab. So, you see, and it was the 2019, the Prime Minister was consoling ISRO chairman at that time. Many of us have seen, many of, I don't know whether I have seen this, because whole nation was expecting the Chandrayaan will land there, but it was a miss. And so he was consoling, he was there, Honorable Prime Minister was there. And then 2000, day before yesterday, 23rd August, you know the story. So that is the point, that there, if you can convince that yes, my science, my innovation has huge implications, then you will get a lot of funds. Even the people who are the investors nowadays, there are a lot of startups are there. The small, very young people, just after graduating, they have idea, they are getting funds, funded by the businessmen. They don't know science, but they thought, okay, this will have this huge implication. You will get fund, and you can do your test your innovation and make yourself rich and also country rich. So, but there are a lot of radical uncertainty. So science and technology will only face the radical uncertainty. What is the radical uncertainty? The uncertainty which cannot be predicted. One of the uncertainties which was not predicted, and we didn't think that it will be to that magnitude, was COVID. People thought there's some infection, something will always there here, some flood that is predicted, cyclone, typhoon predicted. These are not the radical uncertainty, maybe uncertainty. But the cosmological disaster is radical uncertainty. This but the recent times was we all faced the radical uncertainty because we are not able to control initially and we are indoor. So the modern Homo sapiens with so much development, with a tiny bacteria virus, 27 kb genome, ours is say 32 gigabase genome, a 25 kb genome, small gene, we are indoor. So we have to do many things, so that you have to come forward for that. So we faced this. This was the, you cannot imagine now that happened. We will forget it. This is the Calcutta city. Sunshan, nothing is there. Lockdown is Sunshan, Raspberry Avenue. Bengal newspaper cut out. And now you can see that everything is normal thanks to science and technology, because science and technology actually help. All of our labs, we actually help in many ways. From vaccine development, testing, COVID testing, sequencing, genome surveillance. From the day zero we started working. All scientists work. All scientists went to lab. Students, PhD students went to lab. Because at that time, the testing was not known by the doctors. Our doctors didn't know what is RT-PCR. We knew only RT-PCR. So on 23rd March, when lockdown was declared, on 25th March, I got a call from Command Hospital, the Alipur Command Hospital. That's Army Hospital. One Colonel, Dr. Colonel Ganguly called me that I need your RT-PCR machine, one RT-PCR machine. I said, what will you do with the RT-PCR machine? He said, RT-PCR is the only test for COVID. That's what the organization said. I said, we can give RT-PCR machine, because RT-PCR machine is very common in our lab. We have 30 RT-PCR machine in IICB, but they don't have an RT-PCR machine. At that time, in our clinical setup, RT-PCR was not very popular. So people didn't know what is RT-PCR. I said, okay, you can give the machine, but how can you run it? He said, you have to give training also. So then at that time, complete lockdown was there. So they sent the jeep, the army jeep. We sent the machine along with PhD students, worked day and night, and then standardized the protocol, showed them, trained them, and their trained manpower went other Udhampur, other army barrack, and then they trained there. That's the we contributed. And then that optimized protocol, I checked at late night and put into ICMR portal. They accepted, then they started RT-PCR testing. In that way, we helped many hospitals in Kolkata. We set up a complete full facility in Raiganj Medical College. Just few months back, we just took it back, all the facilities. Not only RT-PCR machine, we put many other machines, a complete facility was created there. So that's the way we help in the COVID testing. Same time, we are the only institute, we were able to sequence the genome. At that time, people are concerned whatever new mutations are coming. How can you know the new mutations? You have to sequence them. So what are samples? Some of the people coming to airport, Calcutta airport, samples sent to our lab, and we did sequencing and participated in the project with another institutes in Kalyani, NIBMG. They have a very good machines. So in that way, we help in the COVID mission. And many other labs, they have made this oxygen chamber and other things. So whatever way, all the scientists, whatever there, we have facility, all the R&D labs, we help in the COVID management. So we, scientists can also, and the society felt the need of the scientists. Because at that time, on 24th March, and then following week, everything was closed. All universities, school, colleges, temples, mosques, priests, everything was closed. Only, even the education institutions were closed, universities were closed. Only two things were open. One is the hospitals and the scientific laboratory, R&D laboratories. And we were allowed and we were told to keep open because of our necessity at that time. So at that time, government consulted scientists and the doctors, no other people, no priest, no monks were consulted for the management of COVID. So that is the power of the science and scientist. This is the challenge. You know this? Yes. Yes. So now just knowing the information and blindly following the information, you put into trouble. But you need other type. You need you have to evolve, you have to innovate, you have to patent, and you have to apply. You need that kind of tools. Fourth industrial revolution is a major challenge. Now you know that these are the technologies are being developed, Internet of Things are being developed, robotics, virtual reality, artificial intelligence, all of you know these are the challenges, and these are the changing the way we live. These are the people who are changing our life. You know, all of you, okay? They are changing our life. They are spending their life. They are thinking that they have to save the humanity. Elon Musk is not sleeping. He thinks that we have to take all the people to moon or Mars, because otherwise this earth will be abandoned one day. So these are the people. and we have to participate there. These are the things will completely change, will make 90% of the people redundant, useless. All of you will be useless, because when you will come to the job market after several years, you will not get job easily. You can see the how IT people are losing jobs, because you don't need IT now. Things will be done by artificial intelligence. Unless you have a strength in core subject, you have to have a domain knowledge. Otherwise, you cannot succeed, you will not get job. Your job is not guaranteed. Today you will get job, after 3 months, your subject is irrelevant. Thanks to all these things. You know that this is an example of the driverless car. One car, say when we are driving, I don't know what what the car ahead of me is thinking. We don't know. So there is a huge fault. Mistake can happen. He will put a brake. I don't know when he is putting brake. But this, in future, very soon, it is working in San Francisco City, that they will give a free ride if you take the driverless car, because you are the actual guinea pig. But it is working very nicely. Elon Musk will give a free ride wherever you want to go in San Francisco City if you use the driverless car. By that he is generating data. So what I am going to tell you, that here one car is communicating with another car. Not only that, they are communicating in clouds. So the car, around 1 kilometer of one car can communicate with each other. So you can see the chances of accidents will be very, very less. The chances of accident using by humans are more than when the cars will be communicating within the cloud. And you can see that how things are getting changed. They worked by robot, and this is the story that Walmart expands use of Bosa Nova robots from 50 to 350 stores, and several thousands people are out of job. You see, the working this FedEx store. So everything is taken. So all human labor will be managed by the machine and robots. So that's the concern for you, for young generation, because you will be in the job market very soon. This is an example how car manufacturing relied on horse-drawn carriages to deliver each frame to the workers in 1910, 1915, 1900. This is in Ford Motor manufacturing factory. So this is the one by one very slow process, but Ford discovered the assembly line system. He thought, he was not an engineer, but he was very innovative. So he thought that, okay, if we can, instead of the machine, these things will go, it will actually move. So he will fix one by one, and then that's called assembly line. So that assembly line, his innovation reduced the time it took to build a car from more than 12 hours to 2 hours and 30 minutes. So from 12 hours to 2 hours. In 1930, determined to find a more efficient way to make cars, Henry Ford launched the industry's first moving assembly line at the Highland Park plant, Detroit, Michigan. Then assembly line system adopted by many other companies, breweries, many factories, because it reduces time. So these are the very important changes in the history of mankind. But now, so before 2020, you can see some people are working. This is the assembly line system in a very modern, say, Honda or Ford car system. You can see now, no human. So nobody is required. Your cars are being produced, nobody is required. Only one person is operating from the far away. So this is the situation now. Within 100 years, nothing is, no manpower is necessary. So this is terrifying. Regarding biotechnology, this is the golden age of biotechnology. I will finish with a few slides regarding biotechnology, because that's our area. You know, the biotechnology development started later, because it requires a high computing power and other technology. Those are developed now. So the speed of technological progress, better understanding of human biology, and bigger toolkit is available. CRISPR-Cas and many things. So using CRISPR-Cas, you can edit the gene. Many people are now suffering from many diseases which can be edited by using the gene toolkit. People will live with cancer in few years, 10 years down the line, because you know immunotherapy is very popular, very advanced therapy now. So by immunotherapy, people can live with cancer. But presently, immunotherapy is very expensive in India. That is called CAR T cell therapy. So your T cell will be genetically engineered, and then that will be put into your system, so the cancer can be prevented. So your immune system should be boosted up, but that is very expensive in India, say several crores. So what we are trying to do in our lab and many other labs, they are trying to make a very easy process, so that our company, Indian company, can take and make in India, so that people can get it. So in future, more and more people will live for around 80 plus, 90, 100 years. And so more and more people will suffer from cancer. More and more people will suffer from Alzheimer's disease. So there is a huge opportunity to work in this area. And because of the CAR T cell therapy, people will live with cancer because it will be given in the outpatient system. It will be integrated into their system very soon because of the science and technology. So in future, so we started with organic evolution from non-organic source, and then the biochemical algorithms we can understand because of the machine, AI and other things. AI can hack our system, can understand what is happening in our blood, what is happening in our body. So we can predict heart attack. We can predict many diseases well beforehand. So that is the biochemical algorithm can be hacked, but at the same time it is very risky because people can know what we are thinking and what is inside the body. Already the system can know because you are always sharing our data. We are putting our mobile phone on and going to the internet all the time, giving all the data all the time. So they can know that what you are thinking and what is your choice. That Amazon book, other things, whatever book you purchase, that kind of book will come. So that AI is there applying. So that's hacking. So biochemical hacking, the biochemistry is also important. It is possible, and people can hack our algorithms because they all are basically algorithm. And then finally Homo sapiens will be hacked. And then you can even know that whoever has seen this movie, Avengers, The Age of Ultron, how many people have seen this movie? I have seen it. Yes. So here you have seen that the final war was between no organic things were there. Only two circuits were fighting. But message for the teachers and the guardians are not here, that we have to take risk. So across human history, creativity is successful in a society where failure is encouraged. In our society, failure is not encouraged. We are not brought up in that way. But the greatest risk is not to take risk. Therefore, you have to take risk, and parents should encourage the children to take risk and the failure. Because in our lifetime, you will have more failure than success. If you can adapt your failure, you adjust with your failure, then you will be successful. Thank you very much. So these are acknowledgements from several books. Thank you.
If anyone has any question to ask to sir, please.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to ask a question. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, I have a question in regard to cellular intelligence. A few days back, I had watched a video on how the cells coordinate amongst themselves, from the nucleus to the endoplasmic reticulum to the other parts inside a cell, how they communicate with each other when they are trying to protect against any foreign element, or when they are trying to move the proteins from here to there. And we know that deep learning, which is the mode of AI right now, uses neural networks inspired from the neurons in our brains. Can there be a segment in AI and artificial intelligence in the near future which uses this cellular intelligence technology, as you have mentioned immunology already, like cancer cells are being tested, why they can escape our treatment so efficiently, and if we can crack that and if we can help people. Also, sir, you said about automation and how we will be becoming a useless class in the near future. With the growth of technology, technological disparity is also growing amongst people. So we, the students here present, we are going to be the future change makers, thought leaders. So do we have the potential to bring people on the same page to diminish the technological gap? These two are my questions to you.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, very good question. I will start from the last questions. Yes, everybody has the potential. Everybody has the potential. There was an experiment done by the psychologist, Nobel laureate psychologist, Nobel laureate economist, and they did the experiment with the teacher that they gave a test, and after test they got the score, but the score was shared with the teacher, class teacher, that okay, somebody gives A plus, A, some brilliant or something like excellent, outstanding, 5 students out of that. After 1 year, these 5 students really become A plus, outstanding, B plus, A plus, like this. But these all 5 students, they actually showed to the class teacher good, they are actually all D+. So the concept that you have to believe. So the teacher believed and the students also believed that yes, we are A+. So they made A+. So everybody has potential. You have to believe yourself and you have to do it. So you can make a change. So, but regarding this, the useless class, yes, it is very challenging. But you have to, as I said, that the core domain knowledge should be there. Know this artificial knowledge. You should. Some people are doing experiments that okay, in future, since so many people cannot be given job, so what they will do, they will give some minimum basic income. So who is actually very lazy, doesn't want to work, he will get some money. So in Finland, they conducted an experiment. They said, okay, let's give some $1,000 every month or $500 every month to some of the people because they are Walmart and other things, they have no job. So they got $500 and they thought that these people will be obese, they will be metabolic challenge, they will be disease. And after 1 year, they found, okay, they are nice. They are actually playing, they are playing football, they are having nice life with $500 only. So it depends. So, but the challenge is, country like India cannot give the basic minimum income to all the people. So because we have so many people. Therefore, we have to be very science and technology smart. Otherwise, we will not be able to succeed. And regarding our biological things, yes, cell-cell communications are all studied. So there are proteomics, genomics, and multiomics, large data we are generating, and that can be coupled to AI and easily can be, our whole system can be hacked. It's all basically algorithm. Thank you.
So any more questions? So maybe one more questions sir can take, if anybody. So if not, please give a big round of applause to sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Lecture on human revolution, contribution of great scientists like Motilal Bhowmik, and role of R&D in the every sphere of life and every crisis of life, starting from COVID to cancer. So thank you, sir, once again. Now I request Dr. Devdulal Saha to present a videography presentation. He is a scientist, senior principal scientist at CGCRI.
Thank you, Nijamadi. Now, good afternoon, all students. Okay, actually, in CGCRI, more than 10 divisions. Okay, so it is difficult to arrange visit our divisions for a lot of students. So that is why we planning videography for division-wise videography for different domain of research and technology development in our lab. Like optical fiber, like bioceramics, like non-oxide ceramics, like sensors. For different domains we are working in our lab. So one by one, division-wise, now I'm showing the video here. If any questions and after the video completion, then we can talk. Okay. Now start.
Welcome to CSIR, Central Class in Ceramic Research Institute, Kolkata.
Namaskar. The journey of Advanced Ceramics and Composites Division of the Institute was started during early 70s with high temperature material research, particularly on silicon nitrogen system by late Dr. Joydev Mukherjee and his group. It is now grown up with the development of advanced materials for strategic, structural and energy applications to meet the need of the nation. The main objective is to heighten technology-oriented, high-quality basic and applied research of the institute. CGCRI is the pioneer for fabrication of silicon nitride electromagnetic window by reaction bonding synthesis route for supersonic radar-guided missile, popularly known as radar, which is of great demand by the Indian Strategic Defense Establishment for high-speed Shikhar missile technology under development at RCI DRDO Hyderabad. Radome protects the radar antenna from erosion, corrosion, aerodynamic load and thermal shock while facilitating electromagnetic wave propagation and radar communication for target tracking. It caters country's military prowess and self-reliance with Make in India technology. The ongoing technology development and research efforts stem from a strong collaboration with the strategic agencies of the country like DRDO, ISRO, DAE and many more. CGCRI also developed silicon nitride ball bearings, the substitute of metal component for high-speed military combat vehicles. Silicon nitride diaphragm tube for separation of toxic and hazardous component from nuclear reactor plant. Carbon fiber reinforced composite, clutch plate, brake disc and ring with high abrasion resistance compared to metal for high-speed heavy military vehicles. Dense alumina and silicon carbide armor tile for armored vehicles to resist projectile penetration through high hardness and compressive strength. Silicon carbide jet fan hub assembly for rocket engine with a propelling nozzle to expand the accelerate combustion products to high supersonic velocities. Silicon aluminum oxynitride based cutting and drilling tool used for mining industry. With the advanced machining facilities, CGCRI is engaged to fabricate surface finished different engineering components from brittle and hard materials. With the development of world-class advanced ceramics-based materials, CGCRI earned a reputation in India and abroad. CGCRI is always at the service of the nation. Thank you very much.
Since its inception in 2000, we at Bioceramics and Coating Division in CSIR-CGCRI Kolkata have developed multidisciplinary competencies in the area of biomaterials, additive manufacturing, in vitro tissue culture and surface area. We are proud to be among few forerunners in the country involved in developing healthcare products in the country. Our activities are targeted to provide state-of-the-art healthcare primarily at affordable cost and are aligned with national missions such as Swasth Bharat, Make in India and Innovate India. Our unending research efforts during last 2 decades resulted in 12 technologies and among them 10 of them have already been licensed to different industries in this sector. We adopted product re-innovation approach to upgrade or value addition to existing technologies. Our current development activities can lead to at least 8 different healthcare products within next 3 to 4 years with technology readiness level up to 6. In this video, we highlight selected innovative products for load-bearing, non-load-bearing implant applications and also some heat-resistant coatings for aerospace applications.
In 2022, our team has successfully transferred the manufacturing technology for JTA-based ceramic femoral ball and acetabular cup for total hip replacement to CSIR-CGCRI Private Limited, an Indian medical device company. Our team has also successfully developed pure hydroxyapatite-based porous and lightweight integrated orbital implants that facilitates 100% movement of implanted eye with respect to normal eye. This technology has been transferred to different Indian companies. Our group is the foremost in India who has transferred manufacturing technology of hydroxyapatite, tricalcium phosphate and biphasic calcium phosphate based bone grafts to various Indian companies like IFGL Rourkela, Jesco Chennai and Orthotech Gujarat. Our group is also actively engaged in fundamental and futuristic research, which is the stepping stone for transforming them into viable products. For example, we have developed new generation high performance polymer composite based 3D printed spinal cage implant for the treatment of low back pain. Recently, we have also developed hydroxyapatite from fish scale, which mimics native bone composition. We have also identified a novel strontium conjugated non-calcium phosphate based synthetic bone grafts that promotes early bone formation.
We have designed electrospun antibacterial bioactive glass micro nanofiber based bracing that works at molecular level in the wound healing cascade and heals the diabetic ulcer without a scar in a short period of 15 to 20 days. Additionally, to cater the need of our Indian Army during military combat, we designed a unique mesoporous composition of a hemostatic glass that stops the profuse arterial bleeding rapidly via its well-known glass effect.
Our division has been working on development and utilization of high temperature resistant glass and glass ceramics coating for the last 20 years. Various types of heat resistant glass frites are being utilized by Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, Koraput Division, Odisha, to apply as high temperature resistant glass ceramics coatings on their actual MiG series aero engine components. So in conclusion, our group has been involved in various R&D activities across healthcare spectrum, supported by our unique state-of-the-art facilities. With our unique skill set coupled with undiminished enthusiasm, we are firmly committed to serve our nation by continuously providing affordable healthcare to all segments of Indian population. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Welcome to Energy Materials and Devices Division. CSIR-CGCRI is committed to develop solid oxide fuel cell technology for the nation. The process starts with the batch formulation, followed by the casting of porous anode layer, semi-porous anode functional layer, and finally the dense electrolyte layer by the standard method of tape casting, either by the normal casting or by the co-cast method, where first anode layer is cast followed by the anode functional layer over the anode layer, and finally casting of the electrolyte layer over the anode functional. The green cell is then prepared by the lamination process, followed by pressing, binder burnout, sintering and pre-flattening, where we get the half cell. Over the electrolyte surface of the half cell, one layer of the cathode functional layer and the 3 layers of the cathode layer are screen printed, followed by heat treatment. This makes the full single cell. These cells are then further taken for the single cell testing or stack testing. For the stack loading, cells are stacked one over the other, where bipolar plate separates one cell with the other cell with the CVM connections. The pneumatic load arrangement keeps the stack compact in efficient functioning of the stack. CGCRI has demonstrated 1 kW rated SOFC stack using hydrogen and oxygen. Moreover, we have demonstrated 500 watt SOFC stack using reformed natural gas and air. Apart from this, we are also working on the electrolyzer technology for the steam electrolysis for hydrogen generation, with an aim to utilize the waste heat from the thermal power plant, and we are also in the process of heat integration to utilize the heat coming out of the system.
Since 2004, CGCRI has been actively engaged in developing advanced ceramic-based electrode and solid electrolyte materials for world's most sophisticated rechargeable lithium batteries. High-end battery-grade electrode components are prepared with CGCRI patented processes and scaled up for battery application. In recent time, CGCRI developed a first-of-its-kind separator component for lithium-ion, sodium-ion and supercapacitor applications. The developed paper-based ceramic separator has been named as Paperator and fabricated using in-house designed semi-automated machine up to a scale of 100 meter in length with flexible width. This Paperator showed flame retardant characteristics, which is an essential safety requirement for any battery. The developed ceramic-based cellulosic separator is a perfect low-cost alternative of commercial plastic separators and recognized as one of the 16 CSIR technologies with future market potential.
CGCRI is also engaged in photoelectrochemical water splitting, which is considered as a sustainable technology for green hydrogen generation through harvesting solar energy by semiconductor photocatalysts. In photoelectrochemical cells, water molecules directly dissociate into hydrogen and oxygen. The current density of the photoanodes is much higher under light irradiation conditions than under dark. Photoelectrode materials must exhibit solar to hydrogen conversion efficiency of above 10% for their commercial viability.
Fiber Optics and Photonics Division in CGCRI started its journey in the year 1982. We have at present 3 verticals in the department. Primarily we focus and do research in the area of specialty fiber fabrications, where rare earth doped special type of fibers are developed. Second major activities of our department is in the areas of development of fiber lasers and high power fiber amplifiers. The third major activity which we are now venturing into is in the area of optical fiber sensor.
The Fiber Optics and Photonics Division started its journey in the 1980s to establish indigenous capability in fabricating different types of optical fiber and fiber-based devices. CSIR-CGCRI is the only research organization in India working in this area, and it's well known for its work in India and abroad. The activities were initiated by creating a state-of-art facility for optical preform fabrication, namely the modified chemical vapor deposition process and drawing of polymer-coated commercial-grade optical fiber. Since then, the division has evolved into an advanced laboratory with all modern facilities and different kinds of preform fiber characterization facility for producing different kinds of specialty optical fibers for applications in industrial, medical, and strategic sectors. Throughout these years, the division has contributed significantly and demonstrated its capability to develop fibers of various designs and functionality, such as rare earth fibers for amplifier and high-power laser systems, photosensitive fibers, radiation-resistant fibers, polarization maintaining fibers, nano-engineered fibers, photonic crystal fibers, and many others as per users' requirement. With this core strength, the activities has expanded to fiber-based components and device development. Currently, the department's research is focused on developing different kinds of specialty fiber of novel waveguide design for the future and fiber-based prototype device development in collaboration with industrial partners. This includes developing packaged high-power fiber laser systems at 1 micron and 2 micron for industrial marking, engraving, laser cutting and drilling, and medical applications in kidney stone breaking and lithotripsy. Other activities include high-power optical amplifiers for fiber-to-home and free space communications, photonic crystal-based supercontinuum source for biomedical applications, and different type of fiber sensors using fiber Bragg grating and long period fiber grating for different applications in railway pantograph, structural health monitoring, and monitoring of high temperature at critical industrial places.
Welcome to the Refractory and Traditional Ceramics Division of CSIR-CGCRI. In our division, we are primarily involved in the R&D on refractory raw materials and products for iron and steel, non-ferrous metal, cement, glass, and other high temperature processing industries.
The main activities of our division can be divided into 4 verticals: R&D projects, testing, training, and cluster development. A major thrust of our research activity is focused on harnessing the potential of Indian minerals for making refractories. Indian bauxites and magnesites contain various impurities that impair their high temperature applications. We have devised several approaches to circumvent these limitations. Carbon bearing refractories play a vital role in steel metallurgy. We have done several sponsored research activities from industries to improve existing magnesia carbon, alumina magnesia carbon, and alumina carbon refractories. Some of these have reached the industrial application level and giving better output. In a recent activity, we developed a basic dry ramming mass for an induction furnace and scaled it up to the industrial trial. If successful, this will help to produce high quality steel from the induction melting room. Industrial solid waste such as steel slag, fly ash, red mud, electroporcelain waste, garnet sand were utilized to develop useful ceramic materials like tiles and paver blocks for structural applications. We have all the facilities for high temperature characterization of refractory materials such as creep, refractoriness under load, hot MOR, thermal expansion, etc. Also, we have been providing reliable testing services for industrial refractory products over 5 decades.
I am Jyotirmoy Shikdar, Chief Scientist and Head of Support Division in this laboratory. The name of this division is Advanced Materials and Chemical Characterization Division. The instruments used in the chemical sections are ICP MES, which is used for quantitative analysis of elements, ICP AES, used for simultaneous analysis of elements, and atomic absorption spectrometer, analysis of concentration of elements, finally analysis of concentration of iron and titanium. The instruments of the MFF section are vibrating sample magnetometer, used for measurement of magnetic hysteresis loop, magnetic force microscope, used for magnetic domain imaging for magnetic materials, impedance analyzer, used for measurement of impedance spectrum. Instruments of the mechanical section are, that is the universal testing machine. There are two, Instron and Zwick. They are used for testing tensile, flexure and compression factors. Hardness testing machines, they are used for testing hardness and Young's modulus. They work on various range of hardness. SHPB, that is split Hopkins pressure bar, which is mainly used for characterization of high strain rate of materials. The main tasks of this division are: first, testing and evaluation of all samples from CGCRI, other labs of CSIR, industries and other academic and R&D organizations. Second, to carry out testing methods as per ASTM and IS standards. Third, to generate ECF by testing of external samples.
Myself, Dr. Torun Kumar Koyal, Chief Scientist and Head Material Characterization Division. Primary objective of Material Characterization Group is to provide characterization facilities of ceramics, glass, metals and composite materials to promote multidisciplinary research for better understanding and control of composition, structure, properties, correlation. We offer characterization facilities to all R&D programs of the institute as well as external industries, academia and government agencies. State-of-the-art characterization facilities like X-ray diffractometer, X-ray fluorescence spectrometer, field emission scanning electron microscope, high resolution analytical transmission electron microscope, focused ion beam field emission scanning electron microscope and photoelectron spectroscope provide in-depth information about the structural and morphological properties of materials. Fourier transform infrared spectroscope and carbon, nitrogen, oxygen analyzers provide vital information regarding the chemical species present in the test sample. Differential thermal analysis, thermogravimetric analysis, differential scanning calorimetry, dilatometry, thermal conductivity, rheometry, porosimetry, specific surface area analysis and particle size analysis are used for characterizing various thermophysical properties of advanced materials. Training on the advanced material characterization facilities are provided to students from high schools and colleges during open days of the institute. Apart from the R&D support services, scientists of the division are also actively pursuing research areas such as flexible tactile sensors for detecting various physiological parameters, biodegradable and antimicrobial polymer composites as top sheets of sanitary napkins, and calcium hydroxide nanopowder based restorative materials for heritage structure restoration.
Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you for your questions. Now mic hand over to Nijumati. Nijumati, please.
Thank you, Dr. Shah. Now I request Dr. Atiya Rahman Monla and Dr. Anil Tarafdar for a technical presentation on transparent testaments.
हेलो साउंड दीजिए साउंड ऑन कर दीजिए
ঠিক আছে, এটা দিয়ে চেঞ্জ তো।
So, good afternoon to all of you. Thank you so much. So, I will just introduce you with the amazing world of glass. So, glass was not shown in the video. Just I will just give you some idea what is glass and why glass is so amazing material, right? So, if you feel bored or if you have some questions, don't hesitate to ask me or raise your hand. So, it should be a very interactive and vibrant presentation I just looking for. So, my topic is the transparent testaments. So, glass is considered as a transparent material, and it actually shaped the modern world. So, how it has shaped the modern world, that we will try to review. Okay. So, one French architect, he mentioned that a world without glass would strike at the foundation of the modern progress. So, through this course of this presentation, we'll basically try to understand that this statement is very, very valid and it is undeniable. So, glass contribution to the shaping modern world or sustainable society has been actually well accepted by the United Nations. So, you know that 2022 has been declared by the United Nations as the International Year of Glass. So, this is for the first time in the history any material's name has been recognized as the International Year of Glass because of its tremendous contribution. So, why United Nations actually prompted to declare the year as the International Year of Glass? United Nations has actually set 17 sustainable development goals for a sustainable society. So, out of this, they found that among 12 sustainable goals, glass is contributing immensely. So, that is the glass as the only material that can contribute to have a sustainable society, and that has been recognized by the United Nations, and they declared the year 2022 as the International Year of Glass. And what actually makes the glass so special, that I will try to understand. So, glass has been considered as most transformative material among all the materials, and glass is one of the most enduring material. Basically, if you have a glass pen or glass window, it can sustain for 1,000 years without any problem. So, you have seen the glass is very durable material and virtually impermeable. No gases can pass through this glass material. So, you can use the glasses. It has absolute transparency, and with the highest quality, you can see the world, and it can also protect you from the harsh environment. Okay. Another aspect of glass is that glass is having unprecedented transparency. So, there is no other material that can match the transparency with glass is having, and all the applications of glass actually comes from its transparency. So, I will show all these things, and it has tremendous thermal and mechanical integrity. You can use at high temperature and mechanically very, very stable material compared to other materials. And glass can be engineered to make incredibly strong and damage resistant, right? So, how many have heard about Gorilla glasses? Yeah. So, Gorilla Glass is a strong glass, right? So, I will discuss how Gorilla Glass is made. And you have heard about the bulletproof glasses. So, that also we will try to learn how bulletproof glass is made, and also some smart glasses through this presentation. So, we will try to find out these questions. Basically, we will try to answer these questions. And if you have any questions, you can just ask me, we'll discuss that. So, how it will be the world without glass, and how glass transforms the world, how it is changing the world, help us to change the world, and what is glass, that I will understand what is glass, and how it is manufactured in the industry, right? That we will see. And glass can be made stronger than steel. Is it possible? Glass can be made stronger than steel. It is possible. How many will agree with that? Is it possible to make glass stronger than steel? Yeah. So, we will show if it is possible or not. We will just analyze that. Okay. And we will discuss some commonly used glass like bulletproof glass, Gorilla Glass, how it is made, and science behind that. All these things we will discuss. And my friends, colleagues in the glass community, they argue that we are in the glass age. So, we will try to see that whether already we are in the glass age or not. So if you want to see how it will be the world without glass, okay, so if there is no glass in the earth, so what will happen? Just close your eyes for a few seconds and just imagine that magician has vanished all the things from the world where glass is attached. So what are the things will be vanished? Just imagine, try to imagine. Okay. So I have listed something, but only few, but this list is innumerable and it's an exhaustive list you will find. So you will not find this kind of your mobile phones, it will vanish because display is used made of glass. Television set, the computer, the tablet, and all the communication fiber will be vanished. So you will not get any connectivity. Internet will be vanished from the world. Also all the buildings, this building will vanish, you will not be able to see. The cars, the road will become empty because there will not be any car which is not having any kind of glass. So road will become empty, the aeroplane will not be there, the trains will not be there, and the camera, this will vanish again. The Xerox machine and these telescopes and optical microscope, all these will vanish. And the spectacles, who are wearing the spectacles, so all these will vanish. So without glass, you just cannot imagine a world. Okay, the modern world you cannot imagine without glass. That's what I'm trying to just show here. And most importantly, you will find that the lighting device, the bulbs and tubes, if you vanish from the world, then the whole world will become dark. So you will just end up in a primitive dark age. Okay, so this kind of tremendous contribution glass is having that we often ignore them basically. So glass, and I will try to show how glass actually chronologically help to understand, help to save the modern world. So all the beautiful buildings in the world, okay, all the beautiful buildings, you name it, the Burj Khalifa and other buildings actually, all the faces are made of glass. You understand that? So why glass is used as a building material? Do you have any answer to that? Any idea? Huh? Catch the to catch the attention. Any other? Why glass is used as a facade material? So that's the right answer. It's beautiful, aesthetically very pleasing. And any other? Trap sunlight, very good, very good. Any other? His. Hello? Huh?
Reflecting the sunlight, like.
That is okay. So one is the aesthetics. Glass is aesthetically, there is no other material that can match with the glass. And second is energy efficient. Energy efficiency of the glass. But I will show you, by using the glasses, smart glasses, how we can basically, the global warming issue, the pollution issue that can be overcome. That I will show you in the next slide. So you know that 40% of the energy in the world is used for maintaining the buildings. There's a huge amount of energy used for maintaining the building in the world, right? So all these buildings, there is a loss of heat from the building. That is around 25 to 30%. And we can use smart windows in the glasses. Smart window as the glasses can be smart enough to basically control the light, how much light it will pass into your material, pass into your building, and how much heat it will go out. So you can have glasses with coatings and electrochromic glass, thermochromic glass, photochromic glass, suspended particles. So all these glasses has a smart, and they are able to basically control the how much light you want to get in and how much light you want to get out. So by this way, you can basically reduce the energy loss by 25 to 30 to 50%. So this much of energy you can basically save by using this kind of smart windows. So this has huge impact to combat the global warming and pollution control issue. So how glass basically gradually impacted our world. So this is Professor Reinhard Konrad. He is the chairman of International Commission on Glass. So Reinhard Konrad actually, he pointed 5 revolutions, right? So first one is the glass is considered the foundation of natural science. Why it is considered the foundation of natural science? That I want to show you. The thermometer, it was discovered in the 18th century to measure the temperature. So without glass, you cannot measure the temperature, and you cannot make any kind of natural science experiments without knowing the temperature and also the pressure. So for measuring the temperature, pressure, you need glasses. So glass is the basis for all these kind of natural science research, and also all these laboratory utensils that we use now. So all these are made of glasses. So without this kind of glasses, no chemistry lab will exist. Understand? So second revolution is the artificial lighting. So Thomas Edison discovered this light in 19th century, but that you need a transparent encapsulating durable material. So glass is the ultimate choice. So without glass, the whole world will become dark. So lighting is another revolution that is possible because glass was present and glass has been discovered. And optical glass, it has tremendous contribution in shaping in the modern world. So how it is doing? So optical glass, you know, is used in the microscopes and also telescopes. So microscopes, what we do, we can see the bacteria, virus, and different cells that help us to basically discover different kind of vaccines and medicines. So glass actually indirectly helped us to understand or to find out, discover different kind of viruses and vaccines and medicines and all these things. So glass has huge impact on medical science. And also the telescopes. Without glass, you cannot make any telescopes that connects you with the celestial objects. You can see the faraway objects to this kind of telescope. So telescope is the basis for all the astronomical research. So that is not possible without this kind of glasses. And you know all about X-rays, right? Okay. So for X-ray sources, you need this kind of glasses. And without this glass, you cannot make X-ray source. And X-ray, you know, it has tremendous application for medicine and medical devices. So you can see the inside of your body. You can see if you have any bone fracture or a defect in your body, you can observe through this kind of X-ray. And also it helps in material science research. You can discover different kind of new crystals. Around 50,000 new crystals has been discovered through the help of this XRD. The fifth revolution was that electronics and telecommunication. So in electronics, we use a lot of semiconductors. So semiconductors is we use different kind of glasses. So all these are basically semiconductors. We use glasses. So any electronic device, you need to have semiconductors. And also telecommunication fiber, you know, that was discovered in 2009, and he got the Nobel Prize for that. So whole world is basically wrapped with optical fibers. So those optical fibers are made of glasses, essentially glasses. So without glass, you don't have this kind of connectivity. The seamless connectivity that we get, high-speed internet we get, that is because of the optical fiber that is produced through the glasses. So glass has this kind of contribution for shaping the modern world. So now what is glass actually? So there are 3 kinds of material. One is metal, ceramics, and polymer. So out of these 3 materials, glass is falling under which category? Ceramic, okay, any other? So out of these 3 materials, like metal, ceramics, and polymer, glass is falling under which category? Ceramics, only ceramics. Polymer also, okay. Then composites, okay. Metal, no, metal can be made glass. So actually the question is, or whatever you answer is partially true. Actually, you can convert any material into glasses. like you can, ceramics you can convert into glasses, the metals also you can convert into glasses, and polymers also convert into glasses. Okay, so take home message that any material, if I can melt it and take it to the liquid stage, melt and take it to the liquid stage and cool it faster than its rate of crystallization. Every material or composition has a rate of crystallization. If you can cool it faster than the rate of crystallization, then you can end up with a glass. So any material you can convert into glasses. That's why metallic glasses are also possible. But it is very, very challenging. If you see, the cooling rate requirement for a metal is 10 to the power 10 degrees centigrade per second. So this kind of cooling rate you need to make when you are quenching the metals to convert the metal into glasses. So metallic glass is also possible. Any material you can convert into glasses. So glass is basically non-crystalline solid, and it has lacking in long range periodic atomic arrangement. So if you see the crystal, quartz crystal, it has a very long range periodic arrangement. Atoms are sitting at a particular places. When you convert this quartz into glasses, this long range periodicity is missing. So you can convert this. You have to basically, to make a glass, you have to avoid the crystallization. So if you can avoid the crystallization, you can end up making a glass. Okay, so when you basically make the glass, the property of a glass depends on its thermal history. So when you cool it very fast, you will have a low density glass, same composition. When you are cooling very fast, you are having a low density, and when you are cooling slowly, you are getting high density. So this phenomena of glass is actually used to engineer the glass surfaces. So that I will show how we can make gorilla glasses and stronger glasses. So these are the constituents actually used in basically glass formation. If you take this kind of glass former, flags and property, all these things basically, if you add up and you melt it, and you can just quench it, and you can make glasses. So this is typical glass plant, float glass plant actually. It is in Chennai, near Chennai. So this plant length is around 1 kilometer, right? So this is a float glass plant, and you see this is the size of a car. So this is very big. So I will show you how glass is manufactured in the industry, the float glass. Just have a look at how industry, how we make the window fixture is used in Just I want to show a small clip how the bottles are made, basically container bottles are made. Just have a look on that. what exactly happens here? So there is a furnace at the top, a small piece of glass is falling from the molten glass is falling in the mold, and it is pressing. And depending on the shape of the mold, different shaped glasses are formed, and automatically it is transported to different chambers for annealing of this kind of bottles. Okay. So now we'll try to understand whether we can make glasses stronger than steel. So some of you have told that it is possible. Okay. So why you thought that it is possible to make glasses stronger than steel? Why you have thought that? Can you share with me? Why you think that glass can be made stronger than steel? Any idea? Okay, let us move forward. So you heard of Gorilla Glass also, right? So I will show how Gorilla Glass is made actually in the industry. So the story behind Gorilla Glass is that, Steve Jobs, yeah. So he is the CEO of Apple, right? So he called the CEO of Corning USA. Corning is a glass manufacturer in USA. So he called Corning CEO before launching the iPhone in 2007 for the first time. And he requested that, can you make some glasses which is stronger that I want to use in my iPhone? So Corning took up this challenge and they made first Gorilla Glass in 2007. Okay. So Gorilla Glass, now there are 6 billion users in the whole world. So there is a huge amount of people using this kind of glass, and this is a chemically strengthened glass. So normal glass, it is strengthened chemically. So how it is done, that I will show you. So can glass be made stronger than steel? So answer is here. The theoretical strength of a flawless glass is 35 GPa, right? But glass fails only at 0.007 GPa because glass surface is having multiple small cracks. If you do not have any cracks, any defects on the glasses, you can have this much of strength, 35 GPa. And do you know the strength of the steel? Strength of the steel is only 0.4 GPa. So if you can achieve 1% of the theoretical strength of the glass, you can make glasses as strong as steel. Only 1%. So if you can achieve 10%, then you can make glasses 10 times stronger than steel. So it is possible. It is possible to make glasses stronger than steel. Much stronger is possible. And people are working on that, and one day we'll see that. We can see that glass is really stronger than steel. And there are different mechanisms. Basically, the less strength of the glass is because of surface flaws. So surface flaws can be, if we can minimize, then we can increase the strength. So that's why the Gorilla Glass and other glasses, they use this surface strengthening mechanism. So there are different mechanisms basically, fire polishing, polymer coating, lamination also. They use multiple layer of glasses to make the laminates. And this kind of glass is actually used for making bulletproof glass and Grand Canyon Skywalk. Just see the video. This glass is bulletproof. So bullet energy cannot penetrate this kind of glasses. And also this Skywalk is situated on the Grand Canyon in the USA. So that much of reliability it is having. People can walk freely on that without any fear. So that much of mechanical integrity it is having. And the thermal tempering is also used for strengthening the glass surfaces. So we use in the car windshield. This kind of glass is in the car windshield, and also other mechanisms like overglazing, glass ceramic. And ion exchange is the most popular technique. And by ion exchange technique, Corning has developed this Gorilla Glass. Okay, so these are the 4 techniques we use generally for strengthening. So Gorilla Glass is the most popular one, and it can give you high amount of strength, and that is used in different phones. So we use in our smartphones, smartwatch, and tablets, the Gorilla Glasses we use. So how this strengthening is done actually? Okay, so there are 2 techniques to strengthen the glass surface. One is thermal tempering, another is chemical tempering. Okay, so thermal tempering, what we do, sorry. So thermal tempering, what we do, we take the glass at high temperature and suddenly quench it, right? So I told that when you cool it very fast, so same glass, you will have a lower density. And when you cool it slowly, you will get a high density. The same glass, the surface is cooled very fast, it is having higher density, low density, and interior is cooled slowly, it is having high density, right? In the same glass, the surface is having low density and interior is having high density. To keep the glass, the whole block intact, the interior is pulling the glasses. By pulling the glass, the surface compression is created. So we can have this much of surface compression, and that can be used to strengthen the glasses. And chemical toughening, what is actually done to see? So this glass is containing, before ion exchange, glass is containing sodium ion, which is smaller than potassium ions. So when you take into potassium nitrate bath and hold it for some time, the sodium is replaced with bigger potassium ions. To accommodate bigger potassium ions in the glass surface, the surface got strengthened. Hello? You are not seeing this. I will ask you the question. I will ask you, sure. So what happens? The small ions is replaced by the bigger ions. So surface compression takes place. So this surface compression, we can have the compressive strength around 500 to 700 megapascal. Even 1 GPa surface strengthening we can done, and that is basically higher than the steel. So the Corning is basically continuously developing this technology and continuously improving the properties, and we are having much stronger glasses nowadays. Okay, so now I will just have only 2-3 slides now, just have a look. So how bulletproof glass is made basically. So if you have a glass on a single layer, so when bullet is striking that, it easily penetrates the glass and it basically affects the person inside the car or anywhere else. Okay, and in bulletproof glass, we use basically multiple layer of glass polyurethane. Okay, so can I start now again? Okay, so we'll learn how the bulletproof glass is made actually. So it's an ordinary glass, like soda lime silica glass we use in the windows. So basically there are multiple layers. It's having a glass layer, then polyurethane interlayer, then again glass layer. So multiple number of layers, right? So glass, polyurethane, glass, polyurethane. So if you add this multiple number of layers, then when bullet is striking one surface, so one surface is damaged, then the energy is absorbed, then it is going to the second surface, then third surface, ultimately the whole bullet energy is absorbed. By this way, the bullet can be basically stopped. So that is the technique to make bulletproof glasses. And also the Skywork I have shown, that is the same technique they use, multi-layer of glasses. Also if you have visited Acropolis Mall also, there is one, so all these are basically laminated glass they use to strengthen the glass surfaces. So there is a small video how bulletproof glass is made. I think you will be interesting to see. there are multiple layers of glass, and that actually stopping the bullets, because one layer, when you break, the bullet's energy is absorbed, then it is again again affecting the second layer, and bullet is again absorbed. So ultimately, the whole energy, kinetic energy that is bullet is passing through, that will be stopped. So this is basically multi-layer glass, and laminates are used for bulletproof glasses. Now I will show you, this is my last slide, the electrochromic glass, smart glass that you can use your light efficiently, how much it will enter, whether it will be opaque or it will be transparent by push of a button. Just you push it, it will become transparent. When it is off, then it is becoming opaque. So how it actually works? These are actually liquid crystals, charged liquid crystals, and these are the glass layers. Okay. So when you are making this glass, this voltage on, you are giving some voltage, then charged particles are aligned along the direction of your voltage. So when it is aligned in this particular direction, the light can pass through that, and it makes the glass transparent. And when it is, you are making it off, this randomly oriented, these crystals are randomly oriented, and it actually creates obstacle to your light passage. So it becomes opaque. So by press of a button, you can make the whole building or whole room says opaque. You can have some privacy, and you can make it transparent as per requirement. And also there is some advanced technology. You can make some layers, liquid film crystal layers here, and you can change the colors also, different colors. So you see this this material is very, very interesting, and I think you can use also in your house. It's transparent and opaque and changing the color. So my friends in glass community, they actually argue that we are in the glasses. I already have shown that without glass, so nothing will exist. This building will not exist, our mobile phone, internet, nothing will exist. So glass has gradually basically saved this modern world. The optical communication fiber, which is the backbone of all the communication, that will not be possible without glass. So there is a video made by Corning, this is the last one, to see the, whether we are in the glass age or not. So after this presentation, so this is the, I just tried to introduce what glass is. Then we'll show what kind of glass research we do in our laboratory, what products we are doing. Mainly we are supporting the space mission, ISRO, atomic energy missions, Indian defense. So some kind of glasses we produce in our laboratory and we supply to them also. So this kind of supports we are doing. So whatever missions government is taking, we are working behind them and we are trying to support them.
Welcome to the Glass Age, a time of shattered preconceptions and finding new limits, when what was fragile becomes stronger than steel. What was brittle could be rolled up like paper, and billions of minds spin the globe on thin strands of light. This is the Glass Age, where clarity creates a richer world. The frame brings us closer to family. The display expands the mind, and the lens carries us to the heavens. This is the Glass Age, when engineers cover our eyes with new ways to see. Architects build walls that open possibility. Artists use fire to capture the sun, and material scientists invent powerful solutions to impossible problems. Yes, this is the Glass Age, but it's only just begun. Its potential is barely tapped. Now we must look deeper, reach further, to see how glass's strength and beauty can show us the vastness of our own. The Glass Age is here. Come along, join.
So this is all what I just wanted to introduce with the amazing world of glass. So if you have any questions, I will be happy to answer you. Please.
Time. A very good afternoon to everyone present here. A very good afternoon to you, sir. Sir, when you explained that bulletproof glass is made by means binding a multiple layer of glasses which can stop the bullet from penetrating deeper into the glass layer by layer. So I just had one simple question. To make the bulletproof glass, do they use like normal glass together, or is that any type of special glass?
Generally, normal soda lamp is used.
Okay, sir. I just had this question. Thank you, sir.
Please. Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. So I'm Ronak from the Summit School. I want to ask you that whether do you think that just now you told that we are in the glass age. So do you think that everything around us can be ever be made up of glass? Means the stage we are standing on, the ACs, the chairs, everything?
It's possible. Glass is making stronger and stronger. And I told you it can be made stronger than steel. So it is possible. Absolutely possible.
So do you think that it can replace the heavier metals like iron and the other things?
I think not entirely. Not entirely you can do that.
Thank you.
Sir, I have a simple question that tempered glass is a type of glass, but it's how it is different from a simple glass or a gorilla glass. Why it is categorized as a different type of glass?
So gorilla basically is strong one, na? So it is surface is strengthened. What we are doing, the small ions present in the glass like sodium or lithium, that is replaced with bigger ions like potassium or cesium or bigger ions is entering into the surface, and it is creating some surface compression. So on the surface is compressed, the cracks already present in the glasses, so cracks are also compressed. So cracks is not opening up. So when it's falling or there is some impact, cracks are not easily opening up. Okay. So when it fails actually, it fails catastrophically.
Okay, sir. Another thing, sometimes we can see a thin glass when we try to cut it in any shape, it breaks with any device, like a scissor, for example. If we put it under water, it sometimes we can shape it as our liking with any sharp device. Why is the difference?
I'm not getting actually. Can you just remove your mask?
Sir, the when we shape glass, it breaks. Means outside a thin glass we can take in consideration. It breaks if we use any sharp device to shape it with hands by hands. But sometimes underwater or under any dense medium, we can cut glass easier. Means it can be shaped with any sharp object easily. Why is the difference, sir?
It is exactly not like that. Actually, glass is a ceramic material or ceramic category material. And like metals you can easily cut or shape, right? Ceramics you cannot do because it's a covalent bonds are there. So if there is no slipping of ions or the charge integrity, everything will not be maintained. So ceramics are basically written inherently like that. So if you want to cut, it's not easily possible to cut the glasses.
Thank
It's
you,
not underwater you can do it, and it's not like that.
Thank you, sir.
Maybe we can take one question from the other room. Shomjyoti, any questions from your side? One more question, or you can only take because we are running out of time. Almost half an hour late we are running.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah.
Hello.
Please.
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Yes, I am from Kendriya Vidyalaya, Ordnance Factory, Damdam. Just now, sir, you have told that in bulletproof glass, in between the normal glass layer, there is a viscous plastic. So, just please you explain it. What is the role of viscous plastic here?
Yeah, very good question actually. So what happens when the bullet is striking the first layer of glass, then that energy is basically that the crack is initiated in the glass. So that crack is propagated along the weak interface. So there is a interface between the glass and polymers. So there is a huge interface. So to travel to that interface, huge interface between the glass and polymers, some more energy is absorbed. So after this energy is absorbed, then it goes to the, if there is any energy left, it goes to the second layer. So second glass is broken, then again it passes through the interface between glass and polymer interface layer. So the interface is basically to absorb the energy, to propagate the cracks in a long path, so the energy can be absorbed. You got it, no?
Okay. Thank you. Any questions from your side? You can come here, students.
Yeah,
Any more
please,
question?
Please carry on.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah, please.
Yes, sir. My question is, sir, how the temperature affects a metal but do not affect the flawless glass? Like what kind of properties it has rather than just heating property?
Can you just repeat the question once again? I could not follow your question.
How the temperature affects a metal. For example, if I'm taking a metal and heating it, and it will turn red, and it will rather turn tarnish, and it will get damaged automatically, but do not affect the flawless glass. Like the glass that are kept in our chemistry laboratory, they are not affected easily with the acid hydrochloric acid kept in there. So how is it possible?
Yeah, because metal is having very weak metallic bonds, no? So metallic bonds that can be easily reacting, it can be easily removed. And glass is having basically oxide glasses. If you see, all these are covalently bonded. Those are very, very strong bonds. So those it's not very easy to break those bonds. So that's why glass is more durable than metal.
Sir, if we are using strength of a glass with a strength of 0.4 GPa, can it get corrode easily? Like it can it get
Yeah, actually we have
damage
Dr. K.
easily?
Onnapurna, Chief Scientist. She can address this.
Yeah, please.
This for the first question, what you said, why in the laboratory glass they are not breaking or they are not affected by the heat or anything. One more, what Dr. Athiya has told, that is true. In metals, you have metallic bonds and those are weak. So it will be, the metals, actually the working temperature will be less, maybe up to 500 or so. After that, the surfaces can be corroded or they may degrade. But for glass, there are two properties. One, as such, the thermal conductivity is poor, but as you are using in the laboratory the borosilicate glass, it is different from your window pane glass. This borosilicate glass will have a very low thermal expansion. That is the property which gives it not to take the thermal, it has a thermal shock resistant capacity. So it will not break. You can heat it up to 300 also. So any chemical reaction, any heat generation is there, it can sustain. That is one. The second question I could not listen.
No, my question was a glass of strength 0.4 GPa can replace a glass of 35 GPa glass?
No. Actually, I was trying to tell, the theoretical strength of a glass is 35 GPa. Theoretical strength means you can achieve that much of strength in a glass, but it fails at fairly low strength of 0.007 GPa because it has a lot of cracks on the glass surfaces. So because of those cracks present, it fails at fairly low strength. But theoretically, you can achieve 35 GPa strength, and the 0.4 GPa is the strength of a steel. So if you can achieve 1% of the theoretical strength of a glass, you can almost have the same strength as good as steel. You understood, no? So 35 GPa is the theoretical strength of the glass, but it fails at very low strength because it has some flaws in the surface, small cracks.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Athiya.
So I thank you all for your lessons. We don't have time because lunch is there.
Okay, sir, thank you.
Yeah, because of time shortage, we can discuss during the lunch hours, Dr. Athiya Rahul Mullah. Okay, let's move on to the next session. So we'll be having some product display, and that will be coordinated by Dr. Arnold Tarabdar, Principal Scientist, and Dr. Athiya Rahul Mullah.
So actually now I just tried to introduce what is glass is now. So now my colleague Dr. Anil Taradar, he will show what exactly we do in our laboratory. We do some kind of research, we try to support our country for defense, atomic energy commission missions, and also different mission, whatever is India government is taking, we are trying to support them by producing some unique glasses that is not available, or there is an embargo or commercially not available. So Anil will take care, please. Hey, okay. তুমি একটু এখানে দেখিও এখানটা থাকো এটা এদের প্রেজেন্টেশনটা নিয়ে আতিয়া দিতে আতিয়া দিতে এরপরে A very good afternoon to everybody. Now this is a very difficult time because everybody is hungry. I think but I have some responsibility to show something what we are doing here. Now I think you all have some clear idea how glass is manufactured in industry. But here you know that we are not working on that type of sheet glass or float glass or bottle glass. Here our CGCRI is basically working on some of the specialized glasses that are required for our national interest, and some of at the same time we are also working with some basic research also. These are some of the products you can see from here.
Glass, radiation shielding window glass. So that is used in the atomic energy establishment. There nuclear reactions are taking place. The gamma ray and different X-rays are coming out that is harmful for the human body. So that can be protected through this kind of glass windows. So this glass we made here in CGCRI, we developed after the Pokhran explosion. There was embargo. So government has actually asked us to develop. So we developed, we produce, and we supply to the atomic energy for their use. So this is supporting to the atomic energy commissions.
This is for gamma ray radiation shielding.
Mainly for gamma ray radiation.
Nuclear hot cell it is used. The next product is, this is the laser glass. You know, for high power generation, the preferred gain medium is this glass based laser material. This is
basically laser glass.
This is a neodymium dope phosphate laser glass. This is used for high power generation, and we are regularly producing this and we are supplying it to RRCAT Indore.
This is also having strategic application, and that is not easily available. So we had to produce this for the country.
The next product is optical glass. You know that that Chandrayaan 3 are like that. Means in that we need some optics, and that optics are made up of this glass. We are developing these 5 varieties of glasses. Atyada, you can show that this is the 5 varieties of glasses.
So space is having a lot of different optical windows and all these things, and this glass we are basically producing and supplying to ISRO for space mission applications. So behind basically the success of ISRO, the other people are working behind the scene. So these are the people working and developing this glass and supplying, trying to support different missions, space mission and all the missions. So this is the optical glass, 5 variety optical glass we have developed here, and we are supplying to ISRO on a regular basis.
Each glass has different effective index AB number.
Yeah.
Okay. And the next glass is the chalcozanite glass. I think you all have heard about the thermal imaging or night vision, and for that what thermal imaging means IR transparent it should be. So in that we are preparing that this is the non-oxide glasses, chalcozanite, sulfur, selenium, tellurium based glasses.
This glass is actually not transparent in the visible wavelength. So this is completely opaque. It is transparent in the wavelength of 8 to 12 micron, where room temperature radiation can be detected. So we basically detect the room temperature radiation for making thermal imaging. So in the dark also you can image the movement of the enemies or any cars. You can image that through this kind of lenses. So this is made of chalcogen glass, and we are producing here to support the DRDO.
Is any hot body that radiate IR, that IR will transmit.
So
through
hot
this
body at
and that.
room temperature radiates at 8 to 12 micron. So that can be detected through there. So even there is no light, you can detect and you can see. Completely you can see. So it's called night vision camera you can make out of this kind of glasses.
Heat absorbing IR heat absorbing glasses, that is the
So this is IR absorbing glass. You
IR
can use in the operation theater. So there are a lot of lights are there. So infrared is responsible for producing heat. So if you can absorb the infrared, only can allow the pass the visible light, so the atmosphere will remain cool and it will not be heated up. So this can be used in endoscopes also when you are doing the laser surgery and also operation theater.
And sometimes also you can use as a goggles. What that IR that lasers you can absorb by using this type of glass. The next product, what we will show that armor glass. This is the highest strength glass. I think Dr. Molla has already shown you the different layers of glasses are used for preparing this bulletproof glass and like that.
Actually,
this is the highest
armor, I told that we use normal soda-lime silicate glasses, right? So if you can make a glass ceramics which is much stronger, then the number of layers requirement will be less. So your vehicles will be having less weight, it can move very fast, it will fill with insulin. So we're trying to develop some kind of glass ceramics. The crystals are there within the glass. You can't see because it's a nanometer range, 20 to 30 nanometer crystals are there. So it's highly transparent. So we want to replace the normal soda-lime silicate glass, this kind of glass ceramics. Okay, for armor application.
The layer will be reduced and weight will also.
Weight will be also reduced.
The final product that white light, we are also working on the lighting application also, white light. Maybe everybody you know that all the lighting system it is changing to white LEDs. But in case what we are that normal LEDs, the phosphors are dispersed in the resin matrix. But here what we are doing, we are dispersing the phosphors in glass matrix. So that for high power LEDs, this thermal stability will get the thermal stability, and for long time reliability, this is very important. Like automotive headlamp or like that means when the power is in one chip, if you want to make it the more powerful, then you need this type of glass embedded phosphors.
So these are the some of the developments that what we have done in the laboratory. We cannot show everything here. We do also basic researches, mainly to support generate knowledges. So I think we should stop here. If you have any questions, you can write to me. I can show you my email ID. You can write back to us. I think we can interact. So if you have any queries, you just can write email. I will be happy to answer. I think all the questions we cannot answer here, and we are just standing in between lunch and you. So I think we stop here. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you.
Thank you all. So now we'll break for the lunch, but we'll do the lunch in similar way we have done this high tea. Okay. So I'll just call up the name of the schools and requesting the teachers to kindly take the students. Our volunteers will be standing outside. They will take you to the K.D. Sharma hall, and from there you can collect your lunch bag. And after lunch, actually we'll be again reassemble here at 2:30. So you'll be getting around like a 50 minutes time for lunch. So the first school is the Summit School. The Summit School. I request the teachers may kindly take the student. And I request Kendriya Vidyalaya Damdam, who are sitting in another room, please be seated. We will call up your name after some time. Please be seated. And the volunteers
hello
there,
students,
please
just
take
a
care.
quick announcement for you. So since you're a bit late for our inaugural session, so like we have to accommodate to you in another room. The main program is going around right now in the Immense Auditorium, And right now we are currently in the lunch break. So after the lunch break, we will try to accommodate you all in our main event venue, that is the Iman Shah Auditorium. So kindly bear with us for some time, and we'll shortly guide you to the
Okay, next
lunch
school
venue.
is
Right?
Jadavpur High School.
Thank you. Thank you for the patience.
Jadavpur High School. I request the teachers may kindly escort the students to the KD Sharma. একটু আমাকে বলো ওখানে গিয়ে কখন ছাড়ব। So post lunch session we'll be having a biology session. How many of you have a biology background? Can you raise hand? So I think most of you are interested in what, computer science? That I can see. Anyway, we'll be having a nice biology session. So, and that will be very, very interactive. I hope you like it. Okay, our next school is Mukul Bose Memorial. Mukul Bose Memorial, and I request the teachers, please kindly escort the students to the KD Sharma. And just like you had your high tea, so similarly you'll be getting a lunch box, and you can take your seat in outside corridor or inside the KD Sharma, finish the lunch, and reassemble here by 2:30. So we can actually informally discuss here, no? How many of you actually visited any national lab before? Any of you? Any excursion trip to any national lab? Like BITM you went. Any other place? Okay. So this Science City. Okay, so this is your first time any national lab, it seems. Okay, Devdulalda. One announcement I can make here. Actually, like a post-lunch, you'll be given one feedback form. But I request all of you to, we have several events follow-up. So you will have a concluding session sometimes in the end of this program. Before that, you can fill up the feedback form and you can hand it over to our volunteers. Yeah, language also as per your choice. You can write down that feedback in any language you want. Devdulal, Dr. Devdulal. The feedback form is already given in the registration kit. Okay. Oh, during the quiz contest time, we'll be handing over the feedback form. Okay, our next school, St. Xavier's Institution. No point in rushing. Even you go there, you will get the same lunch.
welcome. Please select a glass to find out its refractive index by
Shomjyoti, you are there? APC room.
Central Glass and Ceramic Research Institute.
না এটা কি লাইভ পিকচার? I don't think so. সঞ্জিতের ফোন করো না।
Click on the CGCRI formalin detector device and drag the device icon upon the sample fish you want to test. If the fish is adulterated, the device will emit a loud alarm signal and the amount of adulteration will be displayed on the LED console of the device.
Shall I send the next school? Oh, there is a line outside. So better you be seated, it's better for you. No point in standing outside, no? And Dr. Debulal, can you please check whether KB Vidyalaya already been there? KB Vidyalaya?
A radio and infrared wave panorama of
বাইরে গিয়ে ফোন করো, বাইরে গিয়ে কল করো, আমি ছেড়ে দিচ্ছি ওদের। KB, okay.
The cosmic
So
microwave
we'll just wait
bag.
sometime. 2 minutes. Okay. Two school, Silver Point and Lexington School. Silver Point.
করার জন্যই আপনার পিএইচডি সাবজেক্ট দুজন নেওয়া হবে রিসেন্ট অ্যাডভার্টাইজমেন্ট হচ্ছে মানে আমাদের হচ্ছে একদম জুনিয়র আমাদের আসলে আমাদের সেই হিসেবে আমরা অ্যাপ্রোচ করেছি এবার আমাদের এক কলিগ ওই আমি স্কুলে কিছু কন্ট্যাক্ট করেছি তো দেখুন হসপিটালে বলছি না বন্ধ হচ্ছে না ভেরিফাই আছে না কিছু নেই এই স্কুলটা ওকে কনফার্ম কিন্তু ও আর আমাদের সাথে কনফার্ম করতে পারে বলে আমরা দেখছি আমাদের স্টুডেন্ট ফিফটি হয়ে তাহলে আমাদের স্কুল একটা অ্যাপ্রোচ করতে হবে আমরা সেই সময় লাগোকে অ্যাপ্রোচ করেছি ক্রিয়েট করে দিয়েছি আমাদের ফিফটি হয়ে গেছে এবার আমি ঠিক করবো তাহলে আপনার ওই স্টুডেন্টদের নর্মালি আমরা অনলাইনে জন্য দেখাই না বা আমরা যা করি অনলাইনে সামনাসামনি সেই জন্য বাধ্য হয়ে কেউ পরে কিন্তু ওই ইন্টারাকশন যখন হবে বা কি হবে টিচারদের বললাম যে ওইভাবে তো হবে না আমরা একটা রোজ করে দেবো ওদের পরে হ্যাঁ কারণ আমাদের ফার্স্ট যেটা ছিল সিনিয়র সায়েন্টিস্ট ডিরেক্টর পাঠানোর ব্যবস্থা ছিল ওরা তো আসবে না বলে ফার্স্ট আমি পেয়ে যাচ্ছি এক্সট্রা টিআরপি দিয়ে আমরা স্কুল ইভেন্ট ঢুকবো এই জিজ্ঞাসার আন্ডারে আমরা স্কুল ইভেন্ট স্কুলে খুলে যাই পছন্দ করি মেইনলি রিমোট শহরের দিক থেকে স্কুল আছে 30 বছর একটা আমরা গ্রামের দিকে আমরা নর্মালি আমাদের কিছু প্রোডাক্ট নিয়ে আমরা রিমোট সিস্টেম অনেক বাগনা বীরভূমের কোনো ইউনিভার্সিটিতে ওদের তো এক্সপোজারটা একটু কম বলে ওদের এটা জিজ্ঞাসার টার্গেটটাই একদম স্টুডেন্টদের সায়েন্সের সম্বন্ধে শেয়ার সবসময় তো সবাই বই পড়ে পড়েই পড়ে ঠিক
Hello, hello. Everybody, please be seated. We'll be soon starting our next session. So, how's the lunch? So that means you like veg, right? How many of you actually veg? Can you raise hand? So it seems like most. Hello. So it seems like most of the non-veg people like veg more than the veg people do. Not like that. If you like that একটু ডিম করবেন। হ্যাঁ, এই তো। হ্যালো ভাই দুজনে করবো ঠিক আছে দুজনে এখানে রোল করবো সাবস্টিটিউশনে একটা ঠিক করে লাভ নেই যদি একটা সিম্পলি করো নিচে যেটা স্কিল করছো তাহলে বেটার হয়ে যাবে হ্যাঁ চেষ্টা দেখুন প্লিজ হ্যাভ ইউর সিট Anirban, can you please check outside if somebody is roaming around outside? Please ask them to come inside. So let us start our second session, post-lunch session. Please be seated so that we can start it. Okay. So good afternoon, everybody. The sounds are low. What happened? Feeling sleepy? How many of you feeling sleepy? Please raise your hand. Okay, so whoever is feeling sleepy, we'll ask question. I'll ask you to come to the stage and answer that. Is that okay? Okay, so This post-lunch session, we will have first one presentation. We'll be talking about healthcare materials, and following that, we'll take about half an hour, and let's make it very interactive. Okay, so we'll not go to very basic fundamental science, no. Essentially, this all research is an applied research. We'll show you and demonstrate to you some of our products, and we'll ask you the question. You also feel free to ask me the question during the session, okay? And post this, this presentation, there will be one demonstration of virtual lab. So in Jigyasa project, CSIR, actually there is a mandate from CSIR. We have developed a virtual laboratory for the students, school students particularly. So it has been hosted to one particular website. We'll demonstrate, we'll show you that website and also show you how you can access and what are the course contents that you can access through that website. So that will be the second one, and following that we'll have a very interactive quiz contest, and there is also some surprise prize also there. Okay, so I request all of you to participate wholeheartedly into that quiz competition, and following that we have a concluding session. So let us start. So my name is Shubhodip Bodhak. I'm a principal scientist in Bioceramics and Coating Division. And this session will be conducted by myself along with my colleague, Dr. Ankush Pratap Singh. He's a scientist in the same division. Okay. The title of this session or presentation is Orthopedic Biomaterials for Healthcare Application, and we'll be demonstrating our own indigenous CSIR-CGCRI products. These products actually we have developed. I'll tell you the ecosystem. So we do the R&D in-house. We develop different technologies, different healthcare products, and then we collaborate with the companies. The company come, we demonstrate the prototype, and then we do this animal trial, clinical trial, and then finally transfer the technology to that particular company. And that company then, they sell this product to the Indian people. Means they sell it in India or they also export it abroad. So that's how the ecosystem goes. So let us start.
Hello everyone, thank you Dr. Bodhak for introducing me. So good afternoon everyone, I am Ankush Pratap Singh. I am here scientist in Bioceramics and Coating Division. So as you are seeing the title of this presentation, there is two words, orthopedic and biomaterials. So we will cover these two words, orthopedic and biomaterials, one by one. So let me ask you one question. How many of you are familiar with the word orthopedics? Raise your hands. Anyone? Yes.
Please stand up and I think raise your voice.
Yes, sir. I think orthopedic is related to bones.
Yes. Well said. Rightly answered. Anyone else?
Little bigger. Not only bone.
Than that bone.
It covers the musculoskeletal system. So that covers bone or cartilage,
yes, the
joints,
cage.
all. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Sir.
Okay. So let me ask you one other question. Orthopedics. Any other who have seen like other than this bone, other than that? Have you heard of in your regular daily life that have you went to any surgeon whose name is orthopedic surgeon? Have you? No. Have you heard of that? Okay. So be in bioceramics divisions, we deal with these that products which orthopedic surgeons generally deals with. Okay. And so like comes with the biomaterial. So we will cover these two topics one by one. Okay. Let me ask you one other question. That how many bones do we have in our human body? One by one. Anyone from here?
How many?
206. Okay, great.
And what is the longest bone in the body? And what is the smallest bone? And where it is located?
You guys are really very intelligent. Huh? So let me ask another question. But do you know what our bone is made up of?
Only calcium.
Okay.
Anything else?
Anyone else in calcium and phosphorus?
What is the tissue made of? Have you heard of tissue? So that means this is a type of special type of cells, right? So bone contains calcium phosphate along with cells, along with proteins, right? So let's see.
Okay, so this is the anatomy of the bone. See, you are saying that this is the cross-sectional view of one of the bone. Do you recognize this bone? Femur. So the outer line, it's a compact bone, it's a fully solid bone, and inside it's a spongy bone, which is around 60 to 70% porous. So
And what is there in the spongy bone? Anybody? Bone marrow. You have already tasted that, right? How many of you have tasted bone marrow? Not human, chicken or...
Okay, so the typical anatomy of a bone is compact bone and the cancellous bone. And there's a two types of mineral which is composite in this bone. That is inorganic mineral, which is calcium phosphate, which you rightly mentioned previously also. Calcium phosphate, 80% by bones, and the organic matters like cells, protein, 20% by weight. And there's a typically three types of cells which are present in the bone. That's osteoblast, osteoclast, and osteocytes. Now, have you ever surprised at how our bone grows and how it's changed its architecture? Like when we are small, our bone size is this much, and when we grow over the age, this bone size, shape, and as well as the that characteristics and that architecture is also changes. So, do you have ever thought of that how it happens with our bone?
Before that, one thing I like to add, there are three types of cells that is mentioned here, right? So osteoblast, so that essentially bone forming cell. So what is called? Excellent. An osteoclast, that is bone destroying cell. It eats away all the bone. And what is osteocyte? It's a mature bone cell. What you can see here, these all are the osteocytes, this blue color. Okay, once the bone becomes mature, after this bone remodeling process, then the bone cell become what? Not very active, become deactivated. You can say mature bone cell, and it stays here in this osteocyte. When there is a fracture, then these osteocytes get activated. It again starts making towards the osteoblasts and started forming the bone. That Ankush will show.
Okay.
And before that, one more thing also. Have you heard of stem cell? What is this? What is a stem cell? What is the meaning of stem cell? Or can you define anyone? What is stem cell? Yeah, please. Yeah. That is essentially a stem cell is an undifferentiated cell, and when you born in the mother womb, so that is where actually the stem cells present, starts from there, right? And then it slowly differentiated to different type of tissues. We are here talking about the musculoskeletal system, bone. So bone, what are the stem cells present in the bone or bone marrow? It is called mesenchymal stem cell. So mesenchymal stem cell has the property, it can form either bone, it can form either cartilage, or it can form either fat, depending on the stimulation we give, means our mother nature or our body system gives. Now we'll play a video.
Bone consists of a dense, compact layer and a spongy, cancellous structure. While compact bone forms an organized outer shell, cancellous bone consists of thin, interlocking plates called trabeculae. Osteoblasts and osteoclasts are the osteocytes or bone cells that make up bone tissue. Bone continually renews its structure and strength through remodeling. Osteoclasts break down existing bone, and osteoblasts build up new bone. In normal bone, adequate physical stress and changing blood calcium levels prompt osteocytes to initiate bone remodeling. Osteoblasts emit a cytokine that transforms immature osteoclasts into mature osteoclasts. In a process called resorption, mature osteoclasts use enzymes to remove existing bone tissue. Then, osteoclasts release chemicals that stimulate immature osteoblasts to mature and release osteoprotegerin, a protein that deactivates osteoclasts, stopping bone resorption. In response, bone formation occurs. Mature osteoblasts deposit osteoid, a matrix that contains minerals such as calcium and phosphorus, and a strong, flexible protein called collagen. Calcium and phosphorus crystallize or mineralize the osteoid, then transform into sturdy hydroxyapatite crystals, completing the bone formation process. In both men and women, before midlife, bone resorption and bone formation are balanced. Hormones and other factors influence bone remodeling. For example, estrogen hormone suppresses osteoclasts, inhibiting resorption to help maintain bone strength. After midlife, estrogen levels fall and osteoclast activity may go unchecked. Increased resorption can lead to bone loss.
So that's what actually happening for the women.
Osteoporosis
post
is
this menopause time actually. They do not have that this particular hormone. So that is the reason actually they are prone to get this bone loss, bone resorption, because that time this osteoclastic activity increase. And one more factor you have also seen here, mechanical stress, right? So you have to be mechanically active. So let's say who does exercise every day, their bone is way more strong than the person who does not do any exercise. How many of you actually do exercise every day? Okay, and the person next sitting you does not do, right? So you may see, you can punch him and see whether this bone is breaking or not. Just kidding. So anyway, so now you have got some idea about the bone regeneration, right? How the bone remodeling occurs. So that means, so in our body there are few tissues that can regenerate by itself. Can you name any other tissue in our body that can regenerate? Any idea? What? Liver, yeah, liver can regenerate. Anything else? Very simple. What? Blood regenerate, blood cell, yeah, blood. And just give me example like which does not regenerate. One example. Nerve, yeah. And a very, let's say in this musculoskeletal system, in our musculoskeletal system, one tissue does not regenerate. Can you name that? I have mentioned that in my talk before. Cartilage. And do you know why cartilage does not regenerate? What is the reason? Any random thought? Why? Loudly. There is no, yeah, excellent. It is a avascular structure. Please give a big round of applause for him. Excellent. There is no nerve also in cartilage. That's why all the cartilage present between our some joint, right? We have a cartilage here, we have a cartilage here. If suppose it has a nerve, then you cannot stand, right? Immediately you feel the pain. So cartilage is totally avascular structure. There is no bone, there is no blood vessels, there is no nerve. So that's why it does not have any regenerative power. Okay, now let's say how many of you actually have a fracture and you went to doctor? How many of you? What happened? How did you get this fracture? Broken. And then what did you do? Stand up. You went to doctor and doctor did plaster, right? So what is essentially plaster means? So your small part of your bone got dislocated. So you went to doctor put it back in the same position, and then they fix it, use a plaster, right? And then bone heal itself, right? Now there might be some occasion when there is some big defect that does not regenerate itself. Though I have said bone can regenerate, but there is some critical size of the defect. Below that, bone can easily regenerate with some fixative structure. But over that size, bone cannot regenerate. Even it has some regenerative property. Okay? In that case, what do we do? Any idea? Loudly. Artificial bone, yes. We are coming same direction. We are talking the same line. Artificial bone means you have to put something from outside, right? Some material from outside you are putting inside the body. And that material is called, what he was asking in the beginning. That material is called what? He asked two questions, orthopedics and? So what is that material you are putting inside the body? What is called? Excellent. So we need biomaterials. Particularly biomaterials being used for the orthopedic application or bone regeneration application, we call it bone graft. So our division or CGCRI, you are developing, we are working on those materials which can be used as a bone substitute. Is that clear to all of you?
Okay. So as mentioned by Dr. Bodak, so
you don't have to call me Dr. Bodak all the time.
Because of severe injury or sometimes age-related issue, we have to replace our native bone by implants. So have you heard of the implants? So what these implants are made up of?
We already discussed. Yeah.
Okay.
So how many different type of materials in the world? Can you just tell me the three or like whatever classifications of materials? Anybody? One, metal. I just heard wow, 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 wow. Nothing else. So one is metal. Second, non-metal means like it could be polymer, right? Ceramics. And fourth one, not that direction, very simple term, layman term. It's a composite, right? So composite what? We're mixing like more than two or more elements together. Okay, so these are the big four classification of the materials.
Okay, so as said by sir, that these implants are made up of biomaterials. So what these biomaterials are? As these implants has to go inside our body. So these materials, what it is made up of, the implant are made up of, these has to be biocompatible with our body. Okay, so we are seeing the next slides. So what are the various applications of the biomaterials? Like it is used for mouth braces and dental implants. Many of you have seen that some of your friends have these braces to align their teeth. Same hearing aids, wall, hip replacement, knee replacement, finger joint, catheters, stents, and orbital implants. And these are the areas in which our division, bioceramics and coating divisions, are working.
This is the area where CGCRI is basically being working. Okay.
So now let's go to in-depth overview of the biomaterials.
We'll not show you the full video.
Biomaterials are any synthetic or natural materials used to improve or replace functionality in biological systems. Biomaterials play an integral role in medicine today, in restoring functions and facilitating healing for people after injury or disease. Materials have been used in medical practice since prehistoric time. The historical use of biomaterials dates to antiquity, when ancient Egyptians used sutures made from animal sinew. Today, material science plays a crucial role in many aspects of biomedical science and technology, as the modern field of biomaterials now combines medicine, biology, physics, chemistry, tissue engineering and material science. In this video, we will give a concise introduction on biomedical materials and its critical roles in the field of biomedical engineering, tissue engineering, and the society at large. Do well to watch the video till the end, and if you find value in the video, like and share, subscribe. nature and properties of materials used in biomedical application. The primary requirements for biomedical material is the need to avoid any detrimental response by the human body to the substance, whether the material is implanted in the body or used as an external device. In addition to this primary requirement, a biomaterial must be optimized for a different set of physical properties for each application. For example, the properties required for artificial blood vessel are different from those required for bone reinforcement. Biomedical materials are grouped into two main categories: bioerodible material and biostable material. Biomaterials are any synthetic or natural materials used to improve or
Okay, so till now, previously we have covered the word orthopedics. Now we covered the topics biomaterials. So to carry out further, I will ask sir to take care.
Sir, you come to say. Okay, so this slide is actually showing, giving you an overview of the different areas that CGCRI, the scientists are working. Okay, so as I mentioned in the beginning itself, we are working on this hard tissue reconstruction. So hard means we are working on the bone and cartilage. Okay, we are developing different materials so that can be utilized to repair this defect. So in here, we are also having the load-bearing implant and not load-bearing implant. Can you give me some idea what implant could be the load-bearing implants? Already given. Which area of the body takes load? Hand. Hand is only when I lift something. Suppose I never lift anything. Okay. How about joint? Simple thing, na? Joint. Spine. Right? So, and some non-load bearing implants?
Eyes, good.
Eyes is there, right? Anything on this musculoskeletal side, cranial side? Yeah. So the different areas are there. So our group is actually working on joint processes. We are specifically working on developing new generation hip implant. I'll show you in a couple of slides later. We're also working on the knee joint materials. We are also working on developing materials for the spinal reconstruction that will also show you. We're also working on some surface modification because you know what happened, these biomaterials, when you put it inside, first criteria is that it has to be biocompatible. It should not be toxic to our body, right? That's the first criteria. Second criteria, you are developing some bone material, bone graft. Suppose the application is some bone regenerative material, so it should attract the bone cell, and the bone cell should grow, attach and grow, right? That's how the integration should happen. So many a times it has been observed that metal is biocompatible, but metal is not a very good material to attract the bone cells and making a good bonding with the native bone tissue and the implant. So the bonding between this is if it is weak. Suppose you put a hip implant here, after a few years it will just come out, right? So you need to modify the surface of that implant such that it can generate this bone. So that's what we are using the surface modified implant. How we are doing the surface modification? Let's say we are making a coating of that, coating of some special materials. Now what is the special materials? We are developing synthetic calcium phosphate. You already know this bone is composed of calcium phosphate, right? Already you know. So now calcium phosphate, when you synthesize in the lab or special variants, it is called hydroxyapatite. It has the same composition of our human bone, inorganic composition. So we prepare this in the hydroxyapatite particles, powders, and then you have a coating of the powders on a metal. So then it becomes very strong bonding once you put the implant into the body. The idea is clear? Then we are also developing a 3D printed implant. Why 3D printed? It's because my requirement, my implant size might be different from you than you, right? You might have a different body structure. So the implant requirement size will be different. So using the 3D printer, we can make a patient specific. Your requirement, you give it to doctor or his R&D team has that 3D printer. They can just print that exact specification of that particular implant. So that is called additive manufacturing of the implant. So we have the facilities, we are also working on that. On non-load bearing slide, actually you are developing injectable bone graft. Suppose somebody has cancer, right? they have a bone tumor. So doctor removed that bone tumor. Now this is a bigger than the critical size defect. So it automatically cannot regenerate. So you need to put some material, bone graft there. And that how you are doing that? All the time, if you do not need to open the, like a muscle, it can be done also minimally invasive procedures. You do not have to go for the very expensive and painful surgical procedures. So then we can inject that from outside of the body or minimal opening that wound area, defect area. So there we are developing this type of, working on this type of injectable bone graft. We are also working the biodegradable implant. So many people actually who have a fracture, right? So doctor put a plate into the body. But problem is that will fix your problem. This is support system. They open that area, defect area, put the plate, and then screw it with your broken bone. And then broken bone healed by itself over the time. But what will happen to the plate? It will remain there, right? And then it will have several adverse effects. It can, some metal ions can leach out. It can cause other metabolic problem. For that, the new generation material is coming up in the implant world that is called biodegradable. Means once you put inside the body, it will slowly degrade in the body. You do not need to take it out. For example, magnesium is a biodegradable metal. So we are working, our team is working on that area also. We are also working on the eyeball implant. So later I'll show you. And we're also working on dental filler. Now, another aspect of our research, we are also working on the soft tissue reconstruction. We are trying to regenerate the skin. So we have developed some kind of a dressing material that can actually heal, regenerate the diabetic wound that normally with the medicine you cannot heal. Our team is also working on hemostatic surgical gauze to stop the bleeding. So our military people in army, so they have a real-time wound, right? All this thing, trauma. So they can use our developed these materials, they can use it and that can immediately stop the bleeding. So all these products, as I already mentioned, our team, the main goal actually to develop this product and then finally hand over or translate that technology, the science, to a company. So I'm very happy, proudly telling you that in CGCRI, already we have transferred 10 such technologies to the Indian and foreign companies, and that has been widely being used globally. And the price-wise is much cheaper than the foreign companies' implant. So let us start with some total hip replacement. So why we need that? So as I already mentioned, so let's say this is our actually typical like a joint, right? And we have a articulating surface that is the cartilage. But if cartilage gets damaged, for example here, this hip area, right? This is a ball and socket type of joint. So if this cartilage get damaged, then there is a direct bone-to-bone contact. And bone has lot of nerves. So we started having lot of pain, right? So at some point when the case got really bad, we have to remove that. So for removal, this is the first generation. So we used to have a metallic femoral head. Have you taken anything here? Okay. So this is actually, this part is called, you can show. This one you can show.
So this is the stem, that femoral stem. And this is the acetabular ball, that
So
femoral ball.
how it does actually, this is made of metal, titanium. It goes inside, right? And on top of that, we synthetically made this joint, okay? So earlier it used to make by the metal. It's all metal ball, it's called femoral ball, and this is also femoral cup. This type of ball and socket joint you make. But the problem is there, being metal, it can easily erode, corrode. It can undergo corrosion and lot of ions leach out from the metal. And that metal, that leached ions can cause osteolysis and several, biological problem. So researchers trying to develop some new generation material that can have a less corrosion, this more resistance to corrosion. So our team has successfully developed ceramics femoral ball that you can see here. So this is actually the femoral ball made of alumina. And this is called actually the acetabular cup is made of the polyethylene, ultra high molecular polyethylene. And it has been already transplanted to several patients. So you can see that with our implanted joint, so they can come back to their normal life. So You can see the clinical study already carried out by your team. But the problem of the polymer actually is also can undergoes the wear, right? It's not as hard as like a metal or as like a ceramics. So during the long time, the longevity of that product is maybe like a, let's say 7 to 8 years. After that, what happened? Again, it just corrodes out. Again, you start feeling the pain, and then the doctor comes in and he remove your implanted, that worn out that implant, right? So overcome the problem, how you can increase the longevity or the lifespan of this implant, our team has developed ceramic on ceramics, ball and socket joint. So here, not only this femoral ball, we also made this, have you taken anything? Yeah. So we have a femoral ball that is made of ceramics. We also have a ceramics cup. So it's ceramics on ceramics, right? And it is made of alumina. So it has a lifespan maybe around, let's say, 12 years to 13 years. So that after that development, you can see that people are working much better way. And then the recent development, but problem is that being ceramics, what is the drawback of ceramics? Ceramics is very hard, I know. What is the drawback of ceramics? Anybody? It means it's very brittle. If you just drop, it will break. Yeah, please.
सेरेमिक का बाउल होता है. Is this the same thing?
Ceramic का क्या होता है?
Bowl.
Oh, ceramic का ball. Yeah. Oh, that is different. See, like the composition is different. Even like this also looks like a ball, right?
Yeah,
but
ceramic
you can also use to eat it, but it's very expensive. It doesn't hold much food, number one, and it's also very expensive to keep it in everyday's use.
Materials are different.
Material, that is a clay-based material, and this is alumina-based material. Okay. Both are ceramics. So see, you already answered one thing. Ceramics is a vast application, starting from your whitewares, bowls, tiles, to even this medical healthcare application. And also like even Chandrayaan, that you have already familiar, right? Yeah. They also use that high temperature resistance tiles in rocket, missile. Okay, so today probably you have seen that radome in one of the, when we were showing this demonstration of the divisional demonstration, we showed you that our radome we have made, one of our division that is being used in a missile. So ceramics is a very vast application.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, welcome. So you say that it's a brittle, very brittle, right? Fragile. So where is that? This one? Oh, I think I have this. So this composition we have used alumina. Now alumina actually, so how in technical terms we call, like how we define that, it is called fracture toughness, right? So typical ceramics has very high hardness, but fracture toughness or the index of brittleness is very low, it's highly brittle. So it gets fractured easily in the body, so its lifespan also get reduced. So our team has developed, further they re-innovate that how to improve its lifespan of the implant. So they developed a new composition that is called the zirconia toughened alumina. And in this particular ceramics, we can have very high toughness and also very high hardness. And that's what we want. So this is a third generation development where you're making the, again, ceramics on ceramics, and you're making the zirconia toughened alumina. Okay, so that's how the R&D needs to be done. Just show next one. So see, this is actually our development. And so we started with this alumina. I already have showed you alumina on polyethylene. Then we moved to the alumina on alumina during this time spectrum. Then we moved to the ZTA on ZTA, and now we are also working on another composition to increase the lifespan. So this time the lifespan may be another only 7 to 8 years. Now we have achieved to 20 years, almost 20 years. So this is a significant jump over the 10 years. So you can see that how much effort has been invested. And also I'm very happy to say all this technology has been transferred to the companies. Just for example, go to the last slide. This technology we have supplied to MS CSIR-CGCRI. So this is an UP-based Indian company. They have taken the technology from us, how to make what composition. Okay, and then they are producing it. Very soon it will come, it will be launched, the product will be launched, and it will be in use for the common people. Understand? Okay. So next step, I would like to show you some of our, like, how many of you actually have a back pain, ever face back pain? Okay. And what is the reason for that? Anybody know? Ma'am, a little loud. Huh. So have you checked with any orthopedic surgeon or any consultation with the doctor?
No.
Okay. So means, I don't know, maybe in your case it's not that severe, but when it goes to very severe, then you cannot just sit and, lay back. You have to go to the doctor and consult. So in the next couple of slides, I'll tell you why this low back pain happened and how we can overcome that problem, because this problem is very prevalent. Go to the. So this slide, I'll tell you a little bit about our anatomy of our spine system. So our spinal system is composed of two parts. One is spinal column, that is called the vertebra. You know that, right? How many vertebrae do we have? And what is made of? Vertebra? Huh? No. What is its composition? It is made of bone, right? And between the two vertebrae, there presents what? One disc, that is called intervertebral disc, that is made of cartilage. Okay? And go back just. And second one is called the spinal cord, that basically our nervous system. So just along with our vertebral system, thus our nerval cord also pass through. Okay, that is our anatomy of our body. Go to the next slide. But there are several reasons this cartilage gets damaged. You can see that how the cartilage disc get damaged, right? What happens if you look this structure here? This is the normal disc. And over the time, this cartilage get degenerated. And as I already mentioned, cartilage cannot regenerate back because it is a avascular structure, right? What happens is slowly this cartilage disc come outside of this system. It's basically form a bulge, and then it start pushing the spinal cord there. That is the reason we started feeling the pain, because our spinal cord is here and the cartilage is coming out. It's put in compression, right? And that clinically that condition is called spinal stenosis or slip disc. I think many of you heard this term slip disc, right? Go to the next slide. And when the situation further goes back, worsen, what happened? There is no more disc left, and there is a direct contact of bone to bone, and that is called arthritis, osteoarthritis, right? And clinically it is called spondylosis. Have you heard of the name spondylosis? Many people are suffering from this problem, and that causing a lot of issues, like not only medically, the family you cannot go to the work, there is a work day loss, and a lot of things economically is happening. So what we do? So in that case, suppose when you have a damaged disc, you go to the doctor remove your disc, that cartilage part, and in that part they put this type of implant. This is called spinal cage implant. Earlier it was made of what? Metal. But metal has so many issues. It leaches out the ions I already mentioned. So, and what it does, this implant actually goes in the body and in this place, and then it basically forms the bone. So essentially it's a bone graft. Then at the end, you do not have any cartilage there. It is essentially one part, and this is called spinal fusion. You got it? And this is what these days, like people are using different high performance polymer to make this spinal cage implant. Go to the next slide. So our team also developed. The problem of that implant, it is not bioactive. It is a biocompatible, but it cannot catch or attract the bone. The bone formation get delayed. So we need to develop a new generation spinal cage implant that is more friendly to the bone formation, right? So that our team has developed this new generation high performance polymer composite. It is 3D printed using our facility. So you can see the prototype and just play the video how now we are in touch with doctor and company, so they can actually buy this thing.
Stop the motion at the symptomatic segment of the spine.
Done.
An ALIF is done in the lumbar or lower spine. Most commonly, it is performed on the L4 through L5 or L5 through S1 segment at the bottom of the lumbar spine, as these segments are most likely to break down. An ALIF is most commonly done to treat lumbar degenerative disc disease, in which a degenerated disc becomes painful. It may be done for other indications and may be combined with a posterior approach as well if added stability is needed. This type of fusion is unique as the surgery is done from the front or anterior, It starts with a 3 to 5 inch long incision on the left side of the abdomen. Next, the abdomen muscles are retracted to the side. The abdominal contents lay inside a large sac, the peritoneum, that is then retracted to the side, allowing access to the front of the spine without actually entering the abdomen. The large blood vessels, called the aorta and vena cava, lay on top of the spine, so a vascular surgeon will usually be part of the surgery to move the large blood vessels to the side. After the blood vessels have been moved aside, the disc material is removed. Some type of implant, called a cage, is then inserted into the disc space. The cage helps restore more of the normal spacing in between the vertebrae, alleviating pressure on the nerve roots. Bone graft is placed in the cage and sometimes in front of the cage. Sometimes additional fixation is used by inserting screws through the cage. If the patient's own bone graft is used, bone morsels are harvested from the front of the patient's iliac crest, or hip bone. This is
So our team has developed this different type of calcium phosphate granules. This is synthetic bone graft. Okay, so this granules being used as a bone filler. Okay. We have also developed this hydroxyapatite that can be used for the plasma spray coating. For example, I told you this 2-1. So this is actually normal one, does not have any coating, and here you can see this is white. So we have put some kind of calcium phosphate coating here, so that when you put inside the body, the bone can come and it's form a good bonding with the bone, okay, native bone, so that the implant will be stable, okay. So similarly, we have also developed bioactive glass coating on the metallic implants. We have also developed different bioactive ceramic scaffolds. Bigger size scaffold is the porous scaffold. We have also developed a very interesting work. This is actually a hydroxyapatite based integrated orbital implant. You heard the name of Tiger Pataudi, right? The cricket player. He had one eye, does not work, okay? And he used to put that time the stone, right? But the stone, the tissue cannot go inside. So it's very much visible. So the other eye moves like here and there, normally you move. The other eye basically remains stand still. So aesthetically it looks very bad. So we have developed this, we have developed this technology. So it's a highly porous structure, okay, eyeball implant. So you put it inside the body and the local tissue just go inside. Okay, tissue ingrowth takes place. And then what happened? Both the eye, the right eye, the good eye, when you move it this direction, the bad eye also can move in the same tandem. So common people, when look at you, they cannot distinguish if you have any issues with the eye or which one is bad eye, good eye. So aesthetically, you can use that. It does not give you any vision though. We have also developed some kind of injectable biodegradable bone cement that can be used as a bone filler. We are also working on this additive manufacturing, different type of scaffold for both healthcare application as well as the engineering application. So this is our divisional profile. My head, Dr. Bhamsibala, is also sitting here in the audience. So this is the different technologies that we have already transferred. I have already mentioned. So we have developed 11 technologies, 10 of them already commercialized. And there are different unique facilities that our division has, starting from the 3D printer to state-of-the-art tissue culture facilities. So with this, I'd like to thank you here. Thank you.
Thank you.
If you have any questions, you can ask.
Thank you, Dr. Bodhok and Dr. Singh, for your excellent lecture. Now I request Dr. P.K. Sinha, Senior Principal Scientist, to present a virtual lab demonstration.
Sir, many people visit chiropractors to crack their bones.
What's that?
Many people visit chiropractors to crack their bones. So sometimes there are cases where their dislocation of bones happen. So then why should we crack our bones, and how can we choose the correct one?
Many people goes where?
Chiropractor.
So
Chiropractor. What is that?
These are like basically that there are some types of meditation, some therapies are there, no?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Many people also crack their bones also
Okay.
with massage.
So what's your question?
My question is that sometimes there are problems like some people face dislocation.
Yeah, so essentially that's not a scientific remedy. We actually need to avoid those, and go for the proper remedy.
Yoga.
Yoga, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Any question? Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. I want to ask what kind of
Who? Oh, here.
material bone gulf made up of?
Bone?
Gulf.
Bone gulf.
I have seen.
Oh, bone graft. Oh, bone graft. It is essentially hydroxyapatite. We are synthesizing the same bone composition that we are having in the human body. So that will artificially prepare in the lab. Oh, chemical. It's basically calcium phosphate.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, as you have mentioned about the biomaterials, so the pacemaker that is placed in the heart, is that also made of biomaterials?
Pacemaker, probably, yeah, it's a biomaterial, but there's a different type of biomaterials, different grades of biomaterial. It's a grade 2. What do you call it? Like pacemaker?
Pacemaker consists of several sensors also, no?
Oh, yeah,
So
yeah.
it's essentially a small electrical device which is placed inside the heart. When our heart's rhythm is not as per normal this thing, it will give an electric pulse. So essentially whole sensor is placed inside some cage, like kind of small box which is made of biocompatible polyethylene, plastic. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I think if you have any questions, we can discuss later. Okay, so as I mentioned before, so now my colleague Dr. Prashanti Kumar Sheena, he will be giving you a lecture on virtual lab that we have made as part of this Jigyasa program.
Thank you, Subodhi. Very good afternoon, my dear students. So, we have several live demonstration before lunch and also after lunch. So now we will move to a virtual. Okay. Please silence, please. Student, please silence. So now I will be talking about a CSIR-CGCRI virtual lab. So now we have a live demonstration, all the material you have seen physically. So we will move to a virtual, actually CSIR. Now from morning you have know CSIR. How many of you know the CSIR, full form of CSIR? Raise your hand. Please tell me, what is the full form of CSIR? CSIR, Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, and you came here, CSIR-CGCRI program. Am I right? So what is Jigyasa? What is Jigyasa program? Jigyasa program is taken by the CSIR. It is a interaction between student and scientist. There are several modules. You came here, that this is a lab visit program. Also scientists can visit your schools and student residential program. So many programs are there. So under this program, again, another beautiful initiative, there is the Jigyasa virtual lab. So instead of you are physically do the experiment, so they are a beautiful innovative idea. So I will talking about that. So Jigyasa, what is virtual lab? What is virtual lab? Virtual lab is a digital platform where you can perform your experiment in the physical lab. You have all the schools, you have a physical laboratory, you have visited and you have done all the experiments over there. But whatever the experiment you done in your schools, that the same experiment you can done virtually. So this is a digital portal where you can done your experiment in the virtual lab digitally. So that's why CSIR designed this platform, and you can do a lot of experiment I will show you and I will demonstrate you there is a virtually actually, and I will call all the any 2 students from each school to demonstrate here. So I will just brief you what is the virtual lab. This is actually highlight the shift from physical to virtual mode. Why it is there? This is mainly for the learning process. This is actually designed for the enhance your learning process. CSIR Jigyasa lab is a mainly extension of the Jigyasa program. This virtual lab is an extension of Jigyasa program. The main objective is to create scientific model to make them interesting for the school student, so that they can perform and they can engage with the science having fun. So with the fun, because nowadays all the students are all using smartphone and laptop and computer, and also you are using their lot of time. But if you play your video game or comics or simulation, so with playing this, you will learn the science. That is the main objective of this portal, of this platform. This platform also offer all the students free of cost, and they can perform the experiment anytime from anywhere. Actually, Union Minister of Science and Technology, Dr. Jigyasa Singh ji, has launched this first virtual lab portal in last 22nd November 2021. There are also the recommendation in the new education policy. In the new education policy, what it recommends that the creating a virtual lab, silence please, student please be silent. So virtual laboratory so that all the students have the equal access and quality practical and hands-on experiment-based learning. Actually, though there is no substitute of the physical lab, you can learn what is hands-on experiment, but still in the virtually you can do, and it have virtual lab also have the great potential to enhance the actual laboratory experience. In the similar experience, so before going to the physical experiment, before experiment you can do the virtual, and also after physical experiment you also can your virtual experiment, so that your learning process will be beneficial and you can understand better. What is the idea behind it? Why we have developed this virtual lab set? The virtual lab are based on the idea that the experiment can be taught using internet more efficiently in a cost-effective manner. The experiment will be very cost-effective. Why it is cost-effective? Because in the laboratory, suppose you are doing one experiment, so there are chemicals and reagents, all the use, so you cannot repeat many times. No, you know nowadays the chemicals, everything is very costly. But in virtually you can perform this experiment many times. How many times you like, you can do it. So you can enhance your understanding. This lab, this portal also will benefit the student who do not have access to the physical lab or school where the equipments are not available. In some school, there is maybe the school have not facility, all the equipment, so virtually at least you can run the experiment and you can get the idea and to enhance your understanding of the theoretical knowledge. Because you know that the practical experience is much more better than the theoretical one. Because if I tell you, if you tell me something, I will forget. Normally what you are learning, so you tell me, I will forget. And if I show you, you remember. But when you involve it, then you will understand the things. So once your study material or experiment, whatever you are learning theoretically, if you do the experiment over there, so physically it is not always easy, because you know the school, you have to do the experiment in the school hour only, but the virtually you can do this experiment, the same experiment, whatever you can able to perform in your school, you can done anytime. That is actually the experiment at your home, we can say. And that's why the national educational policy also it recommend to use the virtual lab.
I think the CBSE schools, they also know these things. Nowadays, they are giving more importance in this matter. So what you will learn in the portal? The theory, different experimental theory you can learn there, and procedure. What are the procedure? For example, any experiment, suppose the determination of hardness of water. Water, you know, all of you know the hard water and soft water. So to determine, you have to understand how much calcium present there in terms of calcium carbonate. So you have to titrate the calcium carbonate using EDTA. So that's the same experiment you can do virtually, and you can get the clear idea. So the virtual lab will help you to perform the experiment. And also there are several modules, so animation and video games and quiz also there. By using quiz, I will show you that by quiz also you can evaluate yourself the how much knowledge you have gained from this module. So just I am like to go to the what is the virtual lab portal. How can I go there? So first in the Google you will search that CSIR-Jigyasa virtual lab. You have to type this keyword CSIR-Jigyasa virtual lab in the Google. So you will find that CSIR-Jigyasa virtual lab portal. You will find this one. CSIR-Jigyasa virtual lab portal. If you click on that, you will enter to the home page of the Jigyasa virtual lab. How many of you already visited this CSIR-Jigyasa virtual lab? How many of you visited? Because it is already uploaded in the portal and anybody can perform this experiment. How many of you have already exercised and have done experiment in the portal? Can raise your hand, please? Nobody? This is a beautiful platform, and you can have the experiment of your own anytime. So you can see here what is the benefit of this portal. So you can enter in the main home page, and in the home page you can see that several activities there, and all the activities in the different categories. So simulation and comics and games and infographics, video, in the several different category you can perform this experiment. So suppose for I go to the simulation part. So you click on the simulation. So if when you click on the simulation, you will see the what are the modules there. You see there are several modules like preparation of washing soap, examine the presence of arsenic in groundwater, processing of synthetic bone filler. You know that last video you have seen the bone and you have idea, and you have seen 3 animation video, how you feel it, that the animation, how you see that how the bone is generating and how bone is degrading and how the slip disc of the spinal cord is replacing. That animation video will help you for your learning. The same thing actually based on that, this virtual lab portal, you can perform many experiments is over there. Several modules are there. Suppose you click on the preparation of washing soap. So in the laboratory, how can do you perform the preparation of washing soap? You will see this module. Also several other modules are there. Suppose total hardness, how can it be determined, the hardness of water? That is also there. So several modules are there. If you categorize is there, animation video, measurement of electrical conductivity of water to check the dissolved minerals. These are there in the portal. So now see in the glass, you have seen the glass also in the first half. So how commercial glass can be prepared? Can you tell me that how commercial glass can be prepared? Just rough idea. Who can tell? Please stand up. Melting the raw materials. What are the raw materials? Sands is one component, and
yes, sir. Metals like irons and any metals that.
Not directly metal.
No, not metals. Sir, as we were shown earlier, the metals, some non-organic components, all of them when they're melted and cooled down fast. So
Okay.
that is
Oh,
how
what
glass. Glass is formed, sir.
What is the main component of the glass? What is the main component? Please, okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Sir, silicon dioxide, sodium carbonate and calcium carbonate are heated together, and in this process, silicon dioxide reacts with sodium carbonate to form sodium silicate,
Okay,
and
fine.
it releases carbon dioxide.
Yes,
And when it is in molten form, the bubbles are released as the carbon dioxide is released from the reaction, and
Yes,
then
yes,
the
you will
then
get the super cooled material.
yes,
that
it is
glass form.
cooled. It
Very
is cooled
nice.
down. If it is cooled down very fast,
Yes.
then the glass will be very brittle. And if it is cooled down slowly, the glass will be opaque. So it has to be cooled down in a controlled manner.
Okay, fine.
Thank you, sir.
From which school? Kendriya Vidyalaya. Okay, fine. So this preparation of, suppose this preparation of glass, this preparation of commercial glass also by
Silent,
animation.
please.
I think some of the students you know, but a lot of students you also don't know how the glass can be prepared. But in the animation video, by animation, and you can do also yourself. You can prepare the glass by using the animation. I can show you that these modules are also there. So, and not only the animation, you can also get a lot of idea that what is the objective of the glass and what are the science behind the glass. You know, how the glass can be prepared and the significance and description of the glass. And also quiz are also there, what I already told you. So there are different modules, and not only the animation, there are comics and video graphics, many things are there. Now, what I told you, now we will demonstrate before you. So I think I will call some of the students from the Kendriya Vidyalaya, any 2 students come on the dais so that we can perform the experiment. Now we will do the experiment. So in the Google search, just we will go to the Google and we will directly go to the portal. Now this is the Google portal. So in the Jigyasa portal, you know, this is our live demonstration. We will show you the live demonstration now. So may I call 2 students from Kendriya Vidyalaya. You come here and perform the experiment here.
2 students, please come on the stage from KB Domdom.
So this is the virtual lab portal of CSIR. So I just show you, after coming back to home, you will, good afternoon. So you should do all the perform here. Beautiful reactions are there. Now we can go, you see, I will just show you. The simulation part, you click on the simulation. Or you can be anywhere which you like, but I can show you, go to the simulation. There you can do perform your test. So you click on that, the simulation. Okay, now we directed the simulation part. So suppose, okay, just 1 second, just use the develop CGCRI part. So maybe you can put the preparation of washing soap. How washing soap can be prepared. You can just click on that. Please wait. Now animation is coming. So this is the simulator part. So what is this program? Preparation of washing soap. So what is the objective of that? You click on that. So bar soap manufacturing process by using kettle and boiling method. Okay. So whatever the information you can study it here, but we will go to the directly to the animation part. Okay. So now here 1 by 1 instruction is there. First of all, you have to take 50 gram of chicken fat into the beaker, and that it can be melted in the hot plate. So you click on that, click on the, wait. So now 34 gram, still more. Okay. Okay. That is fine, okay, no problem. Okay, that will also, that can be done. So now switch on the burner so it can be melted. Is over. Now next step. So what is mentioned, you can also just see What is information is there? Now what is they click on the liquid chicken fat to start measuring. Now you have to take a measurement. So whatever amount you taken, but you have to take a measured amount of liquid. So click on the beaker, and there is a scale. You can just scroll down the amount. 0 ml, 2 ml, 5 ml, 6 ml. So you have to taken up to 50 ml, around 50 ml, 45 ml. So 50 ml. It is taken in the measuring cylinder. Now you have to put in the beaker. So click on the mix button. Now click on the coconut oil. It also coconut oil also we have to add. You have to take from the here. You measure up to 50 ml. So you understand the process. So now we are performing on preparation of washing soap. So how you can perform yourself at your home using your mobile phone or laptop or computer to preparation by performing this test. This is for example I am telling, but there are a lot of experiments are there. Whatever you like, you can perform to gain your knowledge, which related to your studies or for your curiosity, for your interesting, anything you can study. So now you can mix the ingredients. Now ingredients are mixing. Okay, now you have to start. So click on the start so that it can be start oil. So now you start, because you have to thoroughly mix the material now. So you start mixing is there. Still you have to start, 70% is done. Now it is completed. Now you click on the next page. So what happened now? You have to heat the mixer. So the mixer you have taken in the hot plate. Now you have to switch on the hot plate so that it can be heated and the saponification process will be completed. So for there are many processes, and all the student you can like the different activities. So whatever you like, you can perform of your own. There are a lot of choices, and this portal is developed by the 37 laboratory of CSIR all over India. So all the CSIR laboratory have developed this portal. Actually, there are basically the scientific, advanced scientifically and technologically advanced module also. So let us say nanotechnology, whatever is there, what are the research doing on sensor, actuator, and optical fiber, how optical fiber is working. So that modules are there. You can learn and you can exercise there. So now you have to separate the glycerin. There is a byproduct. Yeah, for example, we have taken what fat, any source you can taken, but we use here the chicken fat, but from any source you can choose. Okay. Now you put on the particular mold so that you can get a particular shape of the soap. Okay. So there are several modules. So you can perform the same way using your devices available with you so that you can learn. So thank you so much. Okay, now so now may I call from the school, from Jadavpur High School, any student? Okay, only another one module. Just I like to one module. So similar way, you can lot of modules are there. Anyone you can do from your any student who would like to perform the test. So you know the electrical conductivity. So okay, you can perform the electrical conductivity of water. Okay, you just so there I will show you electrical conductivity of water. Water can conduct electricity. Water can conduct electricity. Why? So distilled water and distilled water and tap water, which one conduct electricity more?
Okay, so the presence of ions we can study, no, by measuring the electrical conductivity. So that experiment we can do. So measurement of electrical conductivity of water, so to study the presence of the dissolved minerals, dissolved ions, how much ions are there, that we can study, no. So how can we do? So these experiments there, you just select the water sample, which water you like to measure. So 0.1 normal KCl solution may be with much more electrical conductivity, but also you can select of your own
Distilled water.
distilled water.
Distilled water.
Okay, distilled water, how much conductivity will be there? Maybe it will less conduct, but we will see. Okay, you choose, okay. So select the distilled water. So distilled water will come to the sample container. Okay. Now you click on the tap to fill on the test beaker and the tap. So in the test beaker. So now click on the, dear student, silence please. Dear student, please silence. Okay. The last module I will show you. Okay. So now you can watch the beaker. So you can drain out. You can drain out the, you tap. So you can drain out 1 second. Okay. Yeah, you can just watch the. Yes. Now you can. Now you feel that. Okay. Now you fill the sample test beaker. Now water sample is taken into the beaker. Now you switch on the LC meter. No, switch is there. So now the reading will come. You will see the how much electrical conductivity. How much is there? So conductivity, you know, the distilled water. You see the distilled water conductivity almost 0. So 0.00002 Siemens per centimeter. It's a very less conductivity. No, this is distilled water. You see the conductivity almost 0. So if you select the other one, water, so you can get the more conductivity. Okay. So you can select another one. Yes. No. You have to drain. You have to drain the water. Now,
We have to wash it.
rainwater, no problem. So okay, now you switch on the. So in the rainwater, we see that how much electrical conductivity. It also not much, but little more than distilled water. But if you take the other water, so you will get conductivity more. So not only this electrical conductivity, the several other also experiments are there. So not only this experiment, so you perform all the experiment. This is a very much available method. So you can perform all the experiment of your own after returning back to your home. Okay. So thank you, student. Okay, thank you. Now you are choosing another one.
One announcement. Now our volunteers will be distributing the feedback form to all of you. Okay. So you are requested to kindly fill up the form and then please have it with you. Then our volunteers will be collecting that.
Earlier one, I hope it is okay. More than rainwater. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so hope everybody will perform a lot of experiments are there.
You can use any language to fill up the form, whatever you are convenient.
So, dear student, thank you for your listening.
Hello, silent, please.
All of you to perform and visit this CSIR-Jigyasa virtual portal and perform the lot of experiment over there.
Thank you, Dr. Shina. Now I request Dr. Tejulal Saha to come in the dais for quiz session. Student, please keep silent.
Hello. হ্যালো হ্যালো লাগবে একজনকে ও আমার প্রাইস hello 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 please silent please now I am start the quiz competition with parallel quiz competition you can fill the feedback form okay কোথায় রে ধর করতে কেন চলতে চলতে ফিডব্যাক ফর্মটা লিখলে ভালো ভালো লাগবে কুইজটা তারপরে ফিডব্যাক ফর্মটা ভালো লিখলে ভালো হবে hello student please silent can I start quiz or you first complete the feedback form then I can start whatever your choice all are busy to write the feedback form গানটা চালিয়ে দেবো
এটা পরে হবে প্রাইস ডিস্ট্রিবিউশন সার্টিফিকেট ডিস্ট্রিবিউশন তারপর ওদের
now silent please now start I am not asking the who is the gentleman okay everybody know who is the gentleman I am not asking the name
hey gift কোথায়
শুভদীপ
গিফট কই গিফট
শুভদীপ প্রাইসটা
একটু আমার সঙ্গে আসো না না এইগুলো গিফট বাজারের ব্যাগ ওই এই এইগুলো গিফট পেন নেই
এই যে পেন
হায় ভগবান
পেন না নিয়ে আর ওইটা একটা করে দেবে কি আছে
আচ্ছা
আগে শুধু পেন দিতাম একটা
ঠিক আছে
সুন্দর করেছে না
ওকে স্টার্ট স্টার্ট করো
now my question is
everybody please be silent
in which year and which subject the gentleman got Nobel Prize and just a minute the rule is which first finger raise your hand then I call This boy is the first right hand, then we'll call you. Okay.
Thank you.
Now, repeat the question. In which subject and in which year the gentleman got Nobel Prize?
Follow.
Stand up. Mike. Yes, first. Okay.
The physics.
Then year.
Year.
In which year got Nobel Prize?
1921.
1921.
21.
No. 1921 is correct answer.
Oh.
Doubt no? আমাদের 12 হয়েছে।
Sagnik Sarkar.
Okay. Can I go to the next question?
তাড়াতাড়ি করো।
বহু জোরে।
Showman. যখন যার
Who am I?
এটা করে আজকে গিফট দিয়ে দেবে। তোমার সঙ্গে রাখো।
Who am I? No.
From this side, anybody?
Just a minute. Go to this. Full name?
Microphone, please.
Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi.
Yes, Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi.
আস্তে
রেজিস্ট্রেশনটা এখানে রাখো দিয়ে দিচ্ছেন আমার সার্টিফিকেট ইটা রেজিস্ট্রেশন কপিটা এটা নিচে রাখলে হবে
Next question.
This question only for 9, 8, 9. Have you 8 student? 8 standard student is there?
Class 8 এর কারা আছো? এই কোশ্চেনটা তাদের জন্য। ওকে? হ্যাঁ 8 and 9.
No. First is the first question only for 8. Okay? And then go to the 9 on the same question. The question is, what is the composition of LPG? LPG. This is a LPG cylinder, no?
What is the composition of LPG? Class 8, anybody? Class 8? 9 পরে। Class 8 এর কেউ আছে? No help from teachers. No help.
Your class 8, 9. Okay. Now the next question under LPG cylinder, from LPG cylinder, what is the bad smell comes from the LPG? And then formula of that.
This guy first. Hey, wait. First get the
First
microphone.
introduce yourself. The name.
Sir, my name is Soritram Ridha.
Okay.
Sir, the name of the compound is something like that, ethyl mesocarb something.
No. Correctly with your name. Correctly with the name. Anyone? Yeah.
Sir, কি বললাম প্রথমটা? ethyl
No.
Chance has gone.
Sir, is it methane, CH4?
No. It's a natural gas composition.
This girl. বলো এখানে সামনে।
Ammonia?
No.
Ammonia.
Sir, is it ethylene?
No.
বলো ওনাকে বলো।
Ethyl meracaptan.
বলো।
Ethyl meracaptan.
Ethyl
Meracaptan. Meracaptan.
mercaptan. That is the formula of that. Okay. Go.
মানে পেন পাবে না পেনের ওই বাক্সটা পাবে?
Ethyl mercaptan. Like ethanol, the formula is ethanol. When ethanol, oxygen is replaced by sulfur. CH3, CH2, SH. This is ethyl mercaptans bad smell from LPG cylinder.
এই পেছন থেকে কিন্তু কোনো আনসার আসছে না, সমস্ত কিছু তো সামনে থেকেই হচ্ছে।
Okay, Kaushik, you follow.
হাত তুলেছিল, আচ্ছা সরি, ঠিক আছে। নেক্সট কোশ্চেন।
Just a bit. This is not twin tower, okay? This is not twin tower. This a name is there. What is the name this tower?
Hey, I got it.
Malaysia Twin Tower.
No, this is not twin tower. This is especially name is there. This is a situation in Kuala Lumpur. This is right. It's under Malaysia. The name is
Petronas Twin Tower.
Yes, Petronas Twin Tower.
Hello. ঠিক আছে, পরে কাছে এনে দিবি। নেক্সট কোশ্চেন।
I am not asking yet. Everybody raise your hand. I am not asking any question now.
Before asking the question, somebody raise the hand. We'll ask that guy to come to the stage. Okay.
This is Statue of Unity. Oh, yes. This is highest statue in the world. Yes. What's the highest height of this statue? Kaushik, bolo.
Okay, I got somebody here. You have pen. For correct answer, you'll get one pen. If it's a wrong answer, you have to give me a pen.
Is it 328 meters?
320.
8 meters.
328 meters.
328
meters.
No.
182 meters. 182 meters. 182.
Anybody want to try?
182 meters.
Yes, 182 meters.
Wow.
এই লোগোতে যাব, লোগো 32 ধর এটা।
Devdulal da. Anything on music? I think next you can play the music.
What is the medal? What is MEMS? It's for especially for 11 and 12 students.
Full form of MEMS.
Just a tough question, but 11 and 12 student I think is okay.
Anybody?
Anyone? Right. একটুখানি বলেছি। Micro electro
Machine system.
no. Micro electro
Machinery.
mechanical.
এই ওকে একটা পেন দাও।
I think we can give a pen to them.
বলেছি যখন পেন দাও।
I think we can give a pen to them.
Just he's trying. So I'm now studying a music, okay? Very old music. This is not your generation music. This is before that. This is before my generation of music, okay? So identify the singer. Silent, please.
So who is the singer of this song? Yes. No, that fellow.
Asha Bhosle.
No, wrong answer.
God. Silent, please. Silent.
এই এরকম করলে কিন্তু আনসার আমি করে দেবো। ঠিক আছে।
Silent, please.
Sir, Lata Mangeshkar.
Yes, Lata Mangeshkar.
আরে পেন নিয়েছো? পেন পেন কেন? থ্যাংক ইউ।
Silent, please.
Silence.
Keeping video.
Okay, sir.
इवान जी जी बैल खोलिए
जी मोनो
आहिस्ता
আস্তে।
I'm not asking the name of the movie, okay? Director of this movie.
Hey, I got actually one response for teacher. Teacher is allowed.
Yes.
Okay.
Ashutosh Gwarikar.
Yes, ma'am.
Ashutosh Gwarikar.
Yes, Ashutosh Gwarikar. Koshi, the ওইখানটা রাখ না। ওইখানটা রেখে দেন।
Next.
What are next? What are this one? টেনে দাও। বড়টা Just a minute, hold.
जो चिट्ठी आती है वो पूछे जाती है कि घर कब आओगे, कि घर कब आओगे, लिखो कब आओगे।
What are the singer? There is a two singer. There is a two singer there.
এই ডান দিক থেকে ফ্রন্ট।
There is a two singer.
Sonu Nigam.
Next.
আরেকজন।
Anumali.
No.
আচ্ছা ও বললো হচ্ছে সোনু নিগম এবং অনু মালিক। তাহলে ওকে পেনের খাপটা দাও, একটা তো ঠিক বলেছে।
দাঁড়াও দেখি।
Sonu Nigam আর রূপকুমার রাথোর।
Yes.
এটা পঙ্গ দিয়ে যান। সবাই বেরিয়ে যাচ্ছেন? আচ্ছা আচ্ছা। তো এদের সার্টিফিকেটটা তাহলে ঠিক আছে। আপনি একটু কাইন্ডলি এদের ফিডব্যাকটা নিয়ে আসুন।
This question is not all, only for class 8. What's the law? Only class 8.
Actually, some students are leaving. They have to go. So, wait.
Hello, a small.
No, it's actually one particular school. They got to leave. Only one school. Some students. The teachers will be here and they will collect the certificate. So only
Okay,
school, one school.
certificate is ready.
Yes, ready. So we'll give later. The teacher will be here, so we'll distribute the certificate on time. Yeah.
This for class 8. This for class 8 question. Not to all. Please.
না ক্লাস 8 ছিল, কিছুতে ছিল। মানে কিছু স্কুলে ক্লাস 8 আছে আর কি। এসছে।
তোমরা একটু চুপ করো।
এই আসতে।
শুভদীপ
বলো।
ক্লাস 8 এই রোতে আছে। ওরা হাত তুলেছে একটু আয়।
অনেকগুলো হাত, কোনটা নেব?
না, only for class 8. This question only for class 8. ওখান থেকে নিয়ে
ক্লাস 8 দেখে তো মনে হচ্ছে না ক্লাস 8
ওই ব্লু
Newton's third law.
What is Newton's third law? Go the same. No, silent. আরে তোমরা একটু চুপ করো প্লিজ। বলো হোয়াট ইজ নিউটনস থার্ড ল?
স্যার পারবো।
হ্যাঁ ওই বলবে। কি হলো? বাংলায় বলো। নো টেনশন।
আচ্ছা নেক্সট ওয়ান
Repulsion of action and reaction.
শুনতে পাচ্ছি না, তোমরা চুপ করো প্লিজ।
Repulsion of action and reaction.
sit down
প্রাইজ দিতে হ্যাঁ।
নাও
তোমরা চুপ করো প্লিজ, নাহলে অনুষ্ঠান করতে পারবো না। এটা সাইলেন্ট হয়ে যাও। সাইলেন্ট প্লিজ, সাইলেন্ট। Only raise your hand. We'll see. Who is raise your hand first. Not yet. Just hold.
now this question already answered and prize has been given so just wait for the next question
What is the identified there? What is the effect?
try করেছি
হাত তুলে থাকো, আমি দেখছি। যা যা যা
লো কাকে দেবো see the quiz masters also got confused okay there's so many hands are raised that fellow this guy we'll have enough question
Greenhouse effect.
তারপর হয়নি, this is not correct. This is a effect, but another effect is there.
পেছনে দাও পেছনে আর বলছি আর পাচ্ছে না দাও মাইক্রোফোনটা দাও
Global warming. Global warming.
next question please
This is a flag. This is a flag for different games. There is a two is there. Option 1 is A and 1 is B, and these two flag represents which play, like cricket, like that, like field hockey. So A and B, which this logo has represent the play of that. Anyone? Okay, you. Yes, stand up.
wait for the microphone wait
কোনটা জানো?
A is for archery, I guess, but the B one I don't know.
হ্যাঁ
আস্তে হবে
Basketball. B1 is basketball.
What is A?
archery নয় বসে পড়ো তাহলে নেক্সট দাঁড়াও বলো
Sir, A is for basketball.
A is for basketball
A basketball. আর B?
B জানিস না।
B জানে না
নেক্সট এদিকে আয়।
কাকে
A is badminton and B is basketball.
No.
A is athletics. And B is basketball.
A is
No.
what types of athlete?
A kabaddi or B basketball.
Which one? Who
কে
told-
বললো?
Yes, yes. A kabaddi, B basketball. Cool. আমি পড়তে পারছি না হারাচ্ছে
ঠিক আছে, আগ্রহ আছে তো।
ভাবছিলাম তো আগে সময়
বলো। আরে কোশ্চেনটা শোনো, কোশ্চেনটা শুনে হাত তুলছো কেন?
There is a two hero. There is a two hero. This is our hero. Two hero is there. There's a name of two heroes.
আচ্ছা আচ্ছা, আমি দেখেছি ডান দিকে ওরা আপনি এটা বলছো। তুমি একটা পেন পেয়েছো?
36
পাওনি?
Sivan.
A is K Sivan and B is A Somnath.
Yes. Big hand.
You know, congratulations. Next question. হ্যাঁ, ওই আর কি ম্যাডাম, আমাদের ভলেন্টিয়ারও কম অ্যাকচুয়ালি তো।
This is all. This question for all. What is the effect? কৌশিক, কৌশিক কে আগে হাত তুলে একটু দেখ।
এই আস্তে, এখানে একটা হয়েছে পেছনে। কে হাত তুললে? Who raised the hand? No, হাত তুলেছিলে। আচ্ছা,
ফটো বলটা কে?
কুইজ মাস্টার।
Solar energy collection.
I'm not hearing you.
Solar energy collection.
No, effect. What is the effect?
Photoelectric effect.
Photoelectric
effect.
একটুখানি ভুল হচ্ছে। নেক্সট বলো।
Sir, photovoltaic effect.
Yes, photovoltaic effect. This is a conversion of sunlight to electricity. It's a conversion of sunlight to electricity.
কোনো মিউজিক আছে কোশ্চেনে? আর
Now, who am I?
পারবে? এখানে হয়েছে, এখানে হয়েছে।
Charlie Chaplin.
What is the name?
Charlie Chaplin.
What is your name?
Subhajit Roy. Subhajit Roy.
What is your name?
Subhajit Roy.
And the answer is?
Charlie Chaplin.
Yes, Charlie Chaplin. না, একটা জিনিস
আস্তে আস্তে।
Who am I?
ইনি কে?
Who am I?
No hands from back. Middle, no hand. Oh, okay.
No. আমি একটা ক্লু দিতে পারি, দেখি পারে কিনা।
পারে কিনা দেখে নাও, বলো।
Jagadish Chandra Ray.
জগদীশ চন্দ্র বোস?
হ্যাঁ।
নো।
এই পেছন থেকে আছে।
Roy, Jagadish Chandra Roy. না।
ওদিকে তাকিয়ে বলো।
Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar.
Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar. No. This is related to cinema. This is related to cinema, Indian cinema.
হ্যাঁ।
Dada Saheb Phalke.
Yes, Dada Saheb Phalke.
ও বানাচ্ছে। কৌশিকদা বলেছেন তো?
তোমরা একটু চুপ করো প্লিজ, সাইলেন্ট, একটু চুপ করো। Who am I? Adolf Hitler, no.
শান্তি স্বরূপ ভাটনাগর।
হিটলার, নো। খালি বোধ থাকলেই
না 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 না, আনসার দিয়েছে তেন্দুলাল দা। বলো।
শান্তি স্বরূপ ভাটনাগর।
Yes, Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar. He is the founder director of CSIR.
He is the founder of CSIR. আচ্ছা, দাঁড়াও। কে হাত তুলেছ? কোশ্চেনটা কি?
This is a missile man, no?
কোশ্চেনটা কি? কি হবে?
Sir, 11th রাষ্ট্রপতি, তাই তো? His name is APJ Abdul Kalam. My question is, what do you mean by APJ? Correctly you answer, oh.
আব্দুল পাকির জালালউদ্দিন, আবুল পাকির জালালউদ্দিন আব্দুল কালাম।
শুনতে পাচ্ছি না, আস্তে সাইলেন্ট।
এ ফর আবুল।
দাঁড়াও, সাইলেন্ট প্লিজ।
আবুল পাকির জালালউদ্দিন।
আবুল
পাকির
পাকির
জালালউদ্দিন।
জয়নুল আবেদিন, হয়নি। নেক্সট। এটা বলে দিচ্ছি।
এটা কাদের জন্য? আই থিংক ক্লাস 8।
না সবার জন্য।
ওকে।
I think all of know, no? The gentleman. Name 3 books of this gentleman. Name 3 books.
না, তুমি পেয়েছো তো, বসে পড়ো।
শুভদীপ কই? তোকে দেখতে পাচ্ছি না।
স্যার নন্টে ফন্টে।
দাঁড়াও, শুনতে হবে।
স্যার নন্টে ফন্টে। বাটুল দ্য গ্রেট। এন্ড মালগুড়িস।
আর কি?
এন্ড মালগুড়িস।
Yes. হলো না, হয়নি।
স্যার মে আই নন্টে ফন্টে
শুনতে পাচ্ছি না, প্লিজ চুপ করো।
নন্টে ফন্টে বাটুল দি গ্রেট হাদা বোদা।
ইয়েস, হাদা বোদা। তোমরা চুপ করো। The question is, the uniqueness is there. I don't know the, I'm not asking, I'm not explaining the uniqueness. What is the uniqueness is there? The gentleman is a date and birth, year and month. There is a uniqueness is there. আগে চিনতে পেরেছো কি? বলো। বিধানচন্দ্র রায়, বলো।
কোশ্চেনটা কি ছিল দেবুদা? আরেকবার।
কোশ্চেনটা ছিল হচ্ছে, ওনার জন্ম আর মৃত্যুর মধ্যে একটা ইউনিকনেস আছে।
দুজনে যে দিনে জন্মেছে সেই দিনেই মারা গেছে।
ডেট বলতে হবে, ইয়ার বলতে হবে। ইউনিকনেসটা তো আমি ধরিয়ে দিলাম তোমাকে। ডেট বলবে। ডেট আছে, সেম।
কত? 26 নভেম্বর।
না
হয়নি।
স্যার উনি তো বিধানচন্দ্র রায়, ওনার নামেই তো ডক্টরস ডে 7 জুলাই।
আস্তে আস্তে আস্তে।
মোবাইলে দেখে নেওনি তো, এই কারণে আমরা এখানে কুইজটা করছি।
বলো
স্যার 1st জুলাই।
ইয়ার বলো। 1st জুলাই 19 নাকি 18?
19
কি হয়েছে, জন্মেছে না মারা গেছে?
মারা গেছে না
1974
তুমি বলবে? বলো।
1st জুলাই 1962।
দাঁড়ায়, চুপ করো। 1st জুলাই ইউনিক হয়ে গেছে।
1st জুলাই
ইয়ার বলো।
1974
হ্যাঁ?
1974
না।
1st জুলাই 1962।
আর আরেকটা জন্মেছে কবে?
আচ্ছা, একই স্কুল, ভাগ হয়ে যাবে।
স্যার স্যার মারা গেছে 1922।
19, ওটা ঠিক আছে। ইয়ার অফ বার্থ বলো। আরে বাবা, ইয়ার অফ বার্থ বলো।
Let's see if other can. I think we can give. Okay, one hour, please. One pen.
1882 date of birth.
এটা অ্যাকচুয়ালি আমার পাওয়ার কথা, তুমি আমার থেকে শুনে বললে। আচ্ছা, নেক্সট কোয়েশ্চেন প্লিজ। দাঁড়াও দাঁড়াও, হাত তুলেছে।
দাঁড়াও দাঁড়াও, আমি কোশ্চেন করিনি। আমি তোমরা
না না,
পারবে?
কোয়েশ্চেনটা এই বলবে, হাত তুলেছে তো।
আমি কোশ্চেনই তো বলিনি।
কোয়েশ্চেনটা কি
বলো। সরি,
উনি কি পেয়েছেন ওটা হাতে, ওনার কি আছে ওটা কি?
বলো কি আছে।
অস্কার পেয়েছিলেন উনি।
হ্যাঁ, আমি কি কোশ্চেন জিজ্ঞাসা করেছি? ইন হুইচ ইয়ার গড অস্কার?
কত সালে?
কত?
1992।
1992।
রাইট আনসার
92।
92, ঠিক আছে। দাদা, কোশ্চেনটা শোনো, প্লিজ বি সাইলেন্ট প্লিজ। হোয়াট ইজ দ্য কোশ্চেন?
What is the name of submarine?
বলো বলো।
টাইটেন
দাঁড়িয়ে।
টাইটেন টাইটেন
টাইটান, রাইট। কিন্তু এটা কি কোশ্চেন ছিল না আরো কিছু আছে? এটাই।
পারবে 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 পারবে। এটা 10 times bigger than Titanic. What is the name of this ship?
দিস গাই। তুমি আগে পেন পেয়েছো না?
কস্টা কনকর্ডিয়া।
কি?
কস্টা কনকর্ডিয়া।
না, হয়নি।
বলো বলো।
ড্রিম ক্রুজ।
কি বললে?
স্যার সিম্ফনি অফ দ্য সিজ।
ড্রিম ক্রুজ।
No. The name of this ship.
ওয়েট ওয়েট।
সান্টা ক্রুজ। দ্য সি অফ সিম্ফনি।
না,
কে হাত তুলেছিল? হাত তুলেছো তো, তোলো ভালো করে।
শেষ করে দে।
কুইক মাস্টারকে বলো।
পোসাইডেন। পোসাইডেন।
No. This is the icon of the sea.
So the answer is icon of the sea.
Now, I'm asking 6 questions for 6 school. Okay. Now is a school wise question.
So first question goes to Silver Point.
Okay. Silver Point. And this is a 50 rupees note, and the back side of the 50 rupees note, and there is a heritage site. And the name of the heritage site and which state?
All Silver Point.
Name of the heritage site is Hampi.
Yes. The state is? In which state? In which state belong to Hampi?
Very easy.
Anyone in your school? Anyone? Anyone in school?
Okay, wait. Same
No,
school.
no. ওদের স্কুল ওখানে আছে।
বলো, stand up and say. Odisha.
No.
না, অন্য স্কুলে হবে না। Same school.
পারবে না? ওকে দিয়ে দে।
Odisha Hampi.
কর্ণাটকা।
Karnataka.
Karnataka Hampi.
Answer is already told.
Now next question. No, which school?
Silver Point.
Okay, St. Xavier's.
St. Xavier's. So this question goes to St. Xavier's.
I think I'm not asking the name, okay? And in which state is the, I'm not also asking. I'm asking in which year this statue set up? In which year?
Which year the Charminar has been set up? Anybody?
(1644)
Which master?
1644.
হবে না?
Anybody? Want to try? The answer is don't know.
No.
Answer is don't know. Acha,
Okay.
hey, we will
Try to-
take.
this question try to another school.
Acha, anybody on this try? Which year this Charminar has been set up?
1612 AD.
Anybody else from other school? Other school we can also accept.
(1864)
1864.
18. No.
বলো। 1591. Right?
That's মোবাইল
আচ্ছা, কোনো মিউজিক এবার হবে? ভিডিও দেখে
না
মিউজিক?
না ওদের দিয়ে দে, ওদের স্কুল হয়ে গেল, ওদের স্কুল হয়ে গেল ওটা।
হয়ে গেল। বলছি ভিডিও কিছু আছে? ভিডিও?
না আমি একটা গান, আমি জাস্ট একটা মিউজিক শোনাবো। এই তোমরা একটু চুপ করো, সাইলেন্ট প্লিজ।
Oh, okay. Yeah. You guys are from which school? Kendriya Bidyalaya. So this question, next question is for the KV.
শুনেছো মিউজিকটা?
কি কোশ্চেন নাকি? What is the question?
কেবি দমদম।
ও হাত তুলে বসে আছে, কোশ্চেনটা কি?
হাত তুলেছো?
ও বলছে গান
মিউজিকটা
শুনেছে।
শুনেছো? গানটা কি কে গেয়েছে?
মান্না দে। গানটা কফি হাউসে সেই আড্ডাটা।
আর
কফি হাউসে সেই আড্ডাটা মান্না দে।
আর কিছু পেপারে চলে গেছে। What is the answer?
Next school, the Summit. Achha, next question is for the Summit school. Okay. The Summit school.
What is the process? What is the process name? এই কোথায় কোন কাদের বলেছিস এদের কি?
This is not done. You cannot get the answer from a teacher.
The
No.
name of this process.
What is the name of this process?
ভালো করে দেখো।
We'll go. Oh, achha.
Siphon. Siphon.
Siphon.
So next question will be for KV. Which school? Mukul Bose. Okay. Next question will be for Mukul Bose Memorial Institution. Mukul Bose Memorial Institution. Next question.
What is the phenomenon and what is the classification?
Phenomenon
What
and
is this
classification.
phenomena? And what are the classification? One by one, when you classify it, then top, middle and bottom.
বাংলায় কোশ্চেনটা করে দাও বাংলায় কোশ্চেনটা চাইছে ওরা
আচ্ছা এটা দেখে আমরা কি বুঝতে পারি এটা কি হচ্ছে এনএস আর কিছু বলছি না তিনটে ভ্যারাইটি আছে what is the three variety first what is the phenomena of that what is this phenomena and what is the three different phenomena.
Anybody?
পারবে না ওই তো হাত তুলেছে তে
We will have two more last question.
Yes.
Then we'll go to the next session. বলেছে একটু দাঁড়িয়ে বলো বাবা
Magnetic field.
Now phenomena is magnetism, okay, and the classification of three, which one is top, middle and bottom?
Which one is?
Top.
প্রথমটা ম্যাগনেটিজমের কোন পার্ট মানে কি ম্যাগনেটিজম সেকেন্ডটা কি থার্ডটা কি দিস ইজ ম্যাগনেটিজম ওকে that is the three variety of material is there and what is the classification of this magnetism?
Attraction and repulsion.
শুনতে পাচ্ছি না তোমরা একটু চুপ করো প্লিজ
না প্যারাম্যাগনেট শুনেছো ডায়াম্যাগনেট প্যারাম্যাগনেট হিন্টস দিচ্ছি হিন্টস
তুমি কোন ক্লাসে পড়ো
10.
ক্লাস 10 ডিফিকাল্ট 11 হলে ভালো তো দিয়ে দে প্রাইসটা
দিয়ে দেবো Okay, great. Okay, next question will be for
just a minute answer I'm
Jadavpur High School.
This is a north pole and south pole এই যে প্রাইস পেলে শোনো the north pole and south pole this is a magnetic material if the line of force is more towards this magnetic material then commonly known as ferromagnetic and this slightly depression this materials line of force then diamagnetic and few amounts of line inside this materials then paramagnetic. So
next question will be for Jadavpur High School.
What is this phenomena? তোমরা হাত তুলো না যে স্কুল বলেছে সেই স্কুলই তুলবে তোমরা যাদবপুর হাই স্কুল কেন হাত তুলছো কোথায় যাদবপুর হাই স্কুল
এই যে পেছনে আছে হাত তুলেছে দাও
see two beakers under same volume this is a liquid there is a separation there is a molecules and there is a solvent bas see difference between that
বলো বাংলায় বলো অসুবিধা নেই
কলয়েডীয় দ্রবণ কলয়েডীয় দ্রবণ
শুনতে পাচ্ছি না
কলয়েডীয় দ্রবণ
কি
কলয়েডীয় দ্রবণ কলয়েডীয় দ্রবণ
কলয়েডীয় দ্রবণ নয় see there is a same solution What is the partition is there? And this is the molecules. Some molecules is separated. Dash dash dash. Any other school?
কোশ্চেনটা কি বাংলায় করবে?
Next school.
আচ্ছা নেক্সট স্কুল
আরেকটা কি বাকি ছিল? যাদবপুর হাই স্কুল।
যাদবপুর হাই স্কুল, হ্যাঁ।
স্যার ফার্স্টের পিকচারটায় সেকেন্ডের পিকচারটায় একটার ঘনত্ব কম আছে, মানে দুটোর ঘনত্ব সেম আছে, কিন্তু ফার্স্টের পিকচারটা এদিকেরটায় ঘনত্ব কম, এদিকটা বেশি আছে। আর
What is the phenomena like that? What is the name of this phenomena? এটা কি বলে, প্রসেসটাকে কি বলে? These are two solutions separated by this. এত কিছু বলে দিলাম।
বলো বলো।
অভিস্রবণ। অসমোসিস। আমি তো অর্ধেক বলেই দিয়েছি।
আচ্ছা আর কোন স্কুল বাকি থাকলো? এনি স্কুলস লেফট? সবার হয়ে গেছে?
লাস্ট কোশ্চেন, সাইলেন্ট প্লিজ। কোন স্কুল বাকি আছে?
কোন স্কুল বাকি নেই? কোন স্কুল বাকি আছে কি?
কোশ্চেন।
কোন স্কুল বাকি আছে?
This is my last question.
No, then
Goshi,
one school could not answer.
শুভদীপ, সবার হয়ে গেছে? ওকে, দাঁড়াও, হাত তুলেছো কারণ আমি কিছুই জিজ্ঞাসা করিনি।
তো পেছনে জিজ্ঞেস করো, ও জানে।
ওর কৌশিক, খেয়াল রাখিস তো কে আগে হাত তোলে।
I think we should actually end here, okay? Because we have to distribute the.
Just a minute. Last question.
Last question, ma'am.
What's the law name?
Last question.
লটাই বলতে হবে, নামটাই বলতে। ল অফ রিফ্রাকশন হলে নাম্বার দেওয়া হবে না। নো, দিস ইজ নট ল অফ রিফ্রাকশন, বলবো না। ওকে।
The angle of refraction is equal to.
This Snail's law. হয়ে গেছে। এই কৌশিক দিয়ে দে, একটা প্রাইজ দিয়ে দাও ব্যাস। নাও এন্ড দ্য।
Okay.
That is over.
So with this, we conclude this session. Please give a big round of applause for our quick master.
First of all, hello. There is a two announcement. All of you, I request to please submit the feedback form. Then we will distribute the certificate school wise, and we call the teachers in our stage and hand over the certificate to the teacher.
Okay, so we'll be now starting our concluding session. Let me finish. Hello everyone. Please keep quiet. So everybody please be seated and keep silence please. So now actually we will announce the school name. The teacher will request the teacher to please come on the stage and collect the certificate. So the first school, Silver Point School. I request the teacher to please. Madam, I can ask me. ঠিক আছে যান। সিতনু স্যার অ্যাকচুয়ালি গেছে ম্যাডামের কাছে, ম্যাডাম সার্টিফিকেট চাই, ম্যাডাম আসবে, না হলে আমরা দিয়ে দেবো, ওদের ওয়েট করতে বলি 5 মিনিট। Okay, so just give us 5 minutes time. So this time actually we can utilize for some informal interaction. I may request a teacher from each of the school, and the teacher may share a couple of words with us about this program. How do they like it and what are the scope for improvement? So may I please request the teacher from the Summit School, teacher from the Summit School. Or you just stay there, we'll just give you the microphone. From there itself you can...
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone.
Please be quiet. Hello, everyone, please be quiet. Please.
This program actually is just a very good opportunity for the students to come in a CSIR lab. It's a rare opportunity, I think, that because very few people come to enter in this STEM lab of our country. And I would really appreciate, I want to appreciate all the scientists present here, those who have been shown as their products and their virtual laboratory. But I would like to, in future, if possible, if there is any program you will be organized, that they will in person go to see your work. If it is possible, I think that will be much more encouraging for us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Yeah, just to follow up your question, actually, ma'am, we do organize program where actually the student go to the labs and we do demonstrate our experiments or products. But today is a special event and we have actually called so many students. So we thought of not going to the lab and we organize here in this auditorium. But in future, definitely we'll try to do.
শুভ অপরাহ্ন। উপস্থিত আমার স্নেহাশী ছাত্র ছাত্রীদেরকে অনেক অভিনন্দন এবং অনেক ধন্যবাদ এখানের উদ্যোক্তাদেরকে এমন একটি সুযোগ করে দেওয়ার জন্য। আমি বাংলায় বলছি, আমি জানি এখানে যারা উপস্থিত আছে তারা সকলেই বাংলা বলতে পারুক বা নাই পারুক, বাংলা বোঝে। মূলত দুটি কথা আমি এখানে বলবো। এই যে একটা সুযোগ আমরা পেলাম, আমরা ছাত্রীদেরকে এখানে আনতে পারলাম এবং সরাসরি CSIR এর প্রোগ্রাম, তাদের ল্যাব দেখানোর যে একটা অপরচুনিটি আমাদের আসতে পারে, সেই প্রপোজালও রাখার সুযোগ পেলাম, এটুকুই আমাদের কাছে অনেকখানি সৌভাগ্যের বলে আমি মনে করি। এবং আজকে যেটা শুরু হয়েছে সেটা আগামী দিনে আরেকটু আমরা এগিয়ে নিয়ে যেতে পারবো আপনাদের সহায়তায়, আপনাদের সংযোগে, উদ্যোগে, এমন আমরা আশা রাখি। দ্বিতীয় কথা যেটি বলবো সেটি হচ্ছে, আমরা এখানে যারা এসছি, এখানে আমাদের একটা মূল উদ্যোগ যেটা বলার চেষ্টা করা হয়েছে সকলের তরফ থেকে, যে টেকনোলজিস্ট আর সায়েন্টিস্ট এই জায়গাটাকে আমাদের ভেতরে আনতে হবে। এখন বর্তমান যে সময়টার মধ্যে দিয়ে আমরা যাচ্ছি, তাতে আমরা পরিষ্কার বুঝতে পারছি বিজ্ঞানের থেকে আমরা একটু একটু করে পিছিয়ে আসছি। বিভিন্ন কারণ রয়েছে। তো আমাদের ভেতর থেকে যদি যে এই আর্টসটা না আসে, যতই আমাদের শিক্ষকরা বলুক না কেন পড়ো, ভালো নাম্বার পাও, ভালো টেকনোলজিস্ট হও, হয়তো বিদেশে গিয়ে ভালো টাকার মাইনে চাকরি করবে, কিন্তু ভেতর থেকে যদি আমার আর্টসটা না আসে, অবজারভেশনের আর্টস, ম্যাডাম বলেছেন ক্রিটিক্যাল থিঙ্কিংয়ের আর্টস, আমরা সব কিছু দেখি কিন্তু আমরা পর্যবেক্ষণ করি না। এই জায়গাটা আমাদের প্রত্যেকের মধ্যে ডেভেলপ করতে হবে। দেখবো সবকিছু, কিন্তু পর্যবেক্ষণ যতক্ষণ না করতে পারবো ততক্ষণ আমরা কোনো প্রগ্রেসিভ জায়গায় উন্নতির জায়গায় আমরা যেতে পারবো না। সো একটা সুযোগ পেয়েছি জ্ঞান দেবার। সকল ছাত্রছাত্রীকে আমি এটা বলবো যে বিজ্ঞান পড়তে হলে শুধু বিজ্ঞান পড়লে হবে না, সেটাকে আত্মস্থ করো, ভালোবাসো। তুমি যদি বিজ্ঞানকে ভালোবাসো, তোমরা যদি বলো, আমি তো বলবোই না। সো তুমি যদি বিজ্ঞানকে ভালোবাসো, বিজ্ঞান তোমায় ভালোবাসবে। এবং আমরা ভালোবাসাবাসীর মধ্যে দিয়ে এই প্রোগ্রেশন বা উন্নতির জায়গায় পৌঁছে যাব। আজকে যেমন চন্দ্রযান 3 চলে গেছে চাঁদে, কালকে তোমরা কেউ না কেউ কোথাও না কোথাও যাবে, এই আশা আর প্রত্যাশা রেখে আমার বক্তব্য শেষ করছি।
Thank you, madam. Next, I'll request a teacher from Mukul Bose Memorial School. Mukul Bose Memorial School, a teacher, may kindly say few words.
প্রথমেই
Please keep
উদ্যোক্তাদের
silent.
উদ্যোক্তাদের জানাই আমাদের বিদ্যালয়ের তরফ থেকে অনেক শুভেচ্ছা। এগিয়ে চলুক ওনাদের গবেষণার কাজ। আজ আমরা এই সকাল থেকে বিকেল পর্যন্ত যে সময়টা কাটালাম, ভীষণ সুন্দর কতগুলো আলোচনা এবং কিছু স্লাইড শো দেখার মাধ্যমে আমাদের সব থেকে যেটা বেশি ভালো লাগলো যে অর্থোপেডিক বায়োমেটেরিয়াল নিয়ে যে আলোচনাটা হলো ভীষণ ইন্টারেস্টিং, এবং জিজ্ঞাসা যে ওদের জিজ্ঞাসা ভার্চুয়াল ল্যাব, এটাও ভীষণ ইন্টারেস্টিং ব্যাপার। আমরা চাইবো যে স্কুলে আমাদের এই ব্যাপারটাকে প্রতিষ্ঠা করতে। আমরা স্কুলে গিয়ে বলবো এই ব্যাপারটা, এবং স্টুডেন্টদের মধ্যে এই জিজ্ঞাসা ভার্চুয়াল ল্যাবটার যাতে ওরা কাজে লাগিয়ে বিজ্ঞানকে আরও সুন্দরভাবে এবং সহজভাবে ওরা জানতে পারে, ওরা এই ভার্চুয়ালি এই এক্সপেরিমেন্টগুলো করতে পারে, সেই দিকে আমরা চেষ্টা করব। আর সবার মতোই আমার আগের দুই বক্তার মতো আমিও চাইছি যে আবার যদি আমাদের এই রকম প্রতিষ্ঠান থেকে আমাদের আমন্ত্রণ জানায় আসবো, এবং ওদের যদি একটু ল্যাবগুলো আপনারা ঘুরিয়ে দেখাতে পারেন তাহলে বোধহয় ওদেরও নিজের চোখে দেখলে অনেক বেশি সেটা ওদের পক্ষে উপকারী হবে এবং ওদের ভালো লাগবে। এগিয়ে চলুক সিএসআরআই তার কর্মকাণ্ডে। সবাইকে অসংখ্য ধন্যবাদ।
থ্যাংক ইউ। আপনি বলছেন সিলভার পয়েন্ট। ওকে। So now may I please request the teacher from the Silver Point School. Yeah. So we'll distribute the certificate, and once we complete the certificate distribution, then we'll, yeah. I'll now request Sri Shitalu Mondal sir. To kindly our chief scientist and the nodal coordinator of this Jigyasa program, one of the key person behind today's this event. Yes. Chalo, diye dao. Madam, please. Okay, now I request, please keep silence, please. I request Madam from the Summit School, please, Silver Point School, to kindly collect the certificates. Okay, okay. Microphone আছে, microphone দাও। হ্যাঁ, হ্যাঁ, বলে দিচ্ছি। Ma'am, I request you to say few words. Just yeah.
থ্যাংক ইউ সিএসআইআর। আমিও বাংলায় বলি যে আমাদের স্কুল যেই চান্সটা পেয়েছে আসবার জন্য, তার জন্য অনেক ধন্যবাদ। আজকের এই যে স্টুডেন্টদের সায়েন্সের প্রতি আগ্রহ, আমার মনে হয় এই প্রোগ্রামটার পর তাদের আগ্রহ অনেকটা পরিমাণ বেড়ে যাবে, যেটা আমাদের স্টুডেন্টদের জন্য দরকার। আর এই আমরা রিসেন্ট টিভিতে সবাই দেখেছি চন্দ্রযান-3, সেটা দেখার পর স্টুডেন্টদের মধ্যে সায়েন্সের প্রতি ভালোবাসা, আগ্রহ অনেকটা বেড়েছে, এবং আজকের প্রোগ্রাম তাদের অনেকটা এগিয়ে নিয়ে যাবে। থ্যাংক ইউ সিএসআইআর টু গিভ আস দিস অপরচুনিটি।
Now may I please request the teacher from the Summit School to please come on the dais and collect your certificate. আপনি আচ্ছা আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে And I request, Sri Shitundu Mondal, Chief Scientist and Head of Specialty Gas Division, to kindly hand over the certificate. ইনি অলরেডি বলেছেন থ্যাংক ইউ মে আই প্লিজ রিকোয়েস্ট ডক্টর ভামসি কৃষ্ণ বাল্লা to kindly come on the dais. Dr. Bhamsi Balla, Chief Scientist and Head of Bioceramics and Coating Division. So now I'll request the teacher from Jadavpur High School to please come on the dais. After that, you can disperse. Okay. May I now request the teacher from Mukul Bose Memorial School? May I please request the teacher from Mukul Bose Memorial School, please, sir. And I'd like to request Dr. Prashant Kumar Shina. Dr. Prashant Kumar Shina, Senior Principal Scientist. Thank you all. Now may I please request the teacher from St. Xavier's Institution. St. Xavier's Institution. May I please request Dr. Jyotirmoy Shikdar, kindly hand over the certificates. Microphone. Ma'am, may I please request to say a few words, because from your school nobody has spoken anything.
Very good this evening, I guess. So very good evening to all present here. We are here from St. Xavier's Institution, RIA, and we are really, really obliged, grateful, and fortunate enough here to be a part of this program here at CSIR. And we are very much happy and grateful for us, from our part of our students also, because here they got a scope, opportunity to understand, get into the basics of science. They visited a few labs, and their earnest thanks a lot for the presentation given by the respected scientists. We got to meet a lot of honorable members of the society. So thank you again to all of you for this opportunity for our school. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
I would like to thank Dr. Shikdar for giving us such a wonderful opportunity to come and visualize the labs, which will be a one-time opportunity for the students of our school. Thank you, Dr. Shikdar.
May I now request the teacher from Kendriya Vidyalaya, Damdam, the teacher from KV Damdam, and may I please request Sri Shantanu Sen to please come to the dais to hand over the certificate. Have you spoken about the program? You didn't speak yet, no? The program is সম্বন্ধে বলার তো এখনো হয়নি, right? Means once you take them, I'll request you to present. Ma'am, a few words, if you kindly, please, here. Oh. Huh? What's that? Yeah, please. If it is a short, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. This program was truly transformative as it allowed to apply the theoretical knowledge in practical setting, expanding the understanding of the subjects. Overall, the program not only deepened the students' passion for scientific exploration, but also exposed them to the real-world challenges and possibilities on the field. We are grateful for this opportunity and confident that the insights gained will continue to shape our academic and professional journey in significant way. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now may I request the teacher from Lakshmipat School. May I please request Dr. Atiyar Rahman Malla, Senior Principal Scientist, to kindly distribute the certificate. Correct. Sir, a few words, if you kindly. Sir. Please.
Actually, we like to thanks to CSRI to giving us such a good opportunity, and our children also motivated. Actually, after Chennai 3, everyone is interested on science, so it will be for one step. They can move one step ahead after this program. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. May I now request the teacher from Silver? No, where are you? All are over. So now a small request. I'd like to call the name of our Jigyasa team member, and they all deserve a big round of applause from you. So first, may I please call Dr. Kaushik Biswas. Please come here. Dr. Atiyar Rahman Molla, Dr. Prashanto Shina, Dr. Anirban Dhar, Dr. Rijuma Koyal, Sri Somjoti Boshak, Dr. Bhamsi Krishna Balla, and Dr. Devdulal Saha, Shantanu Sen. Okay. আচ্ছা এটা করে দাও তো আচ্ছা দিয়ে দিচ্ছি আচ্ছা in middle actually I would like নামটা কি কৌশিক চক্রবর্তী from which school? Okay, in middle actually I would like to request Miss Kaushiki Chakraborty from the GD Billa High School to please come on the dais and collect the certificate from Dr. Nijuma Koyal, Senior Principal Scientist. She is the only representative from that school. So she deserves a big round of applause. সবাইকে বলে the leader will come. এভাবেই করবো।
আরে কত ব্যস্ত
Okay. Okay, now may I please request the leader of today's event, Sri Shitandu Mondal, Chief Scientist and Head of Specialty Class Division, to please come to the center. Dr. Hamsi Bala, I've already called you. Please come. Please. And somebody should also tell my name to also go inside. Can I go, sir? Okay.
Silent.
Done. Saurabh. Over. Okay. Photo. So now we'll take group photo. কিভাবে তুলবো? এখানে আমরা এখানে বসবো। So we have come to the last stage of this today's event. We'll be taking one group photo. So the group photo will be captured by the drone. So we'll just arrange our sitting spot. One small announcement. We have actually arranged a small snacks box for you all. So that is actually we have kept in the KD Sharma hall. While going out outside the building, you please collect it.